5 games for Wildcard Red. So already these teams have done their homework.
It makes sense too, right? With Speedo actually being like one of the first people who was really continuing to play Camille even before a lot of other teams started to. It's been one of his classic champions for a long time. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it come out at least once or twice during this series, but we already see the Galio taken away, which does limit some of the effectiveness of the Camille because we all know how strong that combination is for engaging.
Yeah, and they did put Captain Shrimps on that in one of their games. It was banned in the next game, and they still played the Camille regardless. So let's see if Wildcard Red want to take it off the table. You know, it's not really like blue oneable for Cloud9 Amateur, so I don't think that they're too concerned for it right now, and you still can't draft Red in the first phase. But here we go. This is the focus from both teams. Cloud9 Amateur on the blue side, ban away the Viego, Lucian, and the Thresh, so focusing a little bit on that bot side, whereas Wildcard Red take away still the Rumble. And now Rumble's kind of been dropping out of priority. Xinjiang makes more sense, but that leaves Lee Sin up.
It does, and you have to remember that XU has been playing a lot of Graves, one of the few people that have been continuing to bring it out, and they are going to be prioritizing this Lee Sin over the Gwen because it is a little bit more flexible. We say that now, but you have to remember, Bradley is probably the best mid-Gwen player that we really see. He's one of the few players that will actually bring it into the mid lane fairly consistently, and so against most teams, Gwen isn't this flexible, but against Wildcard Red in specific, you can bring it into all the different lanes.
Now, we did actually see in the Risen Finals, Cloud9 Amateur were able to take one game off of it. But other than that one loss, I believe, just looking at Gamepedia here, 100% win rate for Bradley on the Gwen in Amateur. So that's pretty scary. Let's see what they want to pair into that. They lock in the LeBlanc. Interesting answer. And the Ziggs has made it through. I actually would really like this.
I know you're a big fan of this bomb rat, right? You just pick it up, you have a lot of opportunities to play very safely in the bottom lane, and I like it alongside the LeBlanc in particular, because I was talking about it yesterday. This Ziggs allows so much dynamism on the rest of the map because you have one spot just kind of locked down. You know there's no action going on here. Let's do something on the rest of the map, and LeBlanc, very dynamic champion, has a lot of opportunities to just take people down from the fog of war. But we also see the big counter pick that we've been seeing emerge up against the Ziggs.
Now, we haven't seen Kalista win every lane against Ziggs, but in theory, the idea is there that you can just bully the Ziggs around in lane and not allow him to get onto your tower, not allow him to get onto the plates and get those early gold swings in your favor. And when you pair with the Leona, even more kill pressure. Now they get another round of bans here. They're taking away the Camille. They could also take away some more defensive supports that you can pair with the Ziggs as well. But I already like that focus on the Camille. That could become a little scary. Camille plus Ziggs combo.
We're seeing a couple of these counter picks top lane to the Gwen that have kind of emerged as these things that can do at least okay into it. The Camille does a good job because they ignore the extra resistances provided by Gwen's W, simply because you do a lot of true damage. But we're also seeing XU's champion pool kind of being limited right now with the Graves and the Olaf, both things that I know he's played in the past. And it says to me that this Lee Sin likely going over to XU based on his performance that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and also the bans coming from Wildcard Red, they assume the same. They're banning away, like you said, the solo laners. And they lock in the Jace. Now, technically blind Jace. Pretty bold move right there.
It is flexible, again, right? It's not something we see very often where Jace goes into the mid lane, but it is very playable there, and this would be interesting. We did see the Fiora come out as a mid laner played yesterday. I believe it was Spyrax, right? And it was, it had mixed success. It did its job for the most part, but it wasn't necessarily something that was going to get them a win. So with the Fiora coming through, it does throw a bit of a question mark to Wildcard Reds. Like, where do you want to throw your solo laners? Because we want to chase them around.
Yeah, and Cloud9 Amateur's overall team compositional identity, it feels like a little bit of split push. They still have some hard engage with the Alistar as well. I guess, honestly, he might be playing more of a peel kind of role here against what Wildcard Red is drafting. Maybe they're looking to play through side lanes, just get the Ziggs around the map and take objectives, but once it comes down to bigger objectives like the Baron, we'll see how they operate with their composition. Wildcard Red, much more standard as they lock in the Diana last pick here. Surprising that made it all the way through, but hey, AP Jungler, still top of the meta right now.
It makes sense, too. I really like this composition coming out from Wildcard Red because Cloud9 Amateur are showing a very effective potential 1-3-1 style composition with the Ziggs in the mid lane, Fiora and LeBlanc in the side lanes, and Wildcard Red, they have the engage tools to just kill you in the mid lane, right? You have Leona, you have Diana, you have the Kalista. All of these are so good at getting in on top of characters like the Ziggs, and it will make Cloud9 amateurs play throughout this later stages of the game a little bit more difficult to execute. So I really like what Wildcard Red have done, and I'm really excited to see Bradley's Jace in the mid lane.
Yeah, Bradley plays everything. It's kind of ridiculous. Looking at his most recent games, Jace isn't even on here. So far on Gamepedia, we only have up through Risen and then the first 2 games of EGL. So we don't have all the games from group stage. Maybe he did play it in there and we just didn't catch it on broadcast. But out of his last 14 games that have been recorded, he's played 11 different champions, Joshi. That is absolutely insane. Bradley plays everything.
Yeah, now he's bumping up to 12 in 15 games, right? It's impossible to ban this guy out. It is so hard to draft against Wildcard Red because of how flexible so many of their players are. And it's going to be really tough for Cloud9 to come and try and take games off of this team. But if there's a team that can do it, I think Cloud9 is on that list of teams that are going to be threatening Wildcard Red. So I'm going to be paying a special attention right now to this mid lane. Captain Shrimps versus Bradley. We set this up last time that we saw Captain Shrimps, where you and I were casting him, where Doxa was the big bad that Captain Shrimps needed to take down, and he rose to the occasion. Now Bradley is this huge monster in the mid lane that Captain Shrimps needs to do the David versus Goliath a second time.
Let's see if Captain Shrimps is up to the task here. Cloud9 Amateur, they lost to Wildcard Red in the Risen Grand Finals. It went to full 5 games, and it was a close one. Now in a best of 3, let's see what they can do against a team that is looking for the three-peat, for the Grand Slam. Check their social media. They're confident that they're going to take the entire event, let alone just this match. We'll load on to Summoner's Rift to figure out which team will get the better of their rivals here at EGL Round of 8. So to set some basics expectations here, Joshi, we've highlighted the mid lane matchup. Is this where we need to put our eyes also early on in the game? Because when I look at LeBlanc and Jace, I do see a volatile matchup.
It is a very volatile matchup, and you're noticing that they both took teleport here, so we're not going to necessarily see the same amount of just raw aggression because neither of them have the ignite, but it does lend a little bit more power later on in the game and the dynamism that we were referring to. So I think we got to pay a lot of attention here because it is kind of whoever goes in first and actually jumps on the other one is going to be at a little bit of risk of getting jumped right on back, because once you use that and the damage, if it doesn't land, it's so easy for the other person to just turn it right on its head. So it's a little bit of a game of chicken between these two, a lot of positioning games going through, and you're going to be watching them use it on each other whenever they walk into the minion wave.
In the isolated matchup, 100% agree. When I do look, though, at Captain Shrimps and XU in particular, LeBlanc has a little more gank setup for the Lee Sin, plus its mix of AP and AD damage. So I might be favoring Cloud9 slightly here when you consider the junglers intervening in this mid lane matchup. But, of course, that just means we got to track the jungle pathing, where they're going to decide to put their pressure early on, both starting on the bot sides.
Almost like we always talk about the junglers, Kangas, because they just have so much agency early on in the game.
It's like it's an important role in League of Legends.
You know, all the junglers are going to be listening to me just like, no, this is the weak role. You don't have any change over the lanes, but we do see a bit of trading. Not really going to result in a whole lot due to both of them having their Aftershock. But I definitely agree with what you said earlier, Kangas, where Lee Sin and the LeBlanc should have a bit of an advantage in my mind due to the fact that Lee Sin is just such a better brawler with the extra attack speed on his passive up against the Diana, who typically needs a couple levels in order to get more points and more AP into all the ratios for her damage.
An interesting pathing right now from XU. He goes right towards the top side. He goes from buff to Raptors to top. Winston spotted on the red buff, so XU knows that he's going to be a full camp behind right now, but he will be a little faster to jump on top side if Brandini continues shoving up. Let's see if XU wants to go for it. No, he just goes right for the camp. I thought maybe this would be the fabled 3 buff into gank setup, but XU not going for it right now.
He's also going to get spotted out because we see Brandini warded this early, very smart, knowing that he's going to have to push as the Gwen into the Fiora, and it's going to prevent XU from being able to walk into the top side. And we're seeing that based on where Winston was, XU is changing up his pathing a little bit. He's backing away, but he is going to get spotted. This is going to tell both teams where the other jungler is. If Winston
This is
shows,
aggressive as hell.
This is very aggressive.
Winston's just walking into a Lee Sin right now, and he's going to go for it. No, XU just says, I got the Wolf, and I'm Lee Sin. Level 3, fighting the Diana 1v1. Winston's got Conqueror, but that's a Lee Sin, baby. I don't know why you're invading him. First blood over to
Bradley has
XU.
no mana.
Bradley tries to join in. He's doing what he can, get some damage down. XU's got the shield, though. Oh, the safeguard. Captain Shrimps gets the kill, and too early to Cloud9.
What did we just say? We said Lee Sin is going to win a lot of these early duels going up against the Diana. You got better base damages, and Winston opts into the fight anyway. Bradley tries to bail him out, and it just ends up being this huge lead going over to Cloud9 Amateur, because not only are XU and Captain Shrimps both getting kills, they're both getting assists on the other one. So we'll take a look at this again, and I have a lot of questions coming in for Winston.
Yeah.
He's one of our better junglers coming into Proving Grounds right now, but
This
this
is
was a
cocky.
decision that
This
shocks
is just
me,
cocky as hell.
right? Yeah,
You
how
don't
are
win
supposed
this
to take-
matchup level 3 as Diana. Like, I don't know why you're trying to do this.
Yeah, you don't win the smite either because Lee Sin has the XQ on the Q, and Captain Shrimp's faster to rotate. His wave is pushed in, but it's not yet under the turret. He has time to move without losing anything, whereas Bradley, I mean, he's able to get here, but you're still not going to win these brawls against the double buffed XU Lee Sin. We've seen how good this guy is.
All right, interesting decision making from Winston there. Puts Wildcard Red on the back foot now in game number 1, early game. 4 minutes, 40 seconds in, and about 1,000 gold lead, just under for Cloud9 Amateur. The gold on the jungler and the mid laner. We were talking about the importance of this mid 2v2, and now already Cloud9 Amateur off to the races.
They should be in a good position as well to look for this upcoming Mountain Dragon. It's coming up right now, but we aren't seeing them move towards it just quite yet. I feel like it's the kind of thing where you need to be more confident in your bottom lane position, because while we just saw that disastrous skirmish for Wildcard Red, we also have to note that because they have such good information on the junglers, Brandini and Arrow in particular have so much extra CS.
Ooh, Captain Shrimps, he could look for a 1v1 here. No, not going to fully commit to it.
Didn't
Doesn't have the
W,
cooldowns
yeah.
yet, yeah. But Bradley does take the worst of that trade, and Breezy's roamed up as well. XU's even in the area. Bradley has flash. He's going to have to blow it here if Breezy wants to commit to this. Captain Shrimps takes a lot of damage, though. It might just be false
here we
hope.
go.
Bradley's going to retreat back over to Winston. Oh,
No!
Breezy failing the combo! That's not a great look.
That's a ping diff, man. Oh, that's brutal. See, that definitely should have at least gotten the flash out of Bradley, but not even getting that just means that this is a lot of time that Breezy's spending here where he is not helping out Wixie. Ultimate top lane.
Brandini's going to 1v1 here. Throws the Ignite down. Ultimate lands, but it is reposted.
Well, at least Speedo is going to be surviving here, but they are going to be giving up the flash, and with the pressure that Brandini is giving and the fact that we saw Breezy in the mid lane, it's going to be giving Wildcard Red the confidence to go for this dragon because Arrow and Wixie were isolated for so long. Arrow gets an easy push in, they get it underneath the turret, and Ziggs can't safely follow Callista. Callista will turn around and kill you, so it is going to be a dragon going over to Wildcard, and we're equalizing a lot of the early deficit that we saw from the double kill, but it's not quite in their favor yet.
Not quite. The gold lead's still owned by Cloud9 Amateur, but if Wildcard Red keep playing like this, they will bring it back right now. They have been playing slightly smarter games so far. Bradley's still staying safe in this mid lane matchup right here, despite giving away a kill to LeBlanc and XU picking one up. We haven't seen Cloud9 Amateur actually capitalize on that. Now, it's only been a couple minutes, so let's give them some time before we really give them a report card on how they've played out this early game since picking up those early kills, because right now, feels like XU just wants to get back to farming.
It makes sense. You got to make sure you get all the gold that you can, but I also want to highlight something that Bradley has chosen to do, which is fairly typical, but we'll get back to that.
Oh, wait, Speedo's in a 1v1 right now. Brandini does not have teleport or ignite. If he goes down, this is pretty big, but he gets to the safety of his turret. XU misses the Sonic Wave, unfortunate. But now Winston cashes him out. Only level 5 Diana, so not going to have a lot of lockdown here. XU can just run away. Safeguards to Speedo, and Winston still wants this? All right, he's got his Conqueror proc. Does XU take this? They're going back in. Speedo follows up.
Oh, he gets 6!
XU hit level 6 off of the minion wave, and because of that, the outplay comes through. Winston, the burn, the red buff.
One
not
more.
Gonna be quite enough.
God.
A double kill to Speedo.
He hit level 6 in the middle of the fight, Kangas. What do you do against that? Winston had to be so close to level 6 himself, and the difference of the ultimate ends up being the difference between these. That is absolutely insane. Now they're going to reward themselves. This is important. You don't just want to get the kills. The kills are nice, but taking your opponent off the map in order to pick up these objectives is even nicer. Bradley and Shrimp's just going to be disengaging. It should be
Arrow's going up here. Yeah, too late. I think Arrow was roaming up to try and contest that Rift Herald, but Cloud9 Amateur already got it. And yeah, he gets level 6 because he just sticks around, goes up to the minion wave here as we take a look at the replay. Really well played from XU.
I'm also impressed with Brandini from just like walking away from that, knowing he doesn't need to do anything, but XU just like walks up, he's got the red buff, he gets a little bit of HP back because of it.
Boom, one minion, Winston, that's all it took.
The one minion just walks in and kicks Brandini away so that there's no opportunity. He's the bulk of their damage right now, and then just willing to brawl it out, and not going to be making the solo queue mistake of walking back and staying in range.
Oh, but the engaged bot side, the lockdown, the chain CC, ooh, Wixie, feel the pain of the bounce, yes. Right there, that's the Kalista Leona combo.
Arrow and Daption also showing up really big, but this is the trade-off that we're making, Kangas, right? Breezy's moving around the map in order to make sure that the rest of Cloud9 Amateur are doing well, but it does leave Wixie alone in a lot of these isolated positions, and he's starting to fall behind in terms of both experience and gold a little bit, and this is the culmination of that. So Wildcard Red are losing out on the top half, but they do have a strong Kalista to play with, and I think it was Jensen Go who said the only thing that's wrong with Kalista is that she stopped scaling at 6 items.
Yeah, it reaches a cutoff at some point, right? But this was what we expected when we saw this matchup yesterday in the AoE match, was that Kalista can actually get the better, can actually kill the Ziggs in lane, and that's exactly why. You know, you have an extra form of engage, extra long engage from the Kalista when Daption's not even level 6 yet. Imagine once Leona has her ultimate, Wixie's going to be in a lot of trouble. You have to be willing to blow that flash very early just to stay alive. And we highlighted the bot lane matchup, too, going into the game, how important this one would be, because Wixie's been looking real good. But this is Arrow we're talking about. He's been just stomping everybody.
True.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Joshi.
Speedo.
Oh, Speedo. No, he just didn't realize Winston was there. He walks the wrong way and pays the price.
That's unfortunate. That's really unlucky. I'd have to go back and look at the tapes to see if that was just unlucky or just him not respecting where the other jungler could be. But this is a situation where it does mean that he's going to be dead before this dragon spawns. But hey, on the bright side, he gets his back in. He's going to be on dragon on time if he wants to. But they're down a member as we start posturing around the vision for this upcoming Ocean Drake.
Yeah, let's see if Speedo teleports. Yeah, he teleports. So he's going to opt to get the XP and the gold from this wave rather than saving that TP for a potential dragon fight. XU drops the Rift Herald bot side, though. You see this play a lot with the Ziggs. And, oh, not quite at the threshold. Yeah, only level 7 on the Ziggs. Wixie doesn't get the turret. That would have been huge right before the dragon. But they're still sticking around. This is a death brush. Daption's walking into it. Breezy looks for it on the Arrow, but the immediate flash. Arrow turns the play, gets the kill. And now the Leona re-engage. XU's in trouble. Fate's call doesn't land onto anybody, but XU's still stuck right here. Daption's locking him down regardless. Another kill over to Wildcard Red. Cam Shrimps catches Winston at the tail end. Bradley's nearby, though, so the play is over for Cloud9. They cannot push for more.
I feel so bad for Breezy. This is the second time where he tries to go for an engage and just gets red and has nothing that he can do. The first one is in mid lane, and now the instant flash coming out from Wildcard means that the Alistar doesn't have the aftershock, ends up going down, and now they have priority over the mid lane. The one thing that they have in Cloud9's advantage is the fact that Diana is still dead. It's going to take them a little bit longer to actually get onto the map, but I mean, that said, they still get a bunch of plates here, so even though this fight doesn't quite go the way they want it to, they're still going to be walking away with at least a kill's worth of gold, and as we see in our picture-in-picture, Ziggs able to just walk on back, auto at once, and find it. But here, beautiful play from Arrow. Like, look at that. He doesn't have a lot of time. that's the kind of thing where you have to be ready for that. You can't just pure reaction it. You have to be expecting a play from your opponents in order to be able to do that.
And I'm just going to say, mechanically, as Alistair, you can headbutt him into the wall. You don't have to expend flash there. Or I guess you could just flash headbutt rather than flash pulverize at that angle. But he was looking for the big play, and the flash is easier to respond from Arrow in that situation.
XU.
Turret was taken, but XU is into the Dragon Pit right now, and right out of the Dragon Pit. Wildcard Red look to secure this one. Captain Shrimps does not get the steal. It's actually Daption that picks that one up, as Winston does not even get the smite down. Pretty lucky for Wildcard Red there, but they will get another objective. But the gold still over from that bottom turret. The first turret is picked up by Cloud9 Amateur while we were looking at that replay.
It's still most of the difference between these two teams in terms of gold. After watching that bottom lane play equalize a lot of the gold on the rest of the map, we are seeing it's only 1,000 gold between the two teams. And if you look at where it's located, there's not like big leads on anybody. I think our biggest one is like 700 gold on the top lane.
Yeah.
Or Speedo,
and like,
you know,
that's not even spent, so we don't even really feel that one. I guess they both have about 1,000 in the pocket right now, so maybe you're gonna feel that one as Brandini. But overall, Wildcard Red still feeling like they're in this game for sure.
It's only a component, right? Like, yes, that matters, but combining full items is way more important than the spots. And oh, look at that wave clear.
Ooh, Captain Shrimps clears the wave and trades onto Bradley. Daption misses the solar flare, so Shrimps is out just fine. But interesting lane swaps here. They actually sent Captain Shrimps into the bot side, and now top lane. This is what you see with the Ziggs. You take a turret, get out of lane. Now Breezy looking for the play onto Brandini, but okay, just waves at him as they both pass by.
Ships passing in the night, very peaceful on this game of Summoner's Rift. But look at this in the bottom lane. Daption missed the ultimate, but he's sticking around. There might be a play onto Speedo. Looks like he's backing away, but it does mean that with everybody backing away from Wildcard, Cloud9 likely going to be getting their second Rift Herald of the game, and we've already talked about how effective this is with Ziggs. It's something that, you know, Wixie does very effectively. It's something that most teams that play Ziggs have figured out by now. You crash it into a turret, press W on the Ziggs, and suddenly there's no turret.
Yeah, I mean, usually 2.5 plates, but with that Ziggs, that turns into 3.5 plates. Huge early play. Now the plates are down, does even more. So let's see if they can keep pushing these turrets in. It's been the trade of gold from turrets and pressure of lanes from turrets versus those dragons. Wildcard Red still stacking them up. They have 2 in their pocket currently, and it will be an Infernal Soul that they're playing for. That is very impactful with the Jace. Extra oomph on the damage. Even the Callista can benefit immensely. Everybody. I mean, even Leona. So yeah, everybody.
Yeah, everybody loves this dragon. It's something that you're going to be getting a lot of extra stats from. So, you know, whoever starts winning these next couple of fights is going to be getting a pretty large advantage as you start counting up towards 4. Cloud9 obviously don't have any dragons to their name just quite yet, so they do need to get more of them, but it also means if they get more of them, then suddenly you get 4 times the effect of the dragon rather than just the 1. Wildcard can only get 2, so they are a little bit capped in terms of the extra damage that they might be able to pick up. But Daption, topside, looking for something. Everybody's going to be backing away for a moment, potentially looking for where the next play is going to be.
2 minutes for that dragon. If we think that's where the next play will be, let's do a quick recap of who's going to be at a better position for that, because it seems like teams are just posturing, trying to get waves, trying to get gold in their pocket. Captain Shrimps, yet again, I mean, he did it to Dox, and now he's doing it to Bradley, making a strong argument for himself as a top-tier mid laner here in the amateur scene. 2-0-1 on LeBlanc. Okay. You got to watch out for him in these plays. There's Rift Herald mid, an amateur. They were looking for the objective, but Wildcard Red will answer, so we don't get a broken turret mid lane yet.
It's super close. Wixie can probably walk up here pretty soon and just press W, but it does mean that Wildcard are going to be bringing more players than they maybe needed in order to secure this. But Captain Shrimps, I mean, he's playing the LeBlanc. The wave player is nice, but it's not the safest thing. So until he sees Bradley, he can't full commit to clearing the wave and putting it underneath the enemy turret. So with all that said, we got a minute left until the dragon. Neither team has yet set up a lot of vision for it. Neither team is yet controlling these choke points, and both of them have really strong poking tools from a long way away. You got Wixie's Ziggs on one side, you got Bradley's Jace on the other.
You could throw Captain Shrimps into that too.
There. True, you got to be very careful whenever you start coming around any of these points of Fog of War, and it looks like Cloud9 are going to be there a little bit faster than their opponents.
They got some wards down already. Breezy dropped them, but the 1-3-1 composition's coming out here as the observers are graciously showing us the top turret crash in right here. Just taking a leisurely stroll across Summoner's Rift right now. If we can take a look at the mid lane, though, so we can see some of the vision being set up here by the side of Cloud9 Amateur. That'd be fantastic, because that dragon will be up in 20 seconds right now. But no, we're still just... It's like one of those lazy
nice
rivers.
Wall. Yeah.
It is. Yeah, look at the detail of Summoner's Rift, the map right there. All right, there we go. And we're back.
Got some caffeine.
So
we're back. We're back, everybody. Thank you, Harry, Kevin.
If
you
we
guys do
take a look
wonderful
into the mid lane here, so we can see the fight that's happening as we speak right now. Breezy looking for an engage here. Wildcard Red, they're posturing too. Either of these supports can at any time just say, we're going in. We're looking for the fight, and I actually like Wildcard Red's initiation a little more. Arrow flashed over the wall because he sees Shrimps there, but Winston cannot. Has to go golden here just to stay alive. Fate's Call will re-engage now. Daption's going in. Can Arrow outplay this? He is exhausted. Breezy flashes the wall too. Wildcard Red actually playing that fight pretty well. Now Speedo's isolated right now. He's retreating through the bottom river. Has to pop the parry early. Ultimate used. Bradley still with this range advantage of the Jace just poking out Speedo. He's got a full retreat right now. Oh, Winston almost lands that. Daption over the wall. Is he going to get it? He flashes. He's committing to it. Winston takes a lot of damage right there from the poke of the Ziggs, but Speedo will fall. One member down here for Cloud9 Amateur, but Wildcard Red no longer have the inside drag of this dragon.
Winston ulted the Gromp. I don't know if you guys saw that. That means he doesn't have it available. I don't know if Cloud9 would have realized that in the last situation. So we got a bunch of teleports. Captain Shrimps and Winston can come back with full health and mana, but they're going to be giving over this dragon.
He's got Blast Cone. Does he jump? No.
Doesn't have vision.
Yeah, I mean, you can try Blast Cone that and then, you know, get back over the wall with a ward, but that's bold.
All right, so we do have an opportunity here for Wildcard to kind of bring it back. They're only down about 500 gold right now, but they have 3 dragons. And guess what? That means that every single time a dragon spawns again, Wildcard can be happy even just going for 50-50s here, because if Cloud9 win the coin flip and XU gets the smite, they get a dragon. Whoop-de-doo. Whereas if Wildcard get it, they get the Infernal Soul. So it's going to be super effective coming out for Wildcard at this point. Every single time the dragon is available, you force Cloud9 to come to you, and as long as Bradley is going to be doing this amount of damage with his Shock Blast, it's going to be a worthwhile time to come out.
That's rough for Cloud9 Amateur, because they were the ones that got vision priority around the dragon first to start off.
Roar.
And Roar, the Baron has spawned, everybody. The big objective, the big purple worm that these teams will now be looking to fight over as well. Not as much on Cloud9 Amateur side, but if you leave Wildcard Red on this alone with that Callista, she can actually take that pretty fast, as she's got 2 items completed here already. So Wildcard Red still stacking up those dragons. They're on Soul Point. Cloud9 Amateur, they really haven't gotten that much of a gold lead either. They're only 600 up, being 2 turrets in the lead right now. So it really feels like their game plan just hasn't worked out the way that they were hoping.
And we still see the only place where they have a worthwhile gold lead is going to be up in the top lane, where Speedo continues to be about 800 gold up above Brandini, simply because they've both been farming rather effectively. And now we might get another play on the map. Breezy isn't here just quite
Winston and
yet.
Daption are, though. Cloud9 don't know this. They don't realize that there's a jungler and a support, but they're playing patiently. XU's walking up. Now he's all alone, though. Solar Flare slows over into the Baron
Good
pit.
escape.
XU's looking to get away. Yeah, he's got the movement speed from the scuttle, and now do they re-engage right now? Captain Shrimps is here. This would be really aggressive, but they have Ziggs Bomb, and Wildcard are grouped up. Don't want to pull the trigger.
Okay. Bottom lane, Brandini has to rotate because Cloud9 Amateur would have the inside track towards the mid lane, and he has to go and cover, so this gives Speedo some alone time with the turret, and we all know how quickly Fiora does damage to these structures, so small advantage going to Cloud.
Breezy, get out of there. The Moby Boots no longer online. Has to pop the ultimate teleport coming in here from the top laner.
Good kick.
Actually, it's Captain Shrimps
Good
that teleported into the Ziggs Bomb. Huge onto Arrow.
XU!
Picked off at the start of the fight. Cloud9 Amateur have already won it.
Oh,
Breezy
God.
might fall. Bradley, that's a consolation prize if anything, and he doesn't even find it. Double kill to Wixie and a huge shutdown on Arrow. Cloud9 Amateur can now go for Baron.
XU is so good, man. I can't wait to see a replay. Wait, hold on. We might not actually get one, but we do get to see the results of it. Cloud9 going to be taking down this Baron completely uncontested, as they take down so many members in this last fight. And we were asking, or at least I was asking, how is Cloud9 going to accelerate this game? This is how you do it. You bait and engage with Breezy. You end up getting the Baron, and now you have the tools to push for turrets with your Ziggs and also establish map control for the upcoming dragon.
And even if Baron wasn't taken, even if there wasn't a fight right there, we still saw Speedo taking that tier 2 bottom turret. Like, they would have gotten that most likely anyway. And now with the Baron buff, it becomes easier for this 1-3-1 composition to come online. Joshi, this is what Cloud9 Amateur have been looking for. They just got to make sure that the Dragon's Soul doesn't go over to Wildcard Red here in a minute 20 once that's back up. And then they're in a very strong position right now. Captain Shrimp still hasn't reset. 3-0-3. Let's see what this LeBlanc's able to purchase here. Full Void Staff, and it looks like that's going to be it for right now,
Wards,
but still, 2-item Power Spike picked up.
The wards are still good. Whenever you can get these control wards to deny vision and make sure that people are face checking you blind against the LeBlanc, it becomes very, very scary. I like the double Void Staff coming out from Captain Shrimps and Wixie. They're going to be building up a lot of magic penetration, so everything is going to be hurting really hard every time they land something. And they're currently the ones in control. They're pushing out the waves, and they're using their advantage to continue to push Wildcard further away from the mid lane.
This is the poke that LeBlanc can do. She pokes very close to you because she has to kind of hurl her body in your direction, but still does work out here as the observer's showing us mid lane take. This is what they can do with the Baron buff right now. Push it in. Wixie has the Ziggs, takes these very fast. They're trading for the top side. Bradley will get that one. But Cloud9, they take a turret. Dragon's up in 20 seconds. I don't think Wildcard Red are going to get an opportunity to actually fight for it.
We'll see what they want to do, right? Bradley might be happy to trade an inhibitor for the Dragon if he's given the opportunity to, and the only teleport that Cloud9 has available right now to match him is Ziggs. You don't want to be sending Ziggs to go up against the Jace. It is very difficult for Ziggs to stay alive, so Bradley could choose to teleport, but the rest of Wildcard not positioning to try and contest this Dragon. And we said, you know, whoop-de-doo, giving over one Dragon to Cloud9 isn't the end of the world for Wildcard, but that is worth so much more if Wildcard will have an opportunity to go for it soon. Instead, Winston potentially looking to pick on Speedo in the top lane.
Could see a 1v1 of this viewer. It's actually going to be Bradley Winston. Seeing him here. It's a 2v1. Speedo was not prepared for this one. Caught in the death brush. Tries to ult Winston.
Nice.
But the Zonias will keep Winston safe, and Bradley packs a hell of a punch right now. But the rest of Cloud9, they're fighting Daption. They're fighting Arrow right now here in the river. It's going to be a 5v4, though. They didn't take him down fast enough. They didn't even kill Arrow. And now Cloud9 in full retreat. Wixie falls. XU as well. And Wildcard Red with a big team fight win. Getting pick after pick. Breezy, though, onto Winston. And Captain Shrimps actually follow up on this. He's taking a lot of damage. Gotta watch out for Brandini. No! Didn't see him over the corner. And Wildcard Red just picked up a massive advantage there.
They thought they had an advantage with the 4v3, but it wasn't enough, and Wildcard continued to scrap. This game remains super close, but as we see these turrets going to be picked up from Wildcard, it is going to mean that the gold lead is going to narrow, and look at that, we are back on to even. But we can watch this again. Speedo, there's not a lot that he can do here. He does his best to try and turn things on to Winston, and he stops a lot of the initial damage, but it doesn't mean a lot. And now we gotta watch over here because Wixie
Wildcard
top
started
side.
it.
Yep. Finds the angle onto the Ziggs, and unfortunately XU missing the Q, not going to be finishing off Arrow, has to run away, doesn't have an escape route from the rest of the fight, and it just gets brawled out from there. Breezy, unfortunately, having a bit of a rough game here, and he ends up baiting Captain Shrimps to come back, and Brandini finds a kill.
Breezy looking for the flashy Alistair plays. Hasn't quite found the right one for the team that will be that big team winning factor. It's actually Wildcard, though, that caught out Wixie there. So I thought it was Cloud9 Amateur saying, oh, there's two members top, let's try and fight them while we have an advantage. But it was actually Wildcard constantly putting the pressure up, and now they find themselves with even gold state, but still on that Dragon Soul point. And now with even gold, they can control these lanes that much easier.
Cloud9 Amateur a bit on the back foot now. God, three-shotting people right now with the Shock Blast is Bradley. And admittedly, Captain Shrimps has no armor to play with. He is rather squishy, but that's the same thing that's going to be happening to most members of Cloud9 because they don't have a lot of defensive stats. So it's going to be a very explosive fight when we do get one. I'm looking at XU once again. He's been playing this incredibly well. We saw him really shine last time in a lot of these fights, and I think he will have an opportunity to shine once more the next time these teams go head-to-head.
Wildcard Red are looking to siege his bottom turret. Cloud9 Amateur have a couple members here, but yeah, you're not keeping that safe. You might even just die for staying around the area, the general vicinity. Breezy getting caught out right now, but that is Alistar with ultimate. He's tanking up a lot. And now the rest of Cloud9 Amateur are here. Re-engage here onto XU. Oh no, the Lee Sin, he's locked down. He does get out. Winston looking to lock him down. Stopwatch, re-engage from Breezy. Speedo with separated. The shutdown. The massive Fiora in the team fight gets a double kill. Cloud9 Amateur make it a triple. Speedo with the hard carry performance in this fight. Even dodges out on that shock blast. What a turnaround.
This is right before the objectives are coming up once again. We said Cloud9 would have the option to pick up the Dragon, but now they're going to be in a position to pick up the Baron. It's spawning in 10 seconds, and with Winston on the far side of the map just coming out now, he'll have an opportunity to steal, but that's it. So this fight, absolutely nuts. It's so touch and go as people are trying to decide, do we want to commit to this or not? You see XU just being there, threatening Arrow and preventing him from getting any damage down during this fight. But at some point, we see Wildcard Red split their focus a little bit. Winston and Bradley don't feel like they can go right on in the main side, and Bradley ends up backing away, and that means that Cloud9 more can join. They turn the Arc of Fire. They get people to turn around to try and deal with the Blanc diving onto Arrow, but it's not enough. They're able to bring this concave together, and it looks so good as they reassert a lead.
XU baiting them in, and then stop watching Breezy. That time he found the right engage as the Alistar, and it just comes down to Speedo to clean it all up. Now we see Cloud9 Amateur back with the gold lead, 2K, 20 seconds until this Dragon spawns. Wildcard Red were just in such a good position for this, but now they've lost Baron. Now they're lost priority in the mid lane. It looks like they're just setting up for this. They want a hard force.
It is a lot of damage still coming out from Bradley, even to
Brandini's
Breezy at
bot.
this point. Okay, we got a full-on fight about to happen. Remember, Wildcard Red, if they win a 50-50, get Infernal Soul.
Speedo's on the flank right now. Let's see if Brandini can deal with him in a 1v1. Dragon hasn't been started yet. Winston does hit it here. All right, Wildcard Red adaption. He has to get pulls back in with the Fate's Call. XU's taking a lot of damage up front here, so is Breezy. Can they find the engage now, though? Brandini, massive damage to start things off. Winston as well going golden to stay alive. Speedo still threatening on this flank. Daption standing still. He's left the game. Oh, no. What a terrible time to have a disconnect, Joshi. In the middle of the fight, Daption just stops walking in the river right there. Wow.
This fight can be for the game, and Daption disappearing. Unlucky, man. This is what happens when you're an amateur, right? People playing from home, different people have different internet connections, but oh my gosh, we got to see glimpses of brilliance coming out from both sides. Breezy has been looking for these engages and hasn't quite found them just quite yet, but he's trying so hard. And then, of course, Diana, with a big turnaround, almost turns the fight completely on its head. Not quite getting there just quite yet. And I think we're about to get ready for fight number 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Let's see. As soon as we get Daption loaded back into that game, we'll get back into it, everybody. My heart is racing right now, because if Wildcard Red get this Dragon, that could just be game, despite the fact that Cloud9 Amateur have the Baron. They've been fighting for this whole time. They got the Jace, they got the Diana, they got the Kalista, these champions that love this Infernal Soul. Team fights will be so much harder for Cloud9 Amateur to deal with later on, and maybe they can still go for that split push style like they have been, but they're fighting. They're opting into the 5v5 right now. Speedo's actually been doing a really good job of navigating these team fights. I just want to give him a quick shout out, because if Fiora, she's usually kind of tough in those situations.
Yeah, we are getting word right now from production as well that unfortunately Daption is in the middle of a thunderstorm and is in the middle of a power outage. So at this point, you know, the gods of rain are saying it's like, we're going to be in a spot where we might have a bit of a longer pause than we might have initially hoped for, ladies and gentlemen. That gives us a lot of time to talk about all the different things that are going on, because the big thing that comes to mind, you said, if Wildcard get the Dragon, it's going to be almost impossible for Cloud9 to come back. But if they get the Dragon and lose all of their members right now, the game can also end because of how quickly Ziggs does damage to structures.
And because Baron is still up for Cloud9 Amateur for at least another minute. I mean, they've already taken that tier 2 mid lane, and they have a wave currently pushing in mid lane. So if Cloud9 Amateur can win the fight, they just run mid and win the game right there. So yeah, this is going to be massive. Speedo has not ulted yet, I don't believe. He was on the Fiora still hanging out by that tri-bush. I didn't see that ult come out here, but so many fronts, it's hard to know everything that's going on at one time. But just if you'll allow me a short pun here, Joshi, it looks like Breezy's bringing a little more wind here as the thunderstorm shutting down Daption's internet.
That's cheating.
That's worse than DDoSing. Let's take this time to just go over some of the replays here. There was one around the top side, just to kind of watch how Wildcard Red were able to wrestle back into this game. The one mistake Cloud9 Amateur have taken, where we saw Speedo get picked off and then Wixie get picked off. Things started to collapse for Cloud9 Amateur. This was where Wildcard Red really started to come back into the game, despite being behind by about 3K for the entire time. So it looks like we have that replay up. Let's take a look at that one here. Walk me through, Joshi, because this was the time that Cloud9 Amateur were going to really just cement themselves in this game.
And you kind of look at this and ask where the ideas are coming from, right? Speedo thinks he can probably go forward because they're expecting Wildcard to mostly have back, and I would have expected them to have back as well if I was playing in that game, but sometimes those assumptions we make are wrong, and Wixie is also expecting a back to be coming out from the members of Wildcard. He thinks he's safe to just like walk through the river, but oh no is he wrong, and these are all the different places where they have opportunities to just build up these big opportunities to turn things on its head by preying on players' expectations.
Wildcard Red wrestling it back here, and then Cloud9 Amateurs still were able to bring it back around the bottom fight too. It's back and forth, Joshi. This is the rematch of the Risen Grand Finals. I was going into this one. I didn't know. We didn't do our predictions. I don't even know if the desk did predictions going into this series. But I expected it to be close. We were favoring Wildcard Red, or at least I was, just based on their historical performance. They're going for that three-peat, but Cloud9 Amateur making them work for it. We're going to send it over to Rafa and the desk here to help talk a little bit more about that game while we're waiting for Daption to hopefully get back into the game. Thunderstorms are crazy to deal with in the middle of a game of League of Legends, but we're all crossing our fingers for him. Rafa, though, take it away.
Thunderstorms and lightning isn't so fun, especially for gamers at this time, as we're in the point of a game where that team fight could have been the deciding outcome for Game 1. I know myself, Jolly, and Rebel Fox, we were all on the edge of our seats watching the game, but more so from the opening that Cloud9 Amateur have. Now, for those that are tuning in, we want to, just remind and state that the game is not over yet. Game 1 is still in a pause as Daption it has disconnected from the game, unfortunately, due to a power outage, and, we're just waiting to see for Wildcard Red to be able to come back into the game and get Daption back up and running. But I want to throw it to you first, Rebel, because there's a point in the game where Cloud9 Amateur, they realize that fighting 5-on-5s isn't necessarily the best for them, but they kind of had to opt into it since the Captain Shrimps and Speedo weren't necessarily doing so well in some of the side lane split pushes here.
Yeah, if you look at how this composition is set up, it's not exactly designed perfectly to play in a 5-on-5 situation, especially into the amount of AoE CC that's coming through from the side of Wildcard. And so for Cloud9, their early advantage was something I was really banking on them hoping for, which is why you saw a double Rift Herald come out. It didn't net them as much as they would have wanted to, but they were able to break open the game with that fight around mid lane, which came from I think it was Speedo, or my apologies, not Speedo. It was Breezy that was almost caught on Alistar, ended up getting turned around because of Captain Shrimps and also Wixie being able to bring down Arrow. And that's what slingshot them back in. And they've had a couple of those individual moments where that this fighting gets really scrappy. They don't get this clean engagement from Wildcard, and all of a sudden these champions who are super powerful in individual moments like the Fiora are able to pop off really hard. I think Wildcard Red, if they get these clean engagements, look nice, but C9 has been able to thwart their attempts thus far.
Okay, and then the other thing, too, as we were looking throughout the game, in some of these team fight engages, we see that Cloud9 Amateur are able to find the appropriate counter-engage response, whether it's from a knockup from Breezy, as we saw during the bottom lane fight, or sometimes Wildcard Red, they isolate one of the members from Cloud9, and then they just start picking them off one by one, and I think there's a fight around, I want to say the 27-minute mark for Baron. And right before, that's when things started going a little haywire there, Jolly. We were thinking, okay, Cloud9 Amateur are starting to put the pieces together, and the Wildcard Red immediately are like, no, hang on, guys, hang on. You're not winning this game that easily. Even Bradley just giving a powerhouse of a snipe as well.
Yeah, and I think, you know, this is kind of the strategy that we saw a lot of yesterday. And I think it was AoE in particular that was doing a really good job of this in splitting apart these fights. And Cloud9 clearly has recognized that if they go in 5v5, it's probably not going to be in their favor. They don't have quite as much of a backline to really jump onto Arrow there, and especially with the engage from the Kalista ultimate. So finding these split fights has been very successful for this team, and the damage that we get available from Captain Shrimps when you have something like the stopwatch being blown there by XU, who's able to come back and continue the fight, makes a huge difference. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Before this game started, it is, yes, favored for Wildcard to win, but I mentioned of all the teams to go into this matchup here, it's not just a rivalry between these two guys because of first and second place previously. It's legitimately just two of the biggest growing teams. It feels like they have grown so much in a short amount of time, and Cloud9 has really proven it here yesterday and today.
For the rest of Cloud9 Amateur, I mean, it's definitely been super exciting to see them open up this aggressively in Game 1 because, you know, as Kangas put it out, none of us really gave out predictions, but we were all kind of, before this series started, you know, not to not to disrespect Cloud9 fans, but we were all kind of saying, well, Wildcard Red do have the track history of coming out on top in these situations. They beat Cloud9 Amateur in the best of 5, and in a best of 3, we were all thinking, I mean, this could be a 2-0, maybe a 2-1 from Wildcard Red. But if Cloud9 Amateur are opening up this series like this, you know, then the problem does come from, as you know, Rebel, you pointed out earlier, the lack of ability for being able to shut down win conditions, even when they already have a decent snowball rolling for them from the early game leads here.
It's I've seen it plague them from time to time, especially in their earlier iterations. Like, it was something that really plagued them. And you can see they're doing a very good job attempting to push their really significant advantages. But even into the fight that led us into the pause that had come through, that's still something that, like, they're opting into fights that are really challenging for themselves. Like, giving up early dragons is difficult for this team because, I mean, you don't want to fight in a 5-on-5. You want to be able to set up. Now, you do have, like, Lee Sin and LeBlanc for flanking and things like that to set up things. But it's still a much more difficult to execute 5-on-5, so ideally you just want to shy away from that, but they haven't really done that much. So while, yeah, they've done a fantastic job of finding, like, wins in 5-on-5s, which is going to happen, they still have to be extremely careful with, like, what the setup is going to look like. This most recent play that ended up with things, I mean, you've got fights on 3 fronts. I really wanted to see Wildcard just pick a direction and fight towards the beginning of this. And even into this moment, things aren't looking particularly good for C9 because of the dropped health bars, and you've got all 5 members together. If Daption had been here for this, it is entirely possible that this fight could look different, especially with, like, Speedo on the opposite side. If they turn on Speedo, maybe there's, like, real legitimate play that can come through. But again, this is C9 who has put themselves in a position where, because they've given up every other dragon in the game, they have to contest every dragon to not go over Infernal Soul, which requires these moments where now Wildcard Red can use their 5-on-5 comp, and if they find one good engagement, all of a sudden C9 just lose Dragon Soul, lose a big fight, and the game flops back into the control of Wildcard, which is my real fear here for this team, even into the moments like now, where you have this pause and you're not able to control anything with the health bars you're currently looking at.
The other thing that is that we have to mention here is look at this, the state of the side lane on that top side. As Brandini got a massive push, and that is potentially threatening in that inhibitor turret if Wildcard Red are able to somewhat stall this for long enough, because the Infernal Soul is their con that they're playing for. If they lose it to, if they lose it to Cloud9, then it's not necessarily the end of the world. It does delay that soul win point for them, but I'm curious to see from this standpoint, once we get Daption back in, as unfortunately we don't have the abilities to do Chrono Break or be able to go back and retake the fight. Once the game is back, we will be resuming from that point in the game, where you see Speedo on the left side flank, as I'm getting word that we're actually, Daption is back in and everything is ready to go. As, you know, keep your eyes peeled out for Speedo on that left flank, as he's the one that's kind of trying to keep things in check here for Wildcard Red, whereas the rest of Cloud9, they have a decision to make. You know, do they try to flip for the dragon, or do they try to bail and push out one of the mid lanes or the side lanes, or do they have to respond back to the top lane and let everything reset? We'll see how everything unfolds, as Kangas and Josh are ready again to commentate the game once again.
All right, and we're back to live, everybody.
Oh,
Woo! That was a
Wixie!
long pause right there, but we're right back into the Steam fight. And we were talking about ult economy. Daption, one of the only members with ultimate available, throws it down immediately after the pause. Gets flashed out of Wixie, but Cloud9 Amateur, they're starting to back off. All right, teleporting back in. Joshi, we're still going to get this 5v5. Captain Shrimps with this flank here in the tri-bush. He's spotted out by Bradley. He has to run away. Xq's very low health as well. I don't know if Cloud9 Amateur want to commit to this. Xq's actually just going to lifesteal off the dragon. I like this play.
Okay, we're going to see Wildcard come
red,
back in.
Looking for it. Winston almost gets blown up by Captain Shrimps now. Now watch for Breezy's engage. Alistair has splash, but Arrow, he just finds Xq all alone in the top pixel brush. Speedo trying to make the hero play onto Brandini, but he's going to go down as well. Captain Shrimps falls. Everyone's falling for Cloud9 Amateur. And Wildcard Red are winning this fight, but over the wall, Wixie's untouched. Look at the health bars of Wildcard Red. Wixie can literally 1v3 this right now. Absolutely insane team fight positioning right now. I think he can do it. He can hold the line.
Oh, it's so scary. You're a Ziggs, and
Watch out for
there's so
Brandini.
many flank lines.
The W cooldown's going to be up soon here for Brandini. He's looking for it. Wixie's caught right now. He has no escape path. Maybe he can look to steal the dragon, but that's no smite on Winston, but there is the rend. Okay. I think he's just going to give it over. Maybe he throws one bomb. Can Wixie steal it? No, it's too early. Does he have another? There we go. Dragon picked up for Wildcard Red. What a chaotic position to pause the game. But coming back to live, Wildcard do get the objective.
They get it, and they also get almost all the Barons off of Cloud9, and we see the last one fall off of Wixie there. So suddenly, Wildcard Red are not trailing anymore. They have a commanding lead, even though the gold is almost identical. They have the Infernal Soul, and we've already been seeing how much damage Bradley has been doing throughout this game with his poke. It's going to be turned up to 11. So we have to see, do Cloud9 have the flanks? Do they have the resilience to get these fast team fights, blow up the members of Wildcard Red before the Infernal Soul can really make a difference?
And we saw Cloud9's composition struggling in that situation. They're struggling even more. Captain Shrimps, he's trying to play the side lane, but getting caught out now by Arrow and Daption. The LeBlanc looked so good, so clean. Early on, Bradley with the read. Oh, beautiful play right there. Absolutely packing heat like a tank right now as we get a replay of this fight after the pause.
This fight becomes so chaotic with people all over the place, and you see Cloud9 are the ones who have to walk through this choke, and it's such a dangerous spot to be for them to try and do anything. Xu is on one side, Shrimps is on another side, and Arrow finally just recognized, oh, I can just walk forward to the Hail of Blades and kill this guy. And so I don't know what Cloud9 try and do from this position. You have to wait for Captain Shrimps to come back up in order to mount an effective defense. You can't win this 4v5, and so instead, look at this. Breezy trying to make a hero play on the far side.
Breezy's looking to push bot side right now. They're losing a lot top side. Breezy is here. Brandini locked down under the turret. Speedo will have damage, but Breezy's buying a lot of time for his team to take these inhibitors. He will go down. Even exhaust is used. Cloud9 Amateur, they realized we need to make this play work.
Okay, I like it a lot. I like it a lot. We see Bradley looking to back away, but it might be too late for the inhibitor turret. Either way, yeah, Bradley will not be there, and it does mean that it is going to be an inhibitor turret. The wildcard base is
Cloud9 Amateur might be able to get a couple kills.
This is a hard fight.
Captain Shrimps goes back. Oh, okay. Woo! I thought Cloud9 Amateur could have actually chased that down if they wanted to, but all right, they lose their top inhibitor. Wildcard Red right back to even gold with that Dragon Soul. It's been a little chaotic ever since coming back from that pause, but it just shows how willing these players are, how ready they are to keep playing this game.
Cloud9 need to be able to find something quick if they want to try and win something. Remember, the Infernal Soul, the cooldown is pretty low. It's only a couple of seconds, and that means every time it comes up, you're going to be taking a big chunk of damage. Look at that. Even Breezy is taking about a third of his HP every time Bradley throws out that Shock Blast. So you can't afford to take more than 2 of those for almost anybody. So we'll see what kind of defenses they can make as we see Breezy once again looking to make a repeat play, potentially ignore this Baron. Remember, there are 3 teleports on Cloud9. They might be looking for some kind of backdoor.
They could go for it, or they could teleport onto the Baron if they need to, but as of right now, they're not near the Baron. Xu will spot this out. But that's already gone. The
Wow,
run from the Callisto too much with 4 items. Oh, and now they're even catching up Captain Shrimps. The LeBlanc was just trying to go for a flank play, I suppose. It takes a lot of damage for it. Cloud9 Amateur will get this inhibitor. Captain Shrimp's still alive. XU stopping Bradley's back right now. Winston just buying time, flashes in, doesn't get Shrimps. XU with the 1v1 against Bradley.
Wait, that's 2?
He pulls it off, but can he get out? He's on the Krugs. He's over the wall.
No,
you're insane.
Okay, they also got the bottom lane inhibitor. Cloud9 are still in this. They're pulling the map apart, but we're seeing Gwen trying to find a chase. Not going to find it. Is going to let them walk away. Okay, all right, Cloud9, I see you. You're still trying to stay in this, and this is impressive coming from the team that we didn't have a lot of expectations from spring. They've improved so much, and now they are just a minute and a half away from being able to contest for the Elder Dragon and completely ignore the Infernal Dragon because they have a bigger buff to play for.
Playing the 1-3-1 split push composition very well. Watch XU here. He sees Bradley back in, and he goes.
Yoop. This goes
He
right
almost
on,
loses this still.
He does. The Infernal Soul is so good, but look at that. Just follows him. The Q, a little bit weird based on the timing, but he's able to get out. Just so much situational awareness. This is the XU that we've been looking for, that Cloud9 need to stay in this game. It's so crazy how close this game still remains, even with Infernal Soul on the other team.
2-3-9 of the Lee Sin. Not the flashiest of KDAs, but he's got the flashiest of plays, and that is all that matters here. Brandini throws out the ultimate to clear the wave. They still have a massive Baron wave right now. Wildcard Red RCGing on the bottom side. Speedo split pushing top. He's got teleport, but no flanking wards to go for, so it will just be a single push right now. Let's see if Cloud9 can actually clear this wave.
Another minute of Baron, so that's 2 more waves coming through for Wildcard Red that they can potentially crash into the lane. I'm going to see if there's an opportunity for them to find something.
Breezy's
Bradley
looking
goes
for the
in.
play. Trying to lock down Bradley. He goes golden with the stopwatch. Winston's in. Bradley's still alive. Now re-engaged from Daption with Arrow's assistance. And now Wildcard Red with the 5v4 in the base, pushing hard. They take down Breezy and the middle inhibitor. Speedo still in the top side pushing. XU's almost dead, but he makes it out. Wildcard Red, can they end it here? They still have 5 members strong. Nobody's gone down. Captain Shrimps is about to fall. Brandy with the ultimate, doesn't quite get it. Oh no, Wixie has to go golden. The Nexus turrets are down. Speedo's finally rejoined, but it's too late. The Nexus falls. Wildcard Red. They did it. They'll take game 1.
Oh boy, Kingus, that was so exciting. There was so much back and forth. You got to see both teams playing all over the map. We got to see some star players from both sides. And guys, we have a whole series left to play. It was 37 minutes of back and forth action, and we got so much more to watch. I can't believe this is how we're starting the day off, Kingus.
That was absolutely insane, everybody. That back and forth throughout the entire game. The pause right in the middle of the big team fight that we thought would decide, and it kind of did end up deciding. That Infernal Soul was just too much for Cloud9 Amateur to come back from. They couldn't fight anymore. They had to play for these side lane pushes, and they were almost close to pulling it off.
Almost.
Speedo was just hard committing to that shove topside. If they didn't die onto that turret, if they didn't commit onto Bradley with a stopwatch up, maybe they can actually hold out there. Wow, what a performance. So we're going to set it to a break, everybody, before the Analyst S comes back to actually break down everything that happened throughout that insane game 1. So you won't want to miss it. We'll be right back after this.
we need to take a breather out of that one. I don't think that break was long enough, guys. You know, production, can we send it back to credit? No, I'm just kidding. Don't worry.
Not ready.
We need to redo our makeup and style. We need the stylist to come back
wipe
and like
the tears away.
Yeah, we need to recover. Oh my goodness, that was intense. And I mean, and of course, you know, the pause from Daption, we almost thought, oh no, is that doomsday for Wildcard Red? But then they recover, they're able to get back, and I want to immediately jump right into that Infernal Soul Point Dragon fight here, Rebel, because at that moment, you're thinking that, okay, maybe Cloud9 now have the tools to potentially close out this fight. They've burned a majority of ultimate spells from the side of Wildcard Red. There's no Solar Flare. Wildcard Red are kind of pinned to the corner, but then this is where Wildcard Red's expertise and veterancy come into play, because you have to remember Cloud9 Amateur, the only veteran members that have had experience outside of semi-pro is Breezy. Breezy coming from 100 Thieves Academy back from last year before Poom graduated, whereas you look at Wildcard Red, I mean, you got Arrow, man, LCK, MVP, Phoenix One, also MVP of the year as well for his time over there. So like between him and then you've got members like Winston and Brandini who are able to provide so much expertise and just like composure and poise in those moments, as we'll be getting a replay of that fight soon here, Rebel.
The biggest thing, like when that fight first started before the break, I know you two are here to be able to hear me screech, pick a direction and fight to Wildcard Red. And then after the break, the same thing happened where they were surrounded on three sides, and I said, pick a direction and fight. And finally, they picked a direction and they fought. Look at that. Things went pretty well. Because eventually, like you said, the veterancy came in, and I think Arrow was able to spot the one person that they were able to aggress against, XU, who is not only really important because he was one of the engages, but also able to come into and shut down what was effectively the jungle smite position that came through to confirm that Drake. The fight afterwards got really scrappy. I actually thought maybe Wixie would have been able to hold it because the Ziggs was really powerful and full health, but once Arrow sustained through, was able to actually, keep them in. But yeah, Wildcard Red finally were able to use their comp and say, we're going to pick specific targets, we're going to solo them down, and then we're going to have a superior 5-on-5 because we've got more members. And that Infernal Soul, it transforms this game from, now it's a gold battle where like you've got one team who's not good at 5-on-5 but has a bunch of individual members to, okay, now you've got a team that's got a bunch of flat stats from Infernal Soul with all this in combat like damage alongside everything else that had come through, and it makes it so much harder.
Yeah, this just watch how Wildcard Red are after the initial fight. Things seem to go in Cloud9 Amateur's way, right?
Oh, yes.
But then afterwards, this is where, after the second fight comes in, and this is something that Joshi likes to talk about a lot in terms of team fighting, is a team's ability and understanding of how to take secondary fights when a majority of cooldowns are being burned, and then it comes down to the team's understanding of like, okay, where do we fight on this front? You saw recall come in from Breezy, so he's going to be late to the party, and Cloud9 Amateur are trying to stall as much as they can, but this is where things become interesting because a majority of the members start rotating in through the bottom choke point, whereas Captain Shrimps is on this side.
And they squeeze them up into the river, which I don't think is where you want, because again, after Captain Shrimps has to flee from Bradley, they don't have pressure from this top side, and this is a team who wants to go for the dragon no matter what anyway, because that's their win condition. Even a bad fight for them here gets them Infernal Soul, which is absolutely valuable. So they just take their step forward. XU hangs around a little bit too much, and Arrow finds him out. And that was, I think, just the blowing play here, just because, yes, afterwards it feels like it's just recovery mode for C9, where they were attempting to elicit some sort of fight here so that they could use or break apart this fight from multiple angles. But losing one of those angles in XU and also having no threat against the dragon means, okay, they're going to fight, there's nothing we can do. And again, this is the point where Wixie, like, he tries to hold, but there's not much to do once Arrow sustains up, and this was the breaking point where finally Wildcard's composition was able to thrive, because now you got superior team fight, your scalings come online with Infernal Soul, everything's back into their pockets.
And Jolly, this is kind of the narrative that we've come to expect from Wildcard Red against Cloud9 Amateur. Yes, we've seen the brilliant individual outplays from members like XU on the Lee Sin. I mean, there is a reason why Joshi and Kang were losing their minds over how many times Lawrence was able to get himself out of a sticky situation. But, I mean, individually, outplays are not going to be enough. The team coordination from Wildcard Red was just on a superior level, even when they were being pushed to their limits by Cloud9 Amateur.
Absolutely. This is part of the narrative that I bring up a lot, specifically with this team, with Wildcard Red, is the way that they force out reactive plays from the enemy team. So, instead of being able to early on send that Fiora to split push to get the side lane so they could get pressure elsewhere on the map, which they managed to do a little bit at the end, but they should have been able to do that earlier. Instead, they were forced out because Wildcard Red just had these proactive plays. It forced C9 to come and recover wherever they were. So we can see here Speedo finally getting a little bit of a split, but a little bit too late potentially. It ends up getting a lot of pressure there for Cloud9 and kind of does allow them to stay in this game and in this fight for quite a while longer. But when you're sending 4 to 5 members to deal with 3 or 4 members on the other team, and your base is being broken into, it's really difficult to go into one of these fights. Bradley there with a spectacular stopwatch that we have seen time and time again from this player. And at that point, Fiora, yeah, you can continue to get pressure, but this secondary inhib has just gone down. You've got Breezy who's gone down, and Fiora is not going to be able to out-trade in this matchup. So the pings come out saying, all right, Fiora, you can continue to put pressure up here, but the fight was not going in favor of Cloud9, and that's where the reactive play was forced out. Fiora has to come back down to the bottom side, but it's too little too late. The game's already over.
Because we saw Speedo managing to get the bottom inhibitor, but the fact that they weren't able to put Speedo in a comfortable enough position during the mid game off of the leads that XU and Speedo had gained in the earlier invade that was kind of botched by Winston and Bradley that netted XU a decent lead, and then another successful 2v2 advantage. You would think that that would have been enough for Speedo to be able to start splitting in a lane by himself, but Wildcard Red found powerful advantages through some of those mid-game fights, and as you said, Rebel, the key thing that Cloud9 Amateur needed to be able to do with that more early game lead that they had garnered through the top side of the map is somehow transition that and bring it into the bottom half of the map and get those dragons, because I think that was a crippling part for Cloud9 Amateurs, that they were put on this timer. 2 of those dragons had already gone towards the way of Wildcard Red, and then suddenly they're on the 3rd dragon, and they're at Soul Point, whereas Cloud9 Amateur, they need a little bit more time. They needed to make sure that Speedo was actually in a position where he could get to the point where he's split pushing, like you mentioned, Jolly, and it's a little too late, only in the framework that Cloud9 Amateur were not able to stop and prevent Wildcard Red from being able to reach Soul Point in the first place here, Rebel.
It's a situation where I know Joshi, especially on our casters, he likes to talk about dragons as not stats that you can get, but more so points towards the soul. That's really important. And you can also think of it as time, because each one of those you take gives you 5 more minutes. So for the side of Cloud9, even though your early game looks good, even though your split push looks good, you need gold before that setup really starts to come to fruition. And so it's like, how much time can you buy yourselves in the early game? Yes, you could take double Rift Herald, you could try to expand your gold and take some early game skirmishes, mid game skirmishes, accelerate your gold. Is that going to be enough for you to take fights around objectives when it comes to this like pure engage you've got on the side of Wildcard Red? Clearly not anymore, but that was their intention. The alternative is, if you focus early dragons with some of that advantage you've got early, you buy yourself more time later in the game. And again, this is a win condition kind of acceptance thing that comes from this team. They've had problems in the past. They're getting better at it. I do want to point out, towards the end of that game, they were causing a bunch of chaos in multiple lanes, breaking this team apart. I like that our casters talked about that, because it was one way that Cloud9 was trying to take away the win condition from Wildcard, but it was really late. But at least they showed some of that. But I'd like to see that not only from their draft, but also in their early game plan of, okay, not just what do we want to do, but what does the enemy want to do, and how can we stop them and get ourselves into the good place at the same time.
That's that proactive, reactive play. There were opportunities, Rebel, what you were just talking on. There were so many opportunities for C9 to make proactive plays earlier on, but instead they just kind of stalled it out. They just kind of waited it out, and especially with somebody like Fiora, and somebody as strong as Speedo, we've seen absolutely, almost carry these games or help XU carry these games. You need to have pressure on that, especially when you're focusing on the top side of the map. So I definitely agree, Rebel. Maybe a little bit more focused toward the bottom side, because that dragon was particularly strong. Granted, you never know what the soul is going to be, and we have had plenty of ocean souls that really are not a huge priority. So it is dependent on what comes through on that RNG involved in Dragons. But at the same time, if that top side strategy, really good focus, really good early game from Lee Sin and Fiora didn't work out, something's got to change.
Well, good thing there is a Game 2 that will be coming up in just a few more moments here, and I kind of want to get a little bit of your last closing thoughts here for this draft, for Cloud9 Amateur. I don't want to say that the draft was necessarily bad, because I think the 1-3-1 had a lot of merit and value to it, and when, you know, Captain Shrimps and Speedo were kind of getting a little bit of a push from XU and his ability to find powerful counter ganks or just being able to outplay Winston in the early game, then you have the makings of that. I think the biggest problem came from towards the bottom lane, because Arrow and Daption were able to isolate Wixie at a couple moments, and whether Breezy was... they weren't communicating the safety kind of required to make sure that Wixie wasn't caught out by the duo lane from Wildcard Red, or if there just needs to be a slight change in what pairing goes for Ziggs, because like I said, I don't think necessarily anything was wrong from the draft. It's just in terms of execution and just not being able to protect Wixie as much as they could have. Now, going into this draft, I'm going to start with you, Rebel. If there are things that might change if Cloud9, because I'm not sure if we are getting red side or blue side from Cloud9 in this point, but if let's say that Cloud9 actually get red side here, you know that. Well, confirmation. Cloud9 will be red side, so we don't even have to dance around the bush.
I already wrote down everything. I already wrote down my rosters because I just assumed because of red priority right now. It's huge.
Yeah, I mean, jumping into that, I mean, we saw the Lee Sin priority come out from Lawrence. Do we even think that Wildcard Red is now going to give a respect ban or takeaway of that pick now that they're on blue side here, Rebel?
I think they have the ability to do that. On blue side, you're a little more open to take away things that are a bit more focused. I think that's one of the big ones, is just making sure that Lee Sin is not in the hands of anyone on the side of Cloud9. The other thing is, like, Cloud9 is always good at team fighting, and I feel like this draft, they played towards it a lot, and I feel like they'll play towards it a bunch. And teams aren't always going to be able to beat them at team fighting. Cloud9 is one of the surprising teams that I think can draft tools in multiple places. The big one that comes to mind is Rumble, to change what a composition will look like from the beginning to the end of the game that's also capable of team fighting while maintaining comfort in things. It's a very versatile type champion shift that they have on a handful of these champions. Lee Sin is another one that, like, you think would get banned away. But my thought process is, like, if C9 is going to be on red side, they have the ability to use some of these versatile picks to really throw a wrench into Wildcard's draft, knowing that they're going to focus on team fighting. Maybe they can get themselves tools. You think, like, Wixie playing something that's a bit more, like, far back in a fight, think something like Jinx or Aphelios, especially if you get, like, Thresh alongside it, or something protective like Nautilus that was able to sit there, or even, like, new Tom Kench. That would be really cool as well. But something to defend backline, and then again, something like Rumble for, like, early game prowess and more team fighting potential really puts a bunch of power into C9's pocket that just transforms what this team fight looks like from the side of Wildcard Red.
I think for Kangas, just Bard.
Bard.
I'll just throw that out there.
Bard.
Throw that out there. Kangas wants a Bard, all right?
Time.
We did talk about a little bit of a Bard secret tech that Tonbrave from TSM Amateur brought out. If it gets thrown out, I'll let Kangas and Joshi break it down for us, as casters are once again ready, and the draft is ready to undergo for Game 2. We'll see if Wildcard Red are able to close it out 2-0, or Cloud9 Amateur make the ways of bringing us to a Game 3. Kangas and Joshi, take us away, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Rafa Jelly. Please don't play with my heart like that. I want to see it so bad. I love myself some Bard play, but I don't know if either of these teams will be pulling that one out. Regardless, though, we got Game 2 on our hands, Joshi, so we just heard from the analyst desk. Let's give our opinions of what we expect to happen this time around. Now, the sides have been swapped, of course, so that alone will provide some differences.
True, and I think it'll be interesting to see what they end up going for, because we saw the priority on the Lee Sin really coming through for Cloud9 early, and XU looked really good on it, but now it's probably going to get taken away or banned by Wildcard Red simply because of how effective he's been able to play this champion over the past couple of times we've seen it. So now that they're on red side, we're likely going to have to see XU adapt to a different champion, as worth noting that this Teemo ban actually isn't a real ban, right? They were docked one ban for discussing play during the pause in Game 1.
You're not supposed to do that, everybody. Make sure that you're not discussing game plans, especially in that crucial of a team fight. Now, I don't know to what extent, but that is what the ban was for. So it's Teemo, just because we assume nobody's going to pick Teemo. Unless, I don't know, maybe Cloud9 Amateurs playing
Speedo's just
crazy
like, darn
right
it!
there.
Why'd
But
it
they
have to be
do still
Teemo?
ban the Lee Sin. That makes a lot of sense.
It is going to be important here as we were identifying that Cloud9, now that they're on the red side, have more counter picks that are available in Wildcard, will not have the same kind of freedom in determining what it is that they want to take off the table. Viego removed from Wildcard Red, but notably, we still have the Gwen available if Wildcard Red wants to first pick that or ban it away.
Let's see if they do. Wildcard Red. Kind of rough when you only have 2 bans because there's so many OP things right now. So they're looking at Breezy's champ pool. They're looking at the supports, taking away that Leona. Because that signals to me they're going to go for one of those solo laners. Maybe a jungler, but probably a solo laner here. And then they're taking away that 1-2 punch of like a Leona plus a priority bot laner. But the Xin Zhao ban, that means Gwen is still on the table.
We are seeing the Leona taken away instead of the Alistar, and honestly, I don't blame them. Breezy had a bit of a rough game last game, and so taking away a different champion, but they are going to be picking up Irelia, and we know that this can be flexed between the top lane and the mid lane, but it does mean that with the Leona ban, Thresh is still one of the best supports on the patch, and it looks like Cloud9 likely going to be hovering that, and maybe pairing it alongside something like an Aphelios, simply because it provides a lot of extra safety, an effective escape that a lot of immobile AD carries wouldn't otherwise have.
I mean, Ziggs is still on the table, and they liked that last time around, but if they lock in this Aphelios, and that means, yeah, most likely not going to be the Ziggs, so Wildcard, they could honestly be looking at that. I'm not fully sure if that's an Arrow champion. He really does like the AD carries. I mean, he played like one Seraphine game, so I'm not sure if they've been prepping this. When we think of Arrow, we talked about it on the desk. You know, LCK MVP, Season 7, Spring Split MVP as well. You know, this guy's been around. He's a pretty good League of Legends player, but Wildcard not opting to draft for Arrow yet. Nautilus and Diana are their picks.
A lot of diving threat already put onto Wixie's Aphelios between the Irelia, Diana, and the Nautilus. You have a guaranteed crowd control and then a couple of dashes that you can just go through a lot of the peel that might be available from Cloud9, and because of that, we're seeing Cloud9 opt into this Rumble. I'm expecting this is probably going to be going into the mid lane for Captain Shrimps, but it can be
Exactly. Can be flexed, but we see the Rumble as a Captain Shrimps pick. He has piloted this before. This is what he beat Doxa on. Absolutely stomped Doxa on in the group stages against TSM Amateur, who did eventually come back and win that series. But regardless, we think that this is probably a mid lane pick. It would be blind, though. So that's interesting to note because the Irelia could just go top lane. But let's see what the rest of the bans are. There we go. Ziggs taken off the table from Cloud9 Amateur. That makes a lot of sense. I don't think you want to give that one over. And then the LeBlanc as well, because that's a pretty rough matchup for the Rumble.
I think we're going to see a very flexible pick coming up from Cloud9 here because they are showing, you know, a bottom lane that we are very confident is a bottom lane. Though I have seen rumblings about an Aphelios top potentially coming through, but the Kayn,
It's not happening, Joshi.
Oh, the Aphelios top isn't happening.
The Aphelios top isn't happening. I guess the Kayn is happening right now. We've seen a lot of Kayn in this tournament so far. We have not seen it really pick up a win. I believe it might be a 0% win rate on broadcast. I'd have to look at all the games played and everybody across the board. It's found some success in the LCS if you're looking at players like Acadian. But interesting priority on it right now. Wildcard Red, though, they opt for the Kalista, which has made it all the way through.
I'm getting word from production that XU is saying this is his first time Kayn, and honestly, I don't know if I've seen him play this on stage before. This is the first time coming out, and it has started emerging as a Diana counter pick.
Wow.
I don't really understand it, and apparently neither do Pabu nor Inero, as I found out from Kari not that long ago. So it is a surprising pick at this point, but it does lock Captain Shrimps in to be playing this Rumble.
It does, in fact, because especially with that Ornn lock-in. So kind of a standard team fighting comp from Cloud9 Amateur, actually. They got a good front line for Aphelios to play behind, as well as the Thresh to help him reposition from all these diving threats of the Renekton, the Diana, the Aurelia, the Kalista, the Nautilus. Okay, everybody. Everybody from Wildcard is going to be gutting for Wixie right now. That's a lot of pressure on this AD carry, this bot laner here for Cloud9 Amateur. Let's see if he's up for the task, because again, you're up against Arrow. That is a hard task indeed. But the top lane matchup, we've seen this one a couple times so far. The Renekton versus Ornn. It's a tried and true classic.
It used to be much more common, but I'm worried for Cloud9 overall that their top half of the map might just get run over in the early game simply because they don't have as much mobility, they don't have as much ability to focus all of their abilities on the same target, whereas Wildcard Red have Brandini's Renekton, Winston's Diana, and Bradley's Irelia, and they can all just pick one person, jump on that person, and then they are dead.
Exactly. A lot of options there. And with their composition, you're just predicting that XU is going to be going for Red Kane here. I mean, the only range champion you can try and farm up would be Arrow on the bot side. But even then, I don't think you're going to be blowing anybody up in these fights, really. But that Red Kane does play more into that team fight, more into that front-to-back style the Cloud9 Amateur could be looking for. If you just distract Arrow, well then Wixie can mow through Winston, Bradley, Brandini with the peel of a Thresh and an Ornn. Could actually work out here for Cloud9 Amateur. And I'm taking a look, again, just because we have the history between these teams when they played against each other in Risen. It's fascinating to look back and see what worked for them back then, because the 2 wins that Cloud9 Amateur got, they weren't really team-fighting types of compositions. It was the Camille in the side lane, split pushing it out. So it's interesting to see them go back towards something like this.
I think it kind of makes sense, though. Going up against the traditional, like, a bunch of melee threats coming in from Wildcard Red, if you can just create a zone where they're not allowed to move, with the Ornn, with the Rumble, it becomes very easy to play out this kind of fight. I don't want to use the word easy, I want to use the word straightforward here, right? Because even though, you know, you have the idea of what it is you're trying to execute on, that doesn't mean that Wildcard Red don't have tools in order to try and get to the backline, and if they take down Wixie, suddenly Cloud9 is missing a large part of their damage.
Yeah, it's pretty much all their damage. I mean, Captain Shrimps maybe can try and blow somebody else up with the Equalizer if he gets a good placement, but with all the mobility of a Renekton, Diana, Aurelia, and you don't have like anyone big to lock him down. The big combo is going to be the Call of the Forge God plus Equalizer on top of each other, but it's not like you have a Leona, not like you have a Nautilus to then keep them in that place. So yeah, Wixie, how can you position? I kind of would like to see him go for that Gale Force build, just for the extra bit of mobility. So let's see if he decides to go for that one. But everybody, we are ready. Loading on to Summoner's Rift for game number 2. Cloud9 Amateur taking on Wildcard Red. Wildcard Red currently up 1-0 in this series. They are looking to make the run all the way to the finals to take the gauntlet. All 3 Tier 2 tournament victories. That would solidify themselves undeniably as the top amateur team going into Proving Grounds. They've already qualified. Both of these teams have already qualified for Proving Grounds proper. So this is all about the rematch. Joshi, as we're loaded onto Summoner's Rift now, let's start to bring our attention here towards expectations for the early game right now. Cloud9, they have a team fighting composition. How are they going to get there?
They're really going to have to focus around trying to make sure that XU remains strong as he scares off the Duck to start the game. Not looking so good right now, XU, but he needs to be able to get these orbs. He needs to be able to find some skirmishes, even if they're not necessarily resulting in kills, so that he can get that evolution. It is so important to the way that XU wants to play this Kane out. And if it is really his first time on stage now, we've got a lot to pay attention to, because it is not the easiest champion to play. You have very limited tools from what you're trying to do, and it's so focused on your ability to move around these fights, especially using your E. And so, honestly, I'm kind of impressed with how they're starting off. This looks practiced, where Speedo just comes down and gets a little bit of extra damage, because he knows that he can't really do anything up against the Renekton level 1.
And just going to give over priority topside. That's the thing I was worried about with Cloud9 Amateur's composition, is how long it takes anything to come online. Like, they don't really have any lanes that can play with prio early on. Maybe mid side you could make an argument for, but it's going to be XU trying to stack up with lanes that could be in rough positions throughout the entire game. And Wildcard Red, they've shown if they can win through one lane, they can win through all the lanes, they can close out games.
I think this is the problem that Cloud9 are going to have, because I agree with what you just brought up. It's hard for them to be aggressive. They might have some opportunities. Oh, okay, good. good play coming up from Breezy. They might have some opportunities around like the level 5 mark where Captain Shrimps gets, you know, pretty darn strong on the Rumble at that position. But he's also in a short lane. It's not like the Rumble top lane where you just, you know, use it to zone people off the wave. It's an Irelia in the mid lane. You can't zone them that far back. And again, we saw this before. XU spending a lot of time potentially looking for a gank, but not getting spotted. So even though he's losing time, Wildcard don't yet know that.
I still like the idea of the Kane going for those ganks, even if you're not going to get much for it. Just stacks. Just get yourself rolling a little bit faster. Ooh, Brandini heavily winning this top lane trade. Speedo very low on health. And now you're going to get spotted out here on your clear. They know that the blue buff is not there. Actually, I don't know if the ward's quite far enough over, but they're about to spot him.
Yeah, they see that it was still up, and now they see XU coming through. This isn't the same kind of thing. Diana should be winning this early on, especially when you have a Nautilus with you. So I'm a bit surprised that they're giving over. There must be a fight bottom.
Winston's joining up with Arrow on the bottom side just to make sure that they're winning that one. Speedo also still losing in this top lane matchup heavily. Brandini pushes him in, but it does look like the bottom scuttle goes over there to XU. Yeah, he picks that one up because Wildcard Red got distracted looking at the shiny AD carry on the bot side. They're like, oh, remember the game plan, get the Aphelios, kill him early.
Okay, this could be dangerous from Winston because I don't think he realizes he's doing this on vision. He does. He's going to be backing away, smells something wrong, and XU just comes over a bit too stinky, apparently. So we'll see if they want to continue fighting this, because they're still playing for this bottom lane Gromp super heavily.
Yeah, wow. Wildcard Red do not want to give this over. They have the bot lane pushing towards them, and Arrow and Daption are giving that up so that Winston can get this. Hits level 4 off of it. Is now up 1 camp clear over XU. And Bradley in the 1v1. He actually loses to Captain Shrimps. First blood over to Rumble. I guess he just wins in the mid lane matchups. Whether it's Aurelia, whether it's a LeBlanc, don't matter. He will take it. Now, more plays. The Wildcard Red are on the bottom side here. Wixie waiting to take that lantern till the opportune time and does get out.
Really smart play coming through from Wixie there to wait so he doesn't get interrupted by the dredge line. But XU brawling it out with Bradley. Shouldn't go
Bradley
down.
teleported in. He's got flash. Can he get over the wall? He will. And Bradley not flashing to follow. He knows that Captain Shrimps is there, but interesting play from XU. I guess maybe he was trying to go for those Raptors and got caught out. Wasn't quite sure.
Nah, he was crashing the wave.
Uh-oh. Bot side Breezy. Whoa! That was a lot of burst damage coming in from Daption and Arrow. Kill picked up by Arrow. Sloppy play from Breezy.
Breezy has not been having a good day. We think a lot higher of Breezy than what he's showcasing us right now, but we see another fight top lane. Speedo.
Brandini up here. He's blocking Speedo right now. He's doing a lot of damage and can stack up that Conqueror. Wow, this has been a very scrappy early game.
It has, but that's not it. You notice that right now, we said at the beginning, it's going to be difficult for Cloud9 to really build up opportunities in the lanes. They're behind, you know, about a wave, 2 waves in basically every lane. This is the 1v1 that we saw earlier, and I'm expecting, honestly, that Bradley just, like, doesn't respect the passive damage that comes out from Rumble. You don't see it in the mid lane all that often, so Captain Shrimps just gets a really big chunk in. Does he go back in?
Bradley's trying to stack up his passive on the wave right now. You see, he's got it stacking, and I think he probably just assumes,
oh, yeah, the
Aurelia.
passive.
Yeah.
Oof. Wow. Yeah, guys. Captain Shrimps plays this champion a lot. He understands how much damage the passive does, and I've been seeing a lot of strong mid laners not understand it.
He's going top side. Brandini, he's got a lot of mobility, though. I think Brandini's out of this one just fine. Yeah, no call to the Forge God. Oh, now it's up for Speedo. He could look to set it up, but they don't pull the trigger.
There's so many members here. There's 4 members of Cloud9. I think this turns into a dive.
Ooh, they are looking for it now. Call the Forge God is coming through. XU's rolling up. Freezy's there. Can they save Speedo in time? They do. And now Brandini stuck on the wrong side of his lane. Kill over to XU and a successful dive topside.
Getting traded for this Cloud Dragon, though. Again, this is one of those first points. You got to count to 4. We're all Jin on this blessed day of League of Legends, and it's giving over so much control of the bottom side of the map. Yes, you get the kill onto XU. Yes, he gets a little bit closer to transforming, but he's losing out on quite a bit of gold because Winston's going to be taking this Gromp and maybe even have time to go for the Wolves.
Again, that's both Gromps now over to Winston, and he will get the bottom scuttled this time around. Arrow also positioned aggressively with Daption, pushing Wixie off of that wave. That's another plate over Wildcard Reds. So they do end up with a 1k gold advantage.
Okay, well, we get to watch this up top once again, simply because it is the thing that just happened, and it's kind of hard for Brandini to be faulted for this. He thinks Speedo might be alone because he doesn't see anybody other than Rumble, who they now see again in the mid lane. So he feels like he can go for the 1v1, and it's true. He can go for the 1v1, but League of Legends is a game about how many friends you have, and Cloud9 definitely had more friends in the top side.
Now in the mid lane here, XU looking for a drive-by. Bradley spots him out. Winston's level 6, so XU's got to be very careful right now. He's fallen heavily behind in this jungle clear. They don't see Winston yet, now they will. He had Flash, doesn't want to hard commit to it though. Bradley's still stacking up the passive, but with Amption nearby, Captain Shrimps has to be very careful. Arrow's even level 6 right now, so Captain Shrimps could get dove.
Yeah, the gold lead coming in for Wildcard Red is big. It's a 15 CS in the top lane, 15 in
They're
the
going for it. Get Flash out of Captain
he
Shrimps. Arrow, that's a lot of damage with the Hail of Blades. But just a plate over to Wildcard.
Yeah, 15 CS everywhere, right? You know, up in the top lane, it's, you know, it's a little bit less now, but in the jungle, it's now 20. In the mid lane, it's over 30. In the bottom lane, it's about 20. So Wildcard is building leads everywhere, and this is one of their major win conditions, is just run over the early game so that Wildcard Red can't get to orange scaling. They can't get to the point where Aphelios is a threat. So you're seeing that Wixie and Brazy have to stand so far back from this wave because they have no vision control. They won't know where the jungler is, and if you take a look at the river, there's so many wards there from Wildcard Red, so they will know if XU shows up.
It's a dangerous gambit to say, hey, we're going to sacrifice the early game and play for a late game against Wildcard Red, because Wildcard Red have shown themselves to be a team that when they get those early leads, they can just absolutely stomp you and hard snowball those leads into bigger advantages. They're currently 1,500 up right now. Arrow is looking at XU right now in this brush. XU does not realize he's spotted. Daption's coming up. Fate's Call's available for Arrow. He's got the mana for it. Is Captain Shrimp's going to spot the side? He doesn't even go for it. XU hits level 6. He's looking to get into the wall. Daption locks him down before he can. Oh, XU. He just wanted level 6.
The patience, though, from Arrow is so impressive. Doesn't go for the fight right away. And remember, for Kane, like, if you start taking damage as you're starting to run through the wall, your time is severely limited. I think you're capped at, like, 1, maybe 2 seconds once you start taking damage in the wall. So he just gets popped right on out on the wrong side. Needed to flash almost instantly and gives over a kill. And it's 2,000 gold at only 9.5 minutes with not a lot of kills getting picked up from Wildcard. This is just them being better laners overall, with winning matchups everywhere.
Exactly. Now a 35 CS advantage to Bradley in this mid lane with the wave frozen in front of him. We haven't really seen the Rumble accomplish much. I'm just going to say it. The idea of this pick, try and put... it's a suppose. You know what? Yes. Yeah, how shame on me for forgetting that.
It's not nothing.
But yeah, that's not nothing. You're right. But hasn't gotten out of lane to help affect other lanes like we were expecting as we get a replay of this. Yeah, XU. Daption blocking him.
Bonking him on the head. Little field mouse. XU trying to get out. And it's not the same kind of effectiveness as we were seeing in the Lee Sin. You still got a lot of game left to play, but it's very tough. He's going to be zoned away from his own Raptor camp now from Winston and Bradley.
Oh, Bradley. Wait, he's just going to die again? Okay! I think Captain Shrimps can hear me. He was like, how's this? If I'm not being impactful enough for you. Another solo kill to Captain Shrimps.
Man, I feel like we see this so much. Hold up.
No Fate's Call. No Callista even nearby. It's just Winston there. Yeah, okay. This is huge for Cloud9.
This is a lot of gold. This is a lot of tempo that they're earning simply because Captain Shrimps is once again surprising people with how much damage that his Rumble actually does. XU coming down is faster than Daption, but doesn't have the wave in a great spot just quite yet. Not going to be able to go for this dive, and it does mean that Arrow is going to survive, but the CS lead bottom lane has largely been equalized. It was about 20 earlier, now it's only about 10. So that's a big difference that Wixie and Brazy have been able to turn on its head when Daption leaves.
Let's take a look at the gold if Prodigies can pull that up for us, because all those plates also going over to Wixie. Yeah, only a 400 differential now between them. So even though Arrow has 2 kills on the Callista early game, it's not like it's that doomed here for Wixie. The primary win condition, remember, for Cloud9 Amateurs composition, they need this Aphelios to output damage in these team fights with this kind of front-to-back team fighting composition. Although, that mid lane, Captain Shrimps, despite being 30 CS down, he's also dead even because of the solo kills that he got.
Okay. Well, Wildcard Red are doing a better job at counting than Cloud9 is, and they're going to be getting themselves a second dragon here. The Cloud Dragon, the Mountain Dragon, and hey, we're going to be granted another Infernal Soul game today, Kingus. We're going to see a lot more damage coming through relatively soon. Wildcard, already halfway to picking up the Infernal Soul, are going to be very happy with this position so far.
And the thing about last time is Cloud9 were able to delay that a little bit because they had a comp that could fight them early on. They can't really do that with this comp, though.
Am I crazy? They did pick up another dragon, right?
Yes.
Or is that... Okay.
Should be, yeah, because the terrain has changed, so it is the Infernal Soul. I was gonna say we got the
okay. There we go.
Production.
Producers and us agree now. Yep. Sometimes you have to go back and remind yourselves, like, was that this game? Was that the previous game? But we do see both dragons now on the field, and Speedo getting jumped on. Winston's close.
He's doing a lot of damage, and yeah, Winston's looking for it, but Warren is really tough to chase down, especially when he's got the tabby or the plated steel caps along with that bramble vest and even extra cloth armor, opting heavily into armor just to survive Brandini, but he could get dove.
True. It looks like he's backing away. One fun fact about Ornn, you know, because he gets 10% bonus HP. He might get dove, so we'll get back to that potentially. But he gets 10% bonus HP and 10% armor and MR. So the way that the math actually works is, for the amount of items that Ornn builds, he is actually just 21% tankier than he has any right to be relative to the items that he buys. So it's deceptively difficult to kill an Ornn simply because of how much extra he gets from his gold efficiency in items. So they're going to be backing away, and now we might get our first real team fight, and Cloud9 might be able to show off the prowess with these champions.
They don't have the Mythic yet on Wixie, but he is in the mid lane. Not able to lock down the Rift Herald or kill it before the charge. So that's just plate gold over to Wildcard Red. But crucially, that's not the turret cracked. If that mid turret goes down, that really opens Bradley up on the map and allows him to get out of lane that much quicker, because he has been kind of stuck here still against Captain Shrimps, and he's not looking to be stuck against a Rumble that has solo killed him twice.
I think it's okay for Bradley, though, right? He's still even in the gold, so he can start roaming around, but this is part of why I love, like, Ziggs games, simply because the dynamism isn't quite here in this game, because people are kind of stuck in their lanes really heavily. You don't get the turrets going down as quickly, you don't get the same kind of, like, safety all over the map, and so the game is kind of just holding here where everybody's currently still in their lanes, and Wildcard have to be happy with this, because up until very recently they were winning very heavily in terms of the CS across all the maps, or across all the lanes, and should be able to convert that into another advantage as we get closer and closer to the third dragon of the game.
I mean, you say they should be happy. I also feel like Cloud9 Amateur might be happy with this game state, because they're like, hey, sweet, it's not that accelerated. Yeah, we've given over 2 dragons, but nothing's really blown up right now as they look to make a play onto Brandini top side. Teleport comes in, though. Winston's here. The re-engage from Wildcard Red. And Cloud9 Amateur, they were not looking for that kind of play. Winston will take down Speedo, as well as XU Folly, and Captain Shrimps is here, but he's stunned under the turret. Brandini with the plays. That's 3 kills over to Wildcard Red.
Brutal. Cloud9 try and break the stalemate with not a lot going on in the lanes, and then suddenly we see the teleport come through. Winston reads it beautifully. They're ready for this big fight. Everybody comes through, and now they're diving bottom lane.
Oh, Arrow wants some of this as well. They're like, hey, action topside, we feel left out. They're looking to go past the turret there, and not getting the better for it, but they will still crack the top turret and the mid. Huge gold swings to Wildcard.
This is the wild card. A lot of people were kind of expecting this. This is the wild card that was dominating the other tournaments and is now starting to just exert their will over the game. We can take a look at this again, but notice the fact that there is no teleport on Captain Shrimp's Rumble, whereas there is a teleport from Bradley's Irelia, so he's able to get here significantly faster. This normally takes about 25 seconds to get from the mid lane to the top lane, and it's cut down to 4 seconds for Bradley. That's 20 seconds where he's able to be here before Captain Shrimps can really interact, and just having the extra time of the 3v2 is going to result in this big lead. They get all 3 kills as people trickle in, and then they can move Renekton into the mid lane to pick up the mid lane turret as well.
Yeah, something that we hadn't really highlighted as we see the rest of the 2v2 that doesn't result in kills is the fact that Captain Shrimp's taken Ignite is for lane. It's so that he can get those solo kills. And he got 2, but we see what a teleport does for a team. You can make these cross-map plays and defensive plays, because it was Cloud9 that actually started that one up. But actually, Cloud9 now can play again onto the top side, giving over the Dragon. They're not even going to contest this one, so this will be third over to Wildcard Red. They look to maybe dive Bradley.
Uh-oh. Okay, Speedo, yeah. You have to remember that because he has both the Bramble and
this is really awkward.
Cinder. Yeah, he has to do something, but he would just naturally tank the
XU can get out, but Speedo can't. So, okay, Speedo gets the ultimate, but he's just going to die. Yeah, XU can't do anything but watch. Still not even Red Kane. That was an awkward position for Speedo to be in.
This is crumbling, Kingist. We're losing a lot of opportunity for Cloud9 to bring this game back into the fold. They have a long time to wait before they start getting the Ornn items to come through, before he gets the levels necessary to start upgrading people and artificially increasing their effective gold. And they're losing across the map. The only person who might be, like, maybe still ahead is Captain Shrimp.
If we can... Oh, okay. Arrow's looking for the engaged bot side as there's also a fight on the Herald, and they'll catch him. Okay, Wixie's down. Both summoner spells used. If we can jump to the Herald now to see what's happening here. Breezy hits a death sentence. That's actually huge. Winston, stopwatch, keeps him alive.
No equalizer.
And he's still healing up off of the Herald. They get the Rift Herald. They get XU. Wildcard Red just can't lose anything right now. Kills bot side, kills on the Herald, and the objective picked up. They are massively in the lead with 8,000 gold. They'll even go for this red buff. Captain Shrimps is still around though. Winston, you don't have the smite anymore. It does just come up. Okay, he smites it away. Can he even take the 1v1 against Captain Shrimps? He's doing a lot of damage. Breezy's here. Flash, Flay. Hasn't thrown the death sentence yet, but Captain Shrimps will pick up the kill. Says thanks for the red buff.
Does pick it up, so that is nice, but it feels like this curveball that Cloud9 are trying to throw Wildcard, they are knocking it out of the park as we get to watch this once again. This is part of why Kalista plus any engage support is so dangerous, because it gives you such a long engage range, right? Just look at how far they're able to get. He even uses the Gale Force to try and leave and still gets caught. And we were already looking at the Kalista coming in from Arrow as being this big potential deciding factor due to how chaotic some of these games and some of these fights could really be. And on the other side of the map, as you said, XU is still not transformed yet, doesn't have the damage necessary, isn't sustaining, doesn't really do a whole lot on this Kayn, and the only reason why this even looks okay is because Winston overextends for a red buff.
Yeah, Captain Shrimps picks up another kill, now 3-1. Also, tiny little note on that bottom play. It was from that earlier 2v2 scrap that did amount to kills, but Daption got a ward down. And because of that ward, they could see that Wixie stuck around and then go for that play. Really cool small note there. Happy to see Vision used to such success here for Wildcard Red. 3 dragons, Souls up in 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Baron in 20 seconds itself. And with this kind of gold lead, 8k in the lead right now. We're at 7.5. They can also make a pick on a Breezy. I was trying to set up the next play, but it's already happening. Equalizer down. Winston, Bradley taking a lot of damage. Breezy's still alive, but Daption over the wall now. Arrow's here too. A double kill to Bradley, and even with a 3-man Ornn ultimate, I don't think it's going to be enough. Wixie's joined in, but no! His front line's already dead!
Oh no, look at anybody!
Speedo's going to go down a full team fight ace, 5-0 over to Wildcard.
Inhibitor is going to be cracked off of this one, Kingist. They're dropping this. They're getting so much, and they're also rotating to the Baron. It's a clean ace, and they're going to get a lot off of it. We'll see if the Rift Herald by itself can actually take down the structure, because Bradley going to instead walk over to this Baron and contribute what he can to this fight. But there's so much that goes well here for Cloud9 in terms of what they're potentially looking for. XU starts his time by hitting this, but look at how long Bradley actually stands on top of this. And Winston too, it just doesn't do that much damage right now. Speedo gets another 3-man ultimate. They're getting everything they could ask for, and they're still
Bradley's
losing.
in a 1v3! Bradley's in a 1v3! And he still takes down XU. I don't even know how that started, but he's looking for more. He gets a double kill. He's on the equalizer, but it doesn't matter. Captain Shrimp's looking for it. He does get the shutdown, but Brandini's joined in. The Crocodile picks up a double for himself. Locked under the turret by Speedo, but he's out. Yeah, wow, Wildcard Red's mid laner, Bradley, styling on Cloud9 Amateur right now.
6-3-7, and it's happening at a terrible time. Captain Shrimps is not going to be able to walk out to this dragon in time, so we're going to see Wildcard Red. They get this turret, maybe one more turret, and then they can back away. We see the picture-in-picture. I think this is the replay where we see Bradley getting this big fight, and it looks potentially good because they just have a 3v1, but he's like, haha, I'm still Irelia, you're dead, and now you're dead.
Yeah, with the Gourd Drinker, too. Yeah, he's getting revenge for how Laney Phase went now. Call the Forge God onto Winston, the knockup, double for Speedo. Death sentence, lots of CC, and Wixie's untouched so far. He takes a huge chunk of damage though, and they don't have enough. Wildcard Red are just too big right now. XU got his evolution just in time to watch the final gray screen before they lose the game.
Wow.
A triple kill to Bradley, and Wildcard Red yet again making their way into the semifinals, chasing that three-peat victory. The Tier 2 Gauntlet dream stays alive. Wildcard Red take down Cloud9 Amateur.
Game 1 looked competitive, but Game 2 was all Wildcard. They've really stacked the deck on this one, King. It says it just looks like there's nothing left for Cloud9 to do, and this was our best competitor previously. Now they're looking for an opportunity to just run, as you said, pick up the Grand Slam with one of the top teams already out of the way. Who's going to be able to come up against Wildcard and push them to a Game 5 next? Or are they just going to prove once and for all that there is nobody that compares to them in Amateur?
It's going to be tough after a performance like that. Game 1 was close. We'll give it to Cloud9 Amateur. They were fighting. They were making Wildcard Red work for it, and Wildcard Red were on the back foot for most of that game. But then if you go for a late game focused team fight comp with no priority lanes and a Kayn that can't really do anything in the early game, it's like, what do you expect? Wildcard Red, they've showed us what they can do if you give them this kind of composition. Oh man, what a game. Joshi, that's going to be it for our run here for EGL. It's been a pleasure having you on the desk with me, man, for all these crazy stories, the crazy games. We had all last week and now a couple games this week. So what are your thoughts, final closing thoughts on how the event's shaking up so far?
I mean, we're still seeing so much Amateur going through. No matter what we do, it always feels like there's upsets as teams are showing up. Other teams are looking for their way to continue improving, and this was no different, right? Cloud9 still had a very competitive game with what everybody's looking at as a top Amateur team. We got a lot more League of Legends left to play, so we have another series coming up too with TJ and Cubby. You're not going to want to miss it, but for now, I just want to say I had a great time. Thanks for bringing us onto the EGL desk, and continue watching Amateur. It's a great scene. We got lots of talent coming up.
And continue watching throughout the day, because you're right, we got another series shaking out after this. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk, though, to break down what happened in this series and to further congratulate Wildcard Red. So, Rafa and the desk, take it away.
Thanks, Kangas and Joshi, and wonderful stuff on commentating the first series of the day. That will do it for Kangas and Joshi as they make their departure from EGL. And TGA and Cubby will be coming in for our second series of the day. But one thing I wanted to point out, Jolly and Rebel, is before we get any further, we need to give a proper salute and goodbye to Kangas and Josh here. If I can just pull up Exhibit A real quick. When you get Kangas and Josh, a big brain like Joshi, and powerful flexing arms like Kangas, who is literally just Braum, you get this, which is the power of wide flex Joshi right here, which, I mean, my goodness, this if Kangas and Joshi had a child, this would be the offspring right here, and I just want a moment for the audience to just admire. And you know what, I'm going to try to step out of frame because this is all about wide Joshi right now.
Oh my goodness. Did you do this yourself, Rafa?
Yes. I made the Photoshop adjustment as necessary, as I will pull down the exhibit. Going down.
Next outfit is going to be this one.
Yes.
So yeah, we've decided, and he has to carry a Poro around everywhere with him as well. So Kangas, get to working on the tattoos, I suppose, and I'll start the paulders.
Have you seen his Braum cosplay transformation video? Because that's something you should actually check out.
Yes.
That is actually an
amazing.
Amazing piece of
worth
content.
everyone checking out, whether or not you like Braum. And if you don't, I don't want to hear about it.
How can you not like Braum?
Yeah.
The heart is the strongest muscle. I'm like,
Right?
Mother
always said, don't lose. Like, he's just so happy.
And he's so happy, he's so strong, and he's so wholesome. He is a big, strong guy, but he's got a gentle heart. And I think that's, that's what everyone wants in this world. Now, Wildcard Red, we're not going to take too long with this series because this game 2 was so dominating, and I'm not really going to say that we didn't expect it, because we did kind of expect it. Cloud9 Amateur was the one that gave us a little bit of surprise in how they opened game 1, but the Lee Sin being taken away, and then they went for the Kayn pick. I want to bring up something. Apparently, we don't know if XU was memeing or not, but there was comms saying, first time Kayn, no joke. So, considering that they're all... Considering Wildcard Red and Cloud9 Amateur are already slotting through to the Proving Grounds tournament in September, maybe Cloud9 Amateur wanted to limit test a little bit. In theory, you have this massive team fighting composition, but Wildcard Red just never let them get there in the first place.
Nah, they had a bunch of champions that were capable of skirmishing early, which was the biggest problem for me, because it's like, okay, if you're on the side of Cloud9, they say, okay, we're going to go for later game team fight. We're going to try to set up the 5-on-5 take challenges into you, and that was their bet. And then they draft Kayn, which is like an early skirmishing champion, because you need to get souls and stuff, and we talked about it a couple of times. Outside of Captain Shrimps, they weren't able to find much early. That bot lane got unleashed upon everybody on the map, which was terrible for C9. And the worst of all of it, Kayn didn't get to skirmish and didn't have a transformation until 18 minutes into the game. Like, it's disaster top to bottom. So it was just too hard of a snowball from a team that's already good at team fighting, where Wildcard, like, they know how to play this. They know exactly how to put their pieces together. C9 said, we're going to play your game, and Wildcard was not having any of it. Not.
There were a couple of picks I wish I had seen. Speedo locked in the Ornn. I would have loved to see Speedo's Gnar going into that Renekton. That would have been spectacular, giving them a little bit more skirmish opportunities as well, potentially. The extra movement for that Kayn, for XU to be able to kind of maybe involve themselves. So, it definitely does feel as though Wildcard, they're just that little much of a step ahead in terms of the cohesion of the team overall, which is to be expected based on how much this team has really accomplished over the last couple of months.
Yeah, not to take anything away from Wildcard Red, I mean, they came out as the better team going into the series, right? And Cloud9 Amateur, we've definitely seen a ton of growth and development from this roster over, but, Wildcard Red, they are going for that Grand Slam, and they are still en route. And off stream, we actually got our other confirmed semifinalists that will be taking on Wildcard Red, as our next exhibit is actually going to be 100 Thieves next, as these guys 2-0 stopped Supernova. I mean, like, if Rebel, if you want to read some of the results and some of the KDA scores, I know you were kind of fanboying over Young Mid's Aurelia in the playoffs results.
Yeah, I got to catch the end of game number 1, and I think at 29 minutes, the score was something like 22-6, with everybody having a positive KDA. And in game 2, I wasn't able to do too much because we were busy watching, of course, Wildcard versus C9. But I was able to catch that, I think, somewhere in the 10 to 15 minute range. It was 6-0 with a 4K gold advantage. To say that it was a dominating victory, I don't think is enough. I'm going to introduce you to the word obliterated, because I think that's the only way to describe how dominating that 100 Thieves was able to be over top of Supernova. So this excites me a lot, because 100 Thieves finally stepping into just like being obscenely good, which is what we've wanted for them all split. Now get to test their mettle against our best team, who has just gone undefeated for the most part, barring one series out of Risen. And so this is the testament. You beat Wildcard Red, 100 Thieves is in it to win it. Like that's the team to beat from that point on, because now we see excitement. And Wildcard get a testament against now what is a young stud team. So I'm excited to see that too.
For 100 Thieves next, I mean, that between other LCS amateur teams that have kind of risen up, something that me and Jolly have been really excited about, just to see the growth from players in both of these rosters. And then like on the other side of the bracket as well, in TSM Amateur, a newer LCS amateur team that is, during Challengers Uprising didn't show the best results. Risen also didn't manage to get out of the groups, but then EGL, first seed, overtaking Cloud9 Amateur. And while Cloud9 Amateur in this game 2 against Wildcard Red didn't look as formidable against Wildcard Red, the game 1, still showing signs of brightness and some marks of brilliance here. TSM Amateur will be taking on Evil Genius's Prodigies in our next upcoming series, where TJ and Cubby will be taking over the action. And as we get ready to close out for an extended break until we get ready for that series later on in the day, I do want to point out that wonderful Joshi picture. I accidentally took credit for it, and it was my mistake. It's actually to Smack's cast. So Smacks
he did that to you.
He did
you wrong.
Hey, I need a full screen on the message here.
I just all right.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm sorry, buddy. It's I did not ill-intentionally try to take credit. It was just kind of put on the spot, and I was like, I guess so, because I don't remember how I got the image into my folder. So I was like, I must have done it, but immediately Smack started pinging me. He's like, "How dare you take credit for my work?" It's like, don't worry. I will give you I will give you credit.
You get your own little template. You get a sorry template screen. There you go, Smacks. All is forgiven.
All is forgiven. We all love Smack. So give Smack's cast some love in the chat if he is in there chilling, or on Twitter, as he has been a wonderful Wild Rift trio partner along with Alec Battery as well. So as we are wrapping up this first series, we're going to be taking a little bit of time away. I'm not sure how many minutes we'll be taking until we get ready, or about 10-15 minutes here as we take an extended break. Make sure to take some time, folks, to get up and stretch, get some food in your system, maybe some drinks. Always got to stay hydrated, even in the hot summer sun here, as you don't want to get your throat too dry, as we'll definitely be taking a break as well. But we'll see you in a few, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for our second series of the day in Evil Geniuses Prodigies taking on TSM Amateur. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of how these two teams are going to be expected to play out against each other, I want to take a look back at the groups that these two teams had to play out in and being able to get to this quarterfinal matchup in the first place, starting with Group B, where TSM Amateur emerged as the #1 seed, where we just saw the second seed of that same group drop 0-2 to Wildcard Red, but in it, we have to remember, Jolly, that Cloud9 Amateur were the ones that made it all the way to the Risen Finals. So for TSM Amateur to not only beat out Cloud9 Amateur, but also a team in Resolve who we were expecting and having just higher expectations going into the summer. There's still things for them to work out on, but it is a mark of fast improvement from this squad here.
Oh, so much so. And they've already got a lot of cohesion on this team of TSM Amateur. Eclipse in the top, Frost Forest in the jungle, and Doxa in the mid lane specifically. Already we know, being very familiar with the collegiate scene, that Winthrop is where they still reside as well. So they have a lot of cohesion as a team. And then throw somebody like Donbray in there, who's one of the younger members here, only 17 years old, but really willing to pull out some of the champions that we love to see. It is incredible how quickly these amateur teams have just jumped up in terms of technical skill and communication.
The other thing, too, to note about TSM Amateur is that you have a good mix of not only, as Jolly pointed out, synergy in the collegiate space thanks to Doxa and Frost Forest coming from Winthrop University, but you also have former Academy talent from Gorka, who was in Golden Guardians Academy, and he's also no stranger to the collegiate scene as he came from, I want to say, University of Western Ontario as a...
Western University, I think.
Oh, Western... Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Western University. He was... Now, cool thing about Gorka is that he was a top laner at one point for this squad, even though he is primarily a marksman. And so, if you remember Rebel during one of the collegiate or the C-LOL championships a couple years ago, or maybe either 2019, there was a point where he was playing top lane, and then he pulls out Vayne top lane because it's like, hey guys, you have to remember, I was a marksman player when my career first started.
And I wonder if we get another callback like that, because you know that like Mundo sent us something that we've seen, so he can call back to his top lane days and give us a little bit of a shout out like that. I don't think it's going to happen, but like there is that as well to play into that story. But yeah, when it comes to like TSM, obviously our expectations for a bunch of these teams have always been high when they've got this like name from the LCS attached to them, and TSM has lived up to it pretty much, I think, faster than what we've seen from other teams. Where like 100 Thieves was really good when they first started, but recently like their team has taken a bit to get online. C9 took a couple steps to get online. EGP was firing from the start, but they picked up an entire squad from Zenith. But the TSM squad has kind of fit into this very quick level of play that is unexpected, I think, for what we've seen in the past. But it is very much good for them. They've got carries in multiple roles. They're starting to be able to put their pieces together as it's shown within this group. And it's really nice to see that TSM's players, because we love all of them so much for how much we've seen them inside of Collegiate, having covered them for so long. It's really start to put it together for the squad to do well.
Now, for TSM Amateur, all the praise that we are giving to them, mainly off the back of just this rapid, fast development that they've made within the past month. As this TSM Amateur roster, when you look at the full scope of it, Frost Force being added in over Infectrix near the end of, I want to say, June, before Risen started. Or actually before near the end of May, before Risen started, as that roster came together. It had mixed results in Risen, but then EGL, they're here in quarterfinals, right? All of this, it's great, it's awesome to see, but we got to look at Evil Geniuses Prodigies, and we cannot disrespect them or disservice them in any shape or way or form, because this was by far the most dominant LCS amateur affiliated team. This is the king when it comes to all the squads that are rising up. I know 100 Thieves next. They're going to go into semifinals against Wildcard Red. TSM Amateur are sprouting up. Cloud9 Amateur also looking good in the summer. But Evil Geniuses Prodigies are still where the bee's knees are. And for EGP, they will not be playing with Shoryu today. They will be playing with Saskio. But it just goes to show that even in using a sub, I mean, this is a formidable 80 carry player that is coming in. And it's someone that, quite respectfully, Jolly, that Doxa and Frost Force are going to be very, very, very familiar with, because they literally just played together in their last collegiate invitational over at the Gateway Legends a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, Sasuke retired. Not retired entirely.
They keep bringing him back, man.
They keep bringing him back. He just can't retire. He's too dang good. And this is one of those players where, I mean, in the last year, when I think of certain champions, when I think of Kaisa, I think of last year's Sasuke. And there's just so much power that this guy holds within that bottom lane. But Frostforce and Doxa know exactly how much power is there. I mean, they very, very recently played together, like you said, for Winthrop. And so to have a little bit of a face-off already, especially across these 3 lanes, to have the jungle and the mid laners of Frostforce and Doxa, where they tend to keep a lot of focus, looking over at EGP and Sasuke down at the bottom there with Skytech, where they have a lot of focus. So this is going to be a very, very dynamic game, really showing us just how strong each of these teams are in terms of their win conditions, which are in different areas of the map.
The other thing, too, is that when we look at probably the most exciting matchup in this quarterfinals, it is going to be in the jungle between Frostforce and Tomio. And I know that Rebel might be given the little eyeballs like, hey, you know what, just because he's from Utah doesn't make him the favorite matchup. But when you look at how well TSM Amateur have been able to come through, Frostforce, that addition over Infectrix, started gluing the pieces together. And then you have to look at Tomio, who is by far one of the top jungle prospects that we've had since the beginning of spring when Evil Genius Prodigies first made their debut. They had a strong finish in Proving Grounds towards the April, and Tomio was always the person that was able to really be the architect for a lot of their victories in the spring, and Tomio still gets to reign supreme in this jungle meta as of now.
Tomio won my heart when he played in Risen the first split in the semifinals against Zeus Gaming when he pulled out Rengar and had like 14 kills or something like that. Went absolutely off. You can't not support him in every single matchup. He is somebody who tends to carry a lot of the carry potential for EGP, so there is that to consider as well. He's pretty resource heavy when it comes to not only what he plays like, but also his champion pool, because he does like some of these things that tend to like resources very heavily in the early game, like support. But when you have somebody like Aspect in the mid lane, that's really helpful. Whereas on the other side, Doxa tends to pull a bit more when it comes to like jungle resource. It's more so that they play to Doxa, and on the other side we see play to Tomio, which we're sure to see some interaction between mid and jungle, because that's going to be exciting across the map. The big thing for this jungle matchup is, of course, like what kinds of champions are they pulling out, because we have a bunch of champions that can duel with each other. We saw Lee Sin versus Diana in our first series of the day, and I'm curious if we get anything like that again, because this pure checking skill I think will head towards Tomio's abilities. And if he shuts down Frostforce, then all of a sudden that also kind of cuts off Doxa. But if he doesn't, and all of a sudden you get support for the likes of Frostforce, Doxa's unleashed on the map because he's receiving resources, and things open up for TSM, which is one of the best ways they've been able to take games.
The other thing to consider, too, is that Tomio, I mean, we know that during the spring split, it was a lot of Udyr Hekra meta, which, for many jungle enthusiasts might be more of the Resident Sleeper kind of meta. But, Tomio, he's an Evil Genius's boy, and there's something in the water that they drink over there, but their Nidalees are so damn good. You look at the entire rosters all the way in LCS and in Academy and here in Amateur. Tomio's Nidalee, amazing. Contract Nidalee, amazing. Svenskeren Nidalee, incredible. Like, I don't know if we'll be getting a Nidalee game in this series, but Frostforce has been putting in quite the work on the Lee Sin, as we saw in last week's Group Day stage matchups against Cloud9 Amateur, which I mean, first of all, playing Lee Sin into the face of XU, who just tried to do his best in Game 1 of Wildcard Red earlier today, was absolutely, that's something that, just cannot be understated here. So I hope that we get some exciting skirmishers in the jungle. And before we throw for our first game of the day, we actually wanted to take some time to address something, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't get a chance to see this, but we actually have a special shout out to one of our players from Wildcard Red that just completed their series. It is Mr. Arrow, and it's their birthday today. So first of all, happy birthday for you, my friend. Thank you so much for not only playing in Proving Grounds and being part of Wildcard Red, because I think he already knows how much Wildcard appreciates having him, not only as a player in their roster, but also he's been someone, as we've talked to other players, that he's been trying to help be a coach and a mentor to other developmental rosters that are in the Wildcard structure as well. So, awesome stuff to him, and nice way to capitalize with a win, advancing into semifinals and one step closer towards that Grand Slam in the Proving Grounds for the Tier 2 tournaments. But Cubby and Mr. TJ, the Jolly, what was the duo name that are pitching for themselves?
Oh goodness. Oh, I'm not gonna remember it.
The down bad plaid lads.
That
yes!
was it. Yeah, sorry. That was the name that I
Ladies
came up with. Down bad for the plaid lads.
Yes.
Because they call themselves the plaid lads.
Ladies
plaid
and
lads. So
yes, you
Get
have
ready.
to, gamers, you have to understand, when we bring these two handsome gentlemen, you are going to be down bad for these plaid lads. TJ and Cubby, take it away.
Thank you very much, Rafa. For the longest time, I thought I didn't own any plaid. And then I think, Cubby, it was just the fact that I've been casting more with you. We were doing League Day a ton. And I opened up my closet this morning, and this jacket was actually just there waiting for me.
Wow.
So I knew it was time to be the plaid lads.
Well, I'm glad that we could be the Plaid Lads for the second quarterfinals matchup of the day, because TJ, we've got two LCS orgs. Their amateur team is playing for some pretty high stakes. If they win this best of 3, they have a 2 out of 3 shot of making Proving Grounds. There are 2 spots. Wildcard Red already has 1. And so you just have to win one of the best of 5s in semis or finals, or third place match to get through. But that starts with this best of 3. You have to take this set to be able to get that 2 out of 3 shot. We're going to have to see which team can do it in the end.
Cubby, I understand what you're saying, but this is some, like, esports coach thing where
Okay.
you're like, it's just probability. We've got a 2 out of 3 shot. They're
This is
through
true.
to semifinals. They still got to win the games.
I mean,
Let's talk
of
about-
course they're trying to win the tournament, but the golden nugget, of course, being Proving Grounds. It's pretty high stakes.
All right. Let's talk about the teams themselves. We can keep that coach energy rolling, as TSM have been coming into this with their best performance thus far as a roster. EGP are kind of also struggling to set a new standard for this roster, as they've been underperforming maybe compared to our expectations from the Evil Genius Prodigies name.
Starting off with EGP, it's tough to beat what they did in the last split. I mean, a 5th, 6th finish in Proving Grounds as a 3rd team for EG. They were beating out about half the academy teams that we have in the league. Of course, that was at the hands of Shiro, was helping out. That new bot
Now
lane for them, just the youth of Skytech, and trying to meld him in with Shoryu. I think that EGP have actually played well, but underperformed, and it's kind of fun talking with both these teams, because TSM feels like they're in the same boat. I know talking with Gorka, he feels like they should have made it out of groups in Risen, that their play was almost there, it just wasn't polished enough, and some of that inexperience, that more development that comes with playing more of these competitive games was needed, as TSM, this is the first time they've been in the quarterfinals in the 3 Proving Ground tournaments that we've had. They topped their group, a tough group at that, as C9, AM, and Resolve were in there. OQ was even taking games off those teams too. I think that TSM comes in very battle-tested, and EGP are going to be up against a pretty tough competition in this one.
And I'm excited because some of the names on both these teams have been promising names around for the last couple of seasons, so getting to see these rosters finally kind of click is the promise of this tournament and is the promise of this best of 3. Let's talk draft itself. The bans are through and we're into our first picks. Viego priority continues as Saskio comes in. We kind of saw this coming.
So Saskio, if you are not familiar with
Varus.
Saskio, we have a few fun storylines or narratives about him, because he won CLOL with Winthrop, and his teammates there were Doxa and Frostforce, and Saskio is literally the collegiate GOAT. I mean, he has won 3 CLOLs playing for 2 different schools at 2 different positions too. No other school or player has won 3 CLOLs. He is the greatest CLOL player of all time, and what he's been doing after his graduation, well, he actually got a brand new spanking computer. He's got his Maryville championship ring in there. He's been streaming. So he's been doing that and coaching, and an E-sub was required for today. Shoryu, he's alright, just couldn't make the game, so Sasuke is going to try and step in and step up and beat his old teammates, and Doxa and Frostforce, who have been playing good and already have this lethal LeBlanc Lee Sin duo they've been playing throughout this tournament to great effect.
And I'm not saying this is what made the decision. Sasuke is a very good player, as you've outlined. But if I'm Coach Ida, over on the EG side, and I go, hang on, we can get the inside scoop. We can get the angle on what TSM's core want to do. I don't know. Maybe it's an extra bonus. Let's talk through what gets locked in. You're right. I was talking about the Varus priority. This is one of Saskio's favorite characters. Certainly something he was experienced on. Certainly something we saw coming. So did TSM, it looks like, because they prioritized the tools to get into that backline. You already have Lee Sin and LeBlanc, who are going to be very scary threats to the Varus during these games. We also get something that Rafa was hyping up during this first pick phase, which is, of course, the Tomio Nidalee.
And both these teams, right off the bat, they're actually drafting comps we expect them to do just because it fits their style. I think TSM, it's all about Frost Force kind of enabling Doxa, and that's really what gets them off the ground and running, as Doxa is a player that has some insane moments with his own play, but needs that help to get off the ground sometimes. Frost Force was able to do that in Collegiate and is now doing that for TSM Amateur, whereas for EGP, especially with Saskio in, we're expecting this to be the Tomio show and him enabling Surdy and getting that Renekton Nidalee combo. That's exactly a combo that you can use to try and get Surdy going in that top lane.
What's exciting to me seeing the Zoe as well, if that's what gets thrown in for Aspect, is it's a degree of safety for Aspect. This is actually something that a lot of EG, I remember EG Academy 2 splits ago, good lord, time's going, this was one of the team's compositions that they really liked, because you could throw out the bubbles and use it as kind of a poke form of CC for the team, and keep that Zoe very safe, which is frankly what you want in a lane with Doxa on the other end of it.
And Aspect and Tomio and Doxa and Frost Force, just as players, it's different because we talked about Frost Force enabling Doxa, but Aspect I actually think is very slept on, and he really enables Tomio. He does his job. He gets very minimal resources, but he's so effective with what he's given. And he's going to have a tough challenge up against Doxa, but if anyone's going to be up for the task, I really think it's Aspect. He's a very slept-upon player that we have in semi-pro. As we're wrapping up both of these drafts, TJ, I know we've been trying to lay down some of the storylines, but over these drafts, TSM, right off the bat, it looks like they're going to be using that Gangplank Ezreal to try and control space, to play weak side top and bot, and just try and get Doxa going. It's all about that Lee Sin LeBlanc duo, whereas for EGP, they've got 3 lanes with Gank Assist in Italy. Tomio can go wherever he wants to try and get some help to make things happen.
There's CC anywhere Tomio shows up. There's good engage anywhere Tomio shows up. And that means, as you're correct to identify, it is the Tomio show for EG. So we'll keep an eye on that jungle duo, as Frost Forest has a very narrow mission statement. I think the Gangplank obviously benefits from aid, but the mission is, let's get Doxa going, let's make this LeBlanc scary enough that she can one-pop characters like the Varus in the late game. Whereas the EG side, you have the Renekton, you have the Varus, both of whom scale very well to the mid-game teamfights, where EG are hoping to come out on top, hoping to end the game before they need to deal with LeBlanc, Ezreal, GP, and they're going to be able to set that up using Tomio basically anywhere on the map. And it's time to see how it goes. Game number 1 of our best of 3.
And diving into this game 1, TJ, I want to pick up upon that last thread that you dropped, as the fact that the 1 item spike for EGP with Nidalee, with Zoe, with Forest, it's so much poke coming out from them. But if the game goes too long, and that Gangplank is able to scale, get 2-3 items, if that LeBlanc's able to get to level 16, where she gets that low cooldown ultimate, I think that's where things could get tricky for EGP, so I really want to keep our eyes on Tomio and in this matchup versus Frost Forest. I'm expecting Tomio to try and path up top and for a potential 3-wave dive to come in combined with Surdy. And I actually love the fact that Doxa, he's warding out that red, so they really want to see where Tomio starts, because if he starts on the bot side, they're going to have to instantly start to think of a game plan of how to defend Eclipse in that top side.
So, focus away from Eclipse, hopefully. I'm actually really excited. This is something you underscored briefly when it got drafted, but I want to draw the attention back over to it. GP Ezreal, whenever I see it, or occasionally we saw the Ashe GP ages ago, but whenever I see just the ability to have that double global threat across the map, it's really exciting to me because it opens up so many opportunities for team play without having to physically maneuver across the map. It's a huge boon to the team. I don't know if that's interesting to you, but if we could get kind of the coach rundown, I think that's very, very mechanically fun to see.
The global, I mean, the Ezreal one, it's like a semi-global. You can use it to assist and cut waves, but the GP is the big one, right? And if you're able to utilize that GP ult to save yourself a wave or two or turn a play when you don't have TP, that can be a big difference in these fights. It's just really going to be up to the coordination of TSM to see if they can do it. And to be fair, talking with Gorka, he thinks that's the big difference with why they're performing so well in this tournament. The fact that their coordination, it's been on point compared to past ones.
Yeah. You flagged that specifically for Donbray. You said that it was Donbray who had stepped up massively compared to previous tournaments, and a huge part of that is he looks much better with the team. Eclipse in trouble here on the top side, so I'm going to pick this up as he goes down to maybe one solid Renekton engages worth of HP, but does survive the experience.
And Surdy, part of the reason he's trading so heavily on that top side, TJ, is the fact that they're spotting Lee Sin on Raptors. Tomio is ahead in the clear on Italy, even though it's leashless, just partly thanks to the champion, partly thanks to his mechanics, as this is a champion that you have to be able to clear quickly on. It's not easy to do. And Tomio's going to get top first. Very important, as it's not a three-wave die, but oh boy, flash blown from Surdy.
Yeah, not a great start, as Surdy is really fishing for Eclipse's HP. And
yeah,
guess who's on his way up? It is Frost Forest, and he goes back in. Surdy recommitting. Big trouble calls for Eclipse, but underneath the turret, the kill will be confirmed. Eclipse stays ahead of the charge. Frost Forest, the mere threat of him is enough to force Surdy to go for that play.
I'm really curious to see how Tomio responds, because Frost Forest skipped over 3 camps to do that, and Tomio's hunting him as he doesn't spot Frost Force. He should now. Both junglers know they're there. Surdy TP back. They're going to still try and go for this play.
Surdy onto Eclipse. He's got the stun.
Beautiful.
That spear's perfect. That spear from Tomio finds the kill. And Frost Force
got a level. He can win this.
Some vengeance, but this is a 1v2, and it's even trading so far. TP in off the respawn. That's Eclipse rejoining the fight. Doxa roaming up. Eclipse steps in. Surdy nails down, zeroes down on Frost Forest, and can't complete the kill. That's very good trading from TSM Amateur.
A little bit of over-aggression coming in from EGP, but this is what we expected them to do. It's mistakes being made, but they're playing their composition outright. They have the right idea of what's going on. It's just a little bit of overextending coming in from Surdy. He's really trying to take on the mantle of the Renekton of this matchup to try and make a big difference, as we are getting replays. And this one, honestly, it's the right play from Surdy to suicide here, because you're denying gold from Frost Force. So it looks bad, but it does take away that assist gold. And then as the play rolls out, Meteos has level 4, so or I should say, Tomio has level 4, so he's able to actually go for this and hunt it down. But Eclipse uses the TP to get back to turn the play, and we just have an awkward early game posturing here, TJ.
And this was when I got kind of worried, because you can see there's just a split call here. Meteos sees the TP coming in and says, well, I gotta get out, and Surdy sees the TP coming in and says, well, I gotta try and convert the kill. And it doesn't look synced up. Here's a roam up. Again, action in the top lane as Eclipse is under threat. Surdy pushes in. Chase underneath the turret. Dox has got him. Dead to the turret. It's a 1-for-1 trade. But if you're TSM, you take that every time, because putting Tomio further behind is the mission statement.
Aggressive plays and response coming out from TSM as they're trying to fight fire with fire here early, TJ. As, of course, we talked about the fact that LeBlanc, we like her level 16 a lot, but obviously LeBlanc's known for her early skirmishing, her early ability to take these skirmishes and fight. And we see Doxa making use of that with that TP. Now, Eclipse is forced to base and will catch most of this wave. So Renekton does catch up a little bit here, but still, I love the focus and the fact that TSM, even though they have a comp that's not as good early, they're at least going for this and trying to pull off these plays.
Yeah, Doxa really swinging for the fences there, but again, I like the trade, because TSM again are trying to make this game spiral out of control, and if you're able to trade mid laner for jungler, the jungler is always going to be harder hit by that, especially during this early phase of the game. Because you have several moments there where Tomio isn't able to contest the bottom half of his jungle. Several camps get stolen away by Frost Forest. He, of course, loses vision in his own jungle as Frost Forest is able to throw some deep wards down. All of which adds up to make it, I think, worthwhile.
And you can see Tomio still hunting, still going for plays as a death sentence lands. They're trying to poke Donbray out and contest this next red buff, as they do have priority on this side as well, TJ. It's kind of a backup plan for them. If they can use that Varus, get Cryo bot, take the early dragons, but Skytech's in trouble.
Donbray going in and finding the opposing support, so over the wall comes Tomio. Donbray with a flash so narrowly survives in the same comp he said for Skytech. Now Frost Forest, wow!
Is he gonna bleed?
Narrowly escapes, the red buff's hunting
Safeguard.
him. The red buff
safeguard
will
saved
not
him.
get the kill as this safeguard keeps him alive. Very, very well played. TSM, that was right on the edge of their health bars, but they get another kill unanswered.
Oh, they just know the limits of their champions, TJ, and the fact that they're winning these plays out by such narrow margins, tragic for EGP, but also means so much for TSM as this game goes on. Because we talked about their scaling, they scale immensely into EGP's composition. The fact that things are going their way early makes things a lot harder for EGP as this game goes on. An even gold game at this point is good for TSM. It helps TSM, and now the backup plan for EGP is to start stacking up these dragons, try and enable a powerful soul, which the fact that Cloud Dragon's on the map now means that they're going to roll a good soul. So we're going to have to see if C9 can take this earlier, if they keep on hunting for plays, as Saskio has 6. Going to have to see if he looks.
Okay. Chain of Corruption will land.
Yeah,
that's an easy kill onto Donbray. So something back for EGP. As Saskio is able to land the ulti, you have a good roam from Tomio. This should be the dragon goes over, but they don't have the resources to contest across the map, so TSM are going to get the Rift Herald in answer.
And if you're TSM, this is still trading up, right? The fact that EGP weren't able to get off the ground, couldn't take this dragon before Rift Herald spawns, means that it's an even trade for TSM, and you're trading up in this situation. If you have the scaling comp, you want that gold early. You want to try and keep putting the Renekton behind, because the fact is an even matchup. GP outscales that one, and so TSMA making good decisions early here, TJ, getting the best of EGP because they're winning out on those skirmishes by such little margins.
Yeah, if you're TSM, you're looking at the gold graph. And yeah, it doesn't quite build in your advantage just in raw numbers right now. But the gold is where you want it. They've got Doxa off to a firm lead. They've got a massive advantage over Tomio in the jungle, forcing him so far behind compared to where a Nidalee normally would want to be. This is all working out for TSM.
Yeah, Tomio is still ahead thanks to some of his play, but you're right. Like, the attempts they've had, the skirmishes, the fact they're winning those out, it is preventing Nidalee from snowballing this game out of control, which is what EGP needs to do to win. As Tomio is going to complete his final camp here with the Krugs, and it looks like he's going to base, so not going for a play top, as Eclipse did time it up with his own recall. TSM will dodge out on a potential play, potential gank there, as they continue to survive this early game, TJ, and continue to give themselves a better chance to win. And once those 1-2-item spikes come in, especially in Ezreal, when you get that Divine Sunder or Mirror Mana against this team comp for EGP, it's going to be very difficult for them to lock down an Ezreal.
I've been trying to figure out in this mid lane. Ooh, Aspect, that was a mistake. He spends the blink. Donbray is just there. Very low. Frost Force finds the kill. Instant response from Tomio, though. Donbray down. Support for mid. TSM take that trade.
And that preempted flash from Tomio, it might look a little bit funky to the viewers, but he's doing that to dodge out from the kickback on Frost Force, to prevent Doxa from making a follow-up play. So it may look funky, but it was a really intelligent play from Tomio on the Nidalee.
Such clean mechanics from Tomio.
Yeah, I mean, his Nidalee is very good and well known for a reason, but Donbray, once he sees him go for the Ignite, right, that's a free W you get to land. And the reason Aspect goes down is just the kick from Frost Force. Is that preemptive flash once again from Tomio, right? Getting around Frost Force, preventing the kickback that would have put him in a doom scenario. I like the fact that Tomio is respecting that, as looks like he connected on a couple of spears in the mid lane. Maybe a sleep here from Aspect, going to force a back from Doxa. Maybe the TP, as that's actually a small win here for EGP across the map. Might open up a play for them elsewhere, as there's no more TP advantage for TSM. We're going to have to see if Tomio is able to figure things out, as we're going to have to see if they can figure things out on the tech end as we have a pause.
So what's going on in your life, Covey?
You know, I played some golf this morning. Studied some VODs for League.
How'd the golf go?
You know what? I had a 76. It was the best round I played in about a year. I used to be a really good player in high school. I don't play anymore, but we shot even on the back with 3 birdies. Not bad.
Explain what a 76 means.
It means I was 4 over par on the course. And that's pretty good.
Oh, yeah?
So, yeah. I know golf's like a different language, but, you know.
No, that was you just hit me with so many different golf words. It was you were speaking a different language. But I also know that if I'm like talking about baseball or even League of Legends to somebody else, that's how it happens. I did want to, we've just been told by production that this is going to be a little bit of a longer pause, and we can look back at those replays. I would love to see some of those skirmishes that happened in the top lane again, because I think that has kind of defined the pace of our game so far. The way that the early action broke down, just to kind of reiterate it for you, Cubby, TSM managed to get the tempo set for their win condition, which is drawing the attention away from the focus on their own jungle, on their own mid, spending it instead up here, shutting down Certain.
And I think the big mistake, honestly, from Surdy is honestly the fact that he blew Flash there. And he wasn't able to crash the wave. At that point, if you play the wave and go for the crash, you can actually reset and get that call that he wanted the entire time with the 3-wave crash. Instead of blowing Flash, trading, and not getting the wave in, which opened up an angle for Frostforce to get the kill. And now, I mean, they're already playing from behind despite having a winning matchup. And the fact that him and Tomio were able to save this was good. But if the matchups played correctly, TJ, they shouldn't be in the position where they have to salvage a play like this, right? They should be ahead. They should be able to get the clean dive in the first place.
So does this all come, because this was the question I had and couldn't ask during the live game, does this all come back to Surty blowing that flash earlier in the lane, overextending under turret?
Yeah, he took 2 tower shots throughout that laning phase, if you go back and watch it, at least that we saw on camera. And that health being lost in this matchup, and the fact that he was trading heavily instead of trying to fight to get the wave in at the 3rd wave, where I believe he was going to try and recall for a Cole. I think that's kind of where the things went wrong. And that top lane skirmish, obviously, a lot of ramifications throughout the rest of the game, and has kept EGP at even footing against TSM, where with the draft they have, if it's played out correctly, they want to be ahead 2-3 gold at this point.
I've just been told that we've gotten through the pause, so masterfully done, Covey. That was to do with some lag on TSM's side as they were resolving that technical issue. But we're good to go.
As we know, Reginald's very against 60 ping, so no lag for TSM. And no lag, to be fair, for anyone playing in this game. That's just no fun to deal with.
We don't talk about Reginald's Twitter account on air. That's the law.
Well,
pressure from TSM now across the map. They are trying to use this Rift Herald they picked up moments before we headed into the pause. Frostforce is holding it. And the mid lane Aspect does get scared back a bit. That's a full commit under tower in mid. Aspect survives it as Frostforce and Dawnbray both push forward, kind of looking for something there.
And also Eclipse on that top side, it was off camera. He did burn Flash and he was utilizing the ultimate to try and create some more space for himself. As it looks like Dawnbray and Frostforce also burned 2 flashes on that play for Aspect, but he dodged out on it, TJ, as his Zoe play, champion that we don't see quite as much of in the meta, but against Doxa's LeBlanc and the Lee Sin, said, I feel like this is the pick that's comfortable for me, and I know that Doxa's 3-1 at the moment, but Aspect's been, once again, doing a good job with little resources, mitigating plays, absorbing pressure, not having a ton of damage dealt to him, and Doxa, to be fair, got a lot of those kills in the top lane skirmishes that happened earlier in the game.
Rift Herald will be thrown Gorika's way.
Okay.
He'll get a decent chunk of gold out of that.
So Eclipse TP'd bot, which tells me that TSM want to contest the Dragon, but Tomio is here with Skytech, and Frostforce might be caught.
Frostforce in a very weird place right now. Will rush forward to the team. That was very well played. And Dawnbray dances away as well. Frostforce goes back in and just gets deleted by Surty. So 1-for-1 and jungler down for TSM. That makes this dangerous around the Dragon.
TSM were able to dodge out on the poke, but I feel like that TP from Eclipse, TSM were trying to make a tempo play around this Dragon TJ, and the TP, it just came in a wave early. Like, they were trying to go for turret plates, but it gave EGP time to respond. Their comp is still stronger at this point of the game. They're able to trade evenly, but they win the health bar advantage, and this enables them to take the second Dragon as they continue the Dragon stacking. It looks like it's going to be an Ocean Soul for them, so once again, that powerful soul they can try and obtain to mitigate the scaling advantage that TSM has is going to be an option for them as this game goes on.
I want to talk about Frost Forest's positioning here and what he does to mitigate it, because he gets that resonating strike mark onto the Thresh Skytech so far, like a full second before he recasts it, and that almost gets him out. And then he decides he's going back in and just eats like everything, and that doesn't go great. But the first part was really impressive.
It was a good save. It was not a good-looking setup for TSM, but thanks to that play from Frost Force, was able to at least get a kill for TSM as EGP were rotating for the response. And Frost Forest, honestly, Sin. We talked about him enabling Doxa, enabling his side laners. He's done just that in the early game of this game, TJ. And now it's going to be on Doxa and on Gorka as this game goes on. Once those 2-item spikes come in, and that's going to be another 5 minutes. That's where things get hairy for EGP. This 1k gold advantage is not going to be enough as the game goes on. So I really want to see how EGP are going to be able to push the pace, push the tempo, as it's going to be tough around this Dragon that is not going to spawn for another 4 minutes. And I want to see if they can bait TSM into a fight around the Rift Herald. Maybe utilize that objective to find a fight, or if they can start moving Nidalee and Skytech, or Tomio and Skytech on the Nidalee and Thresh around together to try and find picks and utilize the CC chain with all the damage coming out from Nid. Try and find some favorable skirmishes for themselves.
You do have a roam coming up here towards Eclipse. This is Tomio rushing through the jungle. Eclipse focused down, hit by the spear, stunned up under the turret. Cannon barrage, but it does not matter. That's the kill that EG were looking for.
I really like the setup from EG too, because Varus at this point of the game, he pretty much guarantees mid lane priority, so that enables Skytech and Tomio to go hover and then make that play for EGP. So good map play, good macro play coming out from them as, oh, Frost Force is caught.
Huge chains of corruption. Frost Force ward hops away. It does not save him. Aspect finds the kill. And yet again, as Frost Force dies before an objective, that's going to be EG benefiting from it. They're going to get this Rift Herald as a result.
This is exactly what EGP needs to do at this point of the game. TSM slightly playing into their win con, but EGP playing it out clean. I know their mid-game, the reason they took 5th, 6th in Proving Grounds last split was really thanks to their mid-game and how they played around the first Rift Herald. I thought they were doing a much better job of doing playing around that objective than most of the Academy teams that we had. A lot of that magic was built around Mist, the support last split, who his teammates credited a lot for his shot calling and ability to call out the right Rift Herald plays. And I think that's been one of the reasons that EGP hasn't really picked up at the same point they were at. But it's great to see them making those mid-game decisions at this point of the game, TJ, because this is the plays they need to be making with this comp where they're a little bit behind the curve they want to be at, but they're making the right plays to try and catch back up and give themselves a favorable game state to try and win this one early.
Here's a second look at how that broke out. Just, I'm going to say a little bit of mispositioning from Donbray, which is unfair, but if you're walking out of that mid, and this is just a tiny nitpick, but if you're walking out of that mid position as the support, you want to make sure that your jungler isn't exposed to the chains of corruption.
Yeah, they weren't holding hands there, you know? You gotta hold hands on the way out.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
Is that
all
language?
Good players hold hands.
Is that language you use with your team? You tell your team to hold hands.
Actually, yeah, a little bit. Yeah, like, hey, you guys could be
really
holding
cute.
hands here if you go through this
That's
choke.
incredible.
It's a good one, you know, a little team bonding.
Yeah. Something you can practice physically if your desks are close together. Gorka here in the mid lane as TSM have no recourse but to spread out across the map, play the wave state. EG, from a somewhat staggered early game, have found 2 major picks on the Frost Forest, turned those both into objectives, and taken solid control of this game state.
A 2k gold lead for them 1 minute before this Dragon. It's also enabled EGP to get river control. If you glance over that river, all the vision control is in the hands of EGP. And going up against a Zoe, a Nidalee, a Varus with death sentences coming out from Skytech as well on the Thresh. This is a difficult scenario for TSM, but they feel like they're pressured to try and contest this third dragon because, once again, Soul Point would be very valuable for EGP. So let's see if TSM can try and navigate this or find the flank. Eclipse is doing a good job of managing sides, but he doesn't have any place to TP yet.
I just saw a sick dodge of a death sentence from Frost Forest. He was maybe a second away from getting hooked, which would have been disastrous before another major objective. Currently split play across the map, as you do have the two top laners dueling up top. Both have TPs. EG beginning to set up here around this dragon. And Eclipse joins the team on foot. So Eclipse is here without needing to blow TP. And Surdy has just blown his TP.
And this positioning from Aspect is so good. Look at how he's using the wall to accentuate the bubble range and then poke, but now Frost Force going for the flank. Here comes the fight. That's a beautiful DP ult.
Oh, Frost Force instantly rooted! Instantly rooted by the Chains of Corruption! Saskio stops him dead in his tracks! You're not going to get the Varus in that fight! And EG managed to shut down Frost Force, blow up Don Bray. They're going to get this Drake. That was incredible from Saskio.
The E-Sub makes the big play against his old teammate, Frost Force, from Winthrop, as the flash, the Chains of Corruption landing prevents any Lee Sin combo, any chance of TSM fighting that Drake from coming through. And EGP, despite a few skirmishes going wayward early, their mid-game's made up for it. And this is such a deadly setup against TSM with its composition, because you just cannot deal with the Varus arrows, the spears, the bubbles, the poke coming out from all the members of EGP. It forces TSM to go early, and when they aren't able to find the engage, they aren't synced up quite perfectly together. Despite a beautiful ultimate from Eclipse, they just cannot find the play.
Wow.
And that flash from Saskio, it just bought him the space he needed.
That's so cleverly set up by TSM. They go through a lot of trouble to get Saskio low, poke him down with Doxa over the wall. They already have the mark from Frost Force, which is probably the impetus for the play. And then Saskio just says, no, thank you. Net result, another Drake over to EGP. They're going to summon that Rift Herald as far back as they can just to buy time. It's going to walk all the way down the mid lane and take the mid turret.
EGP continue to grow their lead. That mid turret, very important for them, as it will enable them to step further into the jungle of TSM. Ooh, nice auto there from Don.
That was nice, yeah.
Yeah, that's real nice. Nice second charge. Young 17-year-old sport making a couple nice plays here.
Got them zoomer hands.
Yeah, he's going to have to make a few more if they want to get back into the game. But talking about the TSM side, is we do have a bit of a lull in the game. Something that Gorka spoke really highly of. The fact that he said that, you know, working with Donbray, it's the first rookie support I've really worked with. And it's been a different task for me to really help to work with him grow. Just doing VOD reviews, just doing together, but he spoke very highly of how receptive he's been, the natural mechanics that this player has, and he feels like just teaching Donbray has helped him learn a lot about the support role and more about his role as well. We're going to return to the action because Doxa might be in trouble here as EGP are rotating. But he's the bomb.
Oh. You know who's not fine? Don Bray, again chained down. He gets away. The Ignite will take him down. Ooh, big trouble though for Tomio. Frost Force mistimes the resonating strike, and a lantern from Skysec will allow survival, but Surdy is overextended again, and Frost Force punishes that. He walks through the backside because Surdy's gone far too far forward. Saskio goes down to Frost Force this time round. Surdy just gets focused down by 3 players. A very strange miscommunication from EGP as the second half of that fight just kind of falls apart.
And that's a gap that TSM can use to close the gold lead, as they're going to have to avoid getting picked off themselves. And, uh-oh, here comes the chain.
Frost Force just does a Surdy, walks way too far forward in the top lane, and will go down. He's going to be the...
Why you got to do Surdy like that, man?
I'm sorry, Surdy.
You know what? That Croc was just trying to get as far away from the river as possible. He was experiencing freedom outside his natural habitat of the river. And got caught out in the public eye a little bit too much.
I think we're definitely seeing just the freshness of these two rosters, as we're seeing incredible mechanical outplays, some really clean team fights, and then we're also seeing the moments where the comms aren't quite online, where you see that these are newer rosters that don't quite have the team synergy sorted out. Because Frostforce goes in here, is in trouble, but this play is over at this point. Once Tomio gets out, it is over. But Surdy doesn't get that comm, and Saskio doesn't have the information about where Frostforce is. And those two miscommunications cost him everything.
A bit split, and that is going to make it harder for this setup. And, oh, good flash from Skytech, but Saskio's
Sick
caught.
flash, but Saskio's in trouble again, and he'll just be executed. Very well played by TSM. The team fights they were trying to set up during the early game coming online in the second half here. Frostforce is still looking. He knows that Dominus is about to fade, but won't be tempted.
This is a big fight for EGP. I think that the fact they're only up 500 gold, securing this soul is a big deal. And Saskio is not going to be back in time, so they have to give it. And this territory is all TSM. A big pick coming out from Doxa, who now has that death cap finish. And the skirmishing continues as EGP, they know they have to force here. They're trying to push.
4v3 TSM advantage. Stasis from Tomio will be red. John Brave finds it mid-time though.
Doxa's
a huge flank comes out. Surdy trades 1-for-1, shutting down Doxa. You do have the respawn from Saskio. He's on his way. Frostforce zoning in. Trouble for Surdy, but he's going to survive, and now they've got Eclipse forced to eat his own fruits to stay alive. Chains of Corruption will land onto Donbray. Here is Surdy stepping up. Saskio, he's got the kill. Donbray's dead. Sleep, it's landed. They've got the kills. EG fight at a man disadvantage, and they have turned everything around.
And Surdy, he overextended in the last fight, TJ, but you could just see how much work he was doing zoning off the members of TSM Amateur.
That was beautiful.
And giving his poke members the space to make the plays happen. That was a beautiful team fight from Surdy, as Aspect's just keeping Frostforce busy, trying to prevent him from even walking in here. It's going to be Ocean Soul for EGP.
Doxa tries his best, but the work Aspect was doing pays off. Frostforce unable to get close, and now, very low, as Aspect just dances around him. He'll flash to order the wave for healing, which is in itself very clean, but still goes down. The mechanics on display here, Covey, are mind-blowing.
I'm so glad that Aspect's showing up in this game on the Zoe, a pick that we haven't seen in a while, but we're seeing why he picked it. As he's comfortable in this landing matchup, he knows how to play it with little to no resources. Look at the work that Aspect's been doing in this game.
Just the mechanical density of this game is maybe the highest of any amateur game I've ever cast. There are so many outplays being deployed constantly.
It's been scrappy.
Made all the better by, the scrappy nature. We're getting more opportunities for outplays.
And this is just Surdy putting on a clinic of how to buy space and how to buy time on Renekton. As first off, he just hunts down Doxa on his own. A mistake coming out from the young talent of TSM. And then look at him buy time. Look at him buy space, the stopwatch. The barrel goes down from Eclipse. He is able to buy enough time to dash out of it to get another Cole to meek off. And then that's when Saskio and Aspect are able to join. Chains of Corruption connect. And they just hunt people down one by one. And Aspect, this bubble is beautiful. On to Ezreal. As Ocean Soul now for EGP. They needed that to bridge the scale, and they needed that to give themselves a chance in this game, TJ. And now they have a huge advantage throughout the rest of this one.
Yeah, Ocean Soul locked in. That's everything that was necessary for EGP to get control of this game. I don't feel comfortable saying it's theirs yet, but it is theirs to lose.
And as this one continues, TSM, they're down 4K, they're down Ocean Soul. Their only way back, TJ, is really going to be off the back of Doxa. I think that he has to go glass cannon and just go for one-shots at this point.
Mid lane, here's your play, here's your chance. Doxa roaming in, Chains of Corruption will land onto Donbray as the trap that EGP were setting is sprung. TSM with the Baron in the hands of EGP, they just can't leave their own base. TSM are forced back. normally in these situations you can sort of poke away at and exhaust the HP of the people that are sieging you. But of course with Ocean Soul, that's just not going to happen.
Going up against Varus and Italy Zoe too, I think it's going to be the only thing that's going to be happening there is to your own HP, as we're seeing the arrows, the bubbles, the spears, the death sentences all fly in as TSM have to see these objectives. And they have to be intelligent about where they pick to fight this one. So I think also, I mean, they aren't even winning the side lane anymore, right? That Ocean Soul for Renekton, he could just consistently trade, consistently stay in the fight, and outmatch Eclipse. As Saskio gonna take that Lantern to defend himself from a potential combo coming out from Frost Force. He doesn't have Flash, but can use those cannon minions to try and tunnel his way in there. As
Don't play thinking. Oh my lord.
Okay.
An instant response.
Well, that's
okay.
game.
That's probably the game. Doxa does go down. Gurukha scared back by a long-range arrow. That was beautiful stuff there from Tomio. Moments earlier, I was going to praise Donbray for really diving in to take a shot for Gurukha, but it won't matter with the LeBlanc gone. Here in the middle of the map, you have Frost Force and Eclipse trapped underneath the turret that's about to be sieged. They will survive, able to walk away. But we're still 20 seconds away from the heaviest hitter over on TSM, Doxa respawning.
And we're going to have to see if TSM can buy enough time to wait for Dox. I think this will be able to spawn. Let's see if EGP push through, try and take one or two of the next turrets, or take the game. They have Ocean Soul, but sticking around is tough.
Yeah, Saskio in trouble, dive in, chase of corruption, it lands again! Saskio with the same play, flash, ult, he's got the kill, goodbye Frost Forest!
Saskio has been so critical for EGP success in this. The E-sub coming in, the collegiate champion on a new roster, just doing his job so well in this game, enabling EGP to try and win the game around him. As here we go, last fight. TSM are done.
Dive in, Donbray tries something, and he instantly regrets it. He's gone, and so are TSM in game one of this best of three. You have Doxa trying to work his magic around the side, but there's simply too large a wave, too many players. And there we go. It's a fight, but EG take it in 29 minutes.
And I really want to credit Aspect in that game, TJ, as I feel like that skirmish where he landed that bubble on Gorica, he survived the lane, everything that he was able to do and put together. Once again, this is someone that doesn't get a lot of resources, doesn't get a lot of help mid, but does so much with absorbing pressure, with still having an impact on the game. And against a player the caliber of Doxa at this level, he held his own. And he really was very impactful in helping his team win the game. I cannot describe Aspect in enough words and speak highly enough. I think that he was spectator, but really put together a good performance.
Aspect played great, and it was kind of the combination of Aspect and Saskio that earned out the lead, which is not where we expected this to come from. We saw and I think not where TSM expected this to come from, because they very deliberately were fighting Surti and Tomio, shutting down that dynamic duo, and it's Aspect and the substitute Saskio who step up to the plate and knock game one out of the park for EG. One thing's for sure though, this series is going to be a brawl, and we've got 2 more games still to come. I'll wager money on it. We're going to throw over to quick break, come back with the desk, break it all down, set it up. Don't cost me any money. We'll be right back.
I told you. Evil Geniuses Nidalees are cracked on a whole other level. And I mean, I did not expect that Tomio was going to bust it out game one. I thought it was coming in this series since there's a lot of Lee Sin play, and that matchup in itself is super fun and volatile to play out. But game one, Tomio said, yo, Surdy, slam the croc, and I'm going the jungle cat. And we're throwing spears and chucking things out. And we'll have to dive a little bit further in how Evil Genius's composition not only worked out so well, but how the players themselves, the key pokers in that comp, made it to success. Bringing in such success. But we have to go first back to a little bit of the early advantages that TSM Amateur were kind of securing themselves, and what happened with it here, Jolly?
Honestly, a big part of where there was a little bit of a falter, kind of going back to what we were seeing in the previous games here with C9 Academy, was really just not being able to capitalize on these win conditions that they try to set up for themselves. And they did a good job of it there with Eclipse on the gangplank, getting good early pressure, but then they made that play, towards the bottom side of the map, setting the teleport down, and at that point, Surdy just had full control of the lane. It was, I mean, a good 20 to 30 creep above, past the 20-minute mark consistently for the next 10 minutes, and that really took TSM Amateur's wind out of their sails. And then after that, it certainly felt like they were just kind of floating at that point. They were making mistakes, so hopefully very easy to recover from, things that they can acknowledge and say, okay, just clean it up real quick, because that took a pretty bad turn for TSM.
Yeah, and they kind of played right into the hands of Evil Geniuses Prodigies in what they want to do, because there is a lot of moments where, as you said before, that teleport play stunted Eclipse's lead that they had momentarily been able to stabilize a bit as Surdy went for the level 1 dive. Yeah, Tomio came in and they was able to even it back up, but then things were kind of somewhat salvageable there. But then Eclipse losing out on 2-3 waves, allowing Surdy to catch back up, and then the side lane management from TSM Amateur towards that mid game seemed to go awry, as suddenly Surdy was up 67 CS around the 15-minute mark, and then during that time, as we get closer to the third dragon, we see Evil Geniuses Prodigies composition come into full effect off of the spikes of their mythics being completed here, Rebel.
Yeah, this composition was designed really heavily around poke, and the biggest thing is, like, while later game you definitely have like Ezreal Gangplank to rely on, it's super easy to, on the side of EGP, be able to assassinate a bunch of characters who simply don't have the ability to soak damage. So even though you're not going to have the same kind of scaling that GP Ezreal might, the damage on the way in is enough to kind of dissuade Dawnbray from really being that primary engage Frost Force in the same way, even on top of Gangplank ultimate. So you'll see in a play like this where Frost Force is able to get onto primary target with GP ultimate, but like he just gets eviscerated on his way in. The same thing happens with Dawnbreak. It was one Q that had come out during the course of this fight that really had driven home everything. You'd taken away the two primary sources of damage, and now it's like, okay, Gangplank, Ezreal, and you got your LeBlanc as well for some assassination potential, but all of these members have so much immediate press of damage that, like, how do you actually get into this team, which is the problem, is like accessing this damage was the hardest part of TSM, and it kind of ruined some of this potential scaling, potential setup that they would have had for the later stages of the game. I also don't want to talk about it just because, like, I do want to talk about it a lot. Aspect smurfed on that Zoe. I was screaming during the play where he hit like 8 in a row, and I just cannot possibly like fanboy any harder about this guy, because he has been insane for like the last year, and like that fight where he just took over pretty much entirely and got them towards that 4th dragon.
You're not the only one that has been fanboying over Aspect. I mean, Cubby, who on the caster desk right now, when I've talked about Evil Geniuses Prodigies in extension and length with him and Smacks, Cubby has always been an pro Aspect fan, and someone that has always been a huge proponent of kind of pushing his name, because yes, Aspect, and for a composition or a team from Evil Geniuses Prodigies, we have to remember back in the spring, back when they had Danny, for any LCS fans knowing that he is currently kicking ass up on the LCS stage right now with the main squad. He started out on the Evil Geniuses Prodigies roster known as Shiro at the time, and for them, the main stars on this roster were Tomio, Danny, and then Surdy, depending if the meta favored carry style top laners, which, you know, Surdy was despite a few blunders, Tomio being able to get him back into that lane, and then Surdy really just soaking up so much damage, being a huge disruptor in those team fights once they were able to lock down onto TSM amateur members. But for Aspect, he has always been someone that has been a role player. He's someone just filling whatever the team has needed for the time being, and it's kind of awesome to see Aspect have a little bit of a pop-off performance on this Zoe, because as Cubby mentioned before on the broadcast, Zoe's not necessarily a pick that we see in the meta too often right now, but it was his counter pick of choice going into Doxa's LeBlanc. And even though Doxa did have a pretty scary early game to potentially threaten the members of Evil Genius's Prodigies, he was able to stop him. And now as we're getting ready for this game too, Jolly, I want to kind of throw the ball to your court here and determining, like, what are TSM Amateurs' next steps in trying to figure out what plan of attack do they want to go with against Evil Geniuses after coming off of Game 1?
Well, you know, they do have side selection, so they're likely going to pick their red side. We've seen a lot of focus on that to try to get, you know, giving up first pick there. Honestly, just looking at this roster, I'd love to see Eclipse pull out, try to get out the Riven, if that's a possibility, or something like the Fiora is incredibly strong right now, so some real big power picks for the top side, because there was a little bit of Surdy kind of feeling overconfident towards the beginning, so if they can capitalize on that instead of investing jungle focus there, and investing jungle focus towards the mid or the bot side, I think that's going to work out best for TSM Amateurs in this next matchup.
Rebel, I kind of want to let you chime in a little bit as well for this draft pick, because TSM Amateur, as Jolly has already pointed out, you know, if we put more focus towards Doxa, who was kind of a huge investment for the majority of the early game kills, you know, maybe this time if you're able to protect the lead better in the mid game and accelerate it for game 2.
I want to see harder engage if they're going to run something back what they did in the previous game, something necessary and something that can soak damage, because that was another big proponent. Is like if you go Rakan is good at roaming and very early in the game. He didn't have a ton of impact across the map, and then it's like, okay, when you get to the point where you become primary engage, why are you not playing Leona? Why are you not playing Alistar? Because like those can at least soak 2 spears instead of 1 spear before being pushed out of a combat or something like that. So that would be a nice change, at least a little bit. I expect a little bit more also, just because I do like Doxa's LeBlanc. I think it's amazing and affecting the map. I just want lanes that get attacked easily. So something with more CC topside, I think is my other like really big caveat. And banning away Tomio's Nidalee also might have to be at least one diagnosis. I do want to throw back also, there was the other pick that was at the time, which was the Graves, which has been popping back up, and it would be awesome to see a second Eclipse with like more lethality and then like the Dark Harvest for Tomio yet again. But that might be asking too much to get a Nidalee and a Graves performance out of him in one series. So.
You know, speaking on that Graves pick, I think it's something that both Tomio and Frost Force have played. I'd give the edge of experience over to Tomio on that one, as we've seen him in the carry meta season where Graves and Nidalee were kind of 2 of his most picked. I think during that time it was more of the fleet footwork with the shield bow, more of a lifesteal build. But if you're playing it like XU, who just straight up kind of Chad built it with Eclipse into Serpent's Fang, I mean that was a huge treat. Honestly, I'm a fan of more awesome and fun jungle picks coming from both of these junglers here. But for TSM Amateur, if it's not just a fun jungle pick, it needs to be one that helps them win, because they definitely want to move on to semifinals, whereas for Evil Genius's Prodigies, they're 1 game away from clinching out a semifinals appearance against the winner of Zeus and AoE Esports, as TJ and Cubby, the Plaid lads, are once again ready to commentate the next game of the series.
Rate my plaid, Cubby, because I'm insecure. I just found it in a closet. It's like gray. It's got a hood. Is it valid?
Honestly, the hood makes it like a 7 out of 10. Maybe, I mean, depending on what brand it is, maybe that's the next collab with 100 Thieves.
Oh, maybe this is 100 Thieves. Yeah, I've got it early.
Yeah, and then you get like triple the price.
Is that real? I thought, wouldn't it be worth more? It's time for game number 2 between EG and TSM as we do head into our pick ban. I want to have this conversation How comfortable are you with Saskio's champion pool? Because he is a substitute. We're both peering over his solo queue players. He has been grinding recently. Do you think it is worth banning out the Varus after that game one?
I would say yes, just because I think that's also a linchpin that really helped EG build an entire comp around that, right? Because they took the Varus and said, all right, you know what? We're going to take Nidalee, we're going to take Zoe, we're going to take a Thresh, we're going to build a poke and disengage comp with Surdy buying space. I thought it was really well thought out from EGP. And I want to see TSM at least force them to do something different. Don't get beat by the same thing twice, as I think TSM had some nice moments in that, but when the objectives came and when push came to shove, EGP setups were much better.
It's a different ban. They target Tomio's Nidalee, which was good that game. We saw the mechanical strength of Tomio and Surty as well, but I also think we saw TSM handle that very well. They shut down the early game of Tomio and Surty on the top side, so it's interesting to me that the ban is targeted towards that, as opposed to, I think, Aspect and Saskio, who brought back that game in a big way.
And, I mean, Saskio, he just dodging out on every single engage that Frost Force was going for on him was critical. And the fact that because he was able to flash away and then Surdy just on the Renekton was just buying space, just being annoying for TSM and enabling the cooldowns for the poke abilities to come back up for his teammates. That was the big difference for EGP, and no Nidalee, looks like that doesn't matter. EGP already setting up to build the same composition. And I want to see how TSM change things up here. And I think a big change for them actually might be around that Thresh pick, TJ. I think they lock Thresh here and try and pair that with Aphelios right off the bat. That could be a response they could look for. And hold that LeBlanc pick, as Doxa was good at it, but the response from Aspect was even better.
So, we do get the Lee Sin again. We do get the Varus, Renekton again. We got Nezreal again.
Here comes LeBlanc.
And I think you're right. Yep. So it's fascinating to see this, because it raises, like, the only major question it does raise is what's coming out here for Tomio. If you allow this jungle pick to slip second rotation, it's going to get heavily banned. So EG need to lock in a jungler now.
This is a Tomio special. Could be the Graves. He got 2 AD on this patch. Tomio's very good at it. And you can do a full clear in 3:15 if you start red, so it's going to be the lock-in for Tomio as he's going to more comfort for him. We saw the hands in the Nidalee, you're going to have to see the hands in the Graves now.
And Graves is very good right now at exactly what Tomio wants to do, which is influence lanes early. And if you can get that snowball rolling where you're getting into lanes early, then Graves becomes very good at snowballing as a character, and can be doing a ton of damage in the mid-lane game. So, I'm excited to see Tomio's zoomer hands on this.
Also, something that I like that Rebel pointed out was the fact that TSM had a squishy comp with Rakan. And if you go lethality on Graves with that bonus 2 AD, it sounds weird, but the faster clear, the fact you can snowball a little bit quicker, get the gold from the camps faster, Eclipse Graves is something to be worried about. And I'm curious to see if Graves or Tomio goes for that, or goes for something like an Immortal Shield Bow with a Drain Tank, as it seems like a rinse and repeat of last game. I do like the Zoe ban. I feel like that's paying some much well-deserved respect over to Aspect. But now I'm curious. I feel like it's going to be a Syndra from Aspect, as it's a go-to for him, something that you can play into the Blanc, and they need magic damage. So let's see how TSM respond, and if they actually grab a tank here to try and survive some of the poke coming out from EGP. As looks like Leona might be the adaptation for them.
Leona's doing very well right now as a character in solo queue and professional play. So the full ban taking away TK, taking away Nautilus, but not being able to take that Leona away is somewhat impotent. We are going to get a GP up for the top lane. And here we go. Your question. What does Aspect bring to the table?
My guess is Syndra. We'll see if he goes for something else. If you want to get really frisky, you could go for like a Galio. I would like Lulu too, the polymorph, enabling Tomio on the Graves. We talked about how Aspect really wants to enable Tomio, and Frost Force wants to enable Doxa. Leads to a pretty fun mid-jungle duo, and Aspect's going to be doing just that as he goes for the supportive mid laner, and the R5 pick will be that Lulu.
So there we go. Lulu into the mid lane. We talked about how Aspect wants to play more of a supportive style last game, and we didn't see a whole bunch of it just because the top side got hard focused and Aspect suddenly became one of the team's carries. But he did all of that with no real presence from Tomio in the early game, with a ton of focus actually being thrown his way, meaning he was very behind in gold. Aspect is very good at doing a lot with a little, and Lulu will amplify those strengths, allowing him to, you know, boost up Tomio, boost up Sasuke, whoever the big carry who's under threats in these fights is. It'll be another answer to the dive that Frost Forest and Doxa are throwing out.
And if it is the poke Varus, which we expect, it should be him enabling Tomio. And I'm curious to see if Tomio goes for a drain tank build with the Lulu. Could be rather lethal. And I like the Lulu in this scenario, TJ, because the polymorph onto a LeBlanc, onto a Lee Sin, who have to go in to be effective, could be very powerful. And EG have tools to turn fights off the polymorph that comes in from Aspect. So we're going to have to see if EGP can communicate that, if they can capitalize on that as the game goes on.
One big thing to take away from this. There's yet more CC for TSM. They trade out the Rakan for a Leona. That, of course, gives them the frontline tank, but it also gives them more initiation tools for the team, because Leona's Solar Flare is longer ranged and less risky than a full dive from a Rakan. So I want to see if that produces more opportunities and more access to Sasuke and Tomio, which felt like where TSM fell apart in the late game. They had some very good team fights, but once Doxa wasn't able to one-shot Sasuke, once they didn't have the presence to just delete Tomio before every fight, EG were coming out very consistently on top. So the addition of these CC tools gives a different answer. TSM don't need to one-shot them, they can sustain CC the key targets over on the EG side.
And this is the fun of a series like this, TJ, the fact that you can make these micro-adaptions, right? The rinse and repeat draft from both teams, only changing up one pick, or two picks, 3 picks total, I should say. 1 for TSM and 2 for EG. It makes things kind of fun, as both teams, they say, you know what, last game, I know like TSM, they dropped, but hey, we were only down 1k gold against their comp early. But we feel like that was a win, that we can repeat this if we just have a tank on our side. And if we take away Nidalee, EGP, they see that, they say, you know what, you took away a couple of our answers, but this is our next best pair, and let's see if we can do it now, as we spawn in Game 2.
Game 2 of a very close series thus far. TSM won the entire first half of game number 1, fell apart when it came to team fighting, thanks to the heroic efforts of Sasuke and Aspect. Here in game number 2, TSM, as you say, have made some adjustments and are going to look, especially, I think, cute little ducky, to repeat the experience of game number 1 towards the top side.
And what I'm curious about is...
Skytech.
They laid a trap. They did the scouting. Skytech's in trouble.
Skytech walks in, perma-stunned, Flay comes out, Skytech's in trouble. Doxa ignores Aspect, full focus on getting that first kill. They found the second stun, and first blood is handed over to TSM's mid laner. Doxa's got an early gold boost.
We talked about the changes in pick ban, but what about the changes in how we play out the strategy? As they went for the same ward in game 1, TSM, they do the scouting, they come back, and they punish this time around as Gorka also going to drag out the patience on the blue buff to force Tomio to reset. That slows down the 315 clear, and it was a good start for TSM last game, but this is an even better start for them this game, TJ.
The same ward 2 games in a row? Not against TSM. Skytech walks up here and just gets absolutely shredded. And I really appreciate the work they put in to make sure that Doxa gets this kill, because that's a very, very good start for TSM. One of their problems last game was Doxa did get a little hampered, didn't get off to the snowballing start you want a LeBlanc to have, and wasn't as effective as you'd want Doxa to be in the late game.
And look at the pathing already from Frost Force, kind of shifting our focus over the jungler, as he is not going for that full clear on the bot side. He realizes that because Graves had to reset, that he might have an opening, have a play available. So he's going for the single target camps. If you're Lee Sin, you can get up in the face of Graves early and potentially turn the matchup. I want to see if he tries to go for that, as I think Tomio somewhat understands this. He's going for that red buff. As the lane states have been changed from EGP. We don't have the crash coming out from Surdy this game because he realizes that Tomio's behind. He has to play a little bit more respectfully. And EGP already on the back foot early due to TSM's better level 1 plan.
Wave crash down bottom. Gorica goes back to base, so Donbray rotates up from the bottom lane. All of this around the vignette of Frost Forest as he starts brawling against Mesios. That's going to be picked up by Tomio. Tomio got the scuttler, and he gets away. Surdy steps down. Frost Forest in for the fight again.
Aspect's dead.
Aspect rooted, and Donbray hits a stellar Zenith Blade over the edge. That's going
Didn't know that Donbray was there. So that flash from Aspect going over the wall, followed up upon by Donbray. And because it's an Ezreal, because it's early levels, they can't really do anything to punish Gorica. So the only move that EGP's bot lane have is to try and take the second crab. Deny that from Frost Forest, as Tomio will properly deny the Raptors and is a little bit ahead from this early game. But the rest of the map for his team, slightly in shambles here, TJ.
Yeah, definitely. This is a very good start for TSM. I love the rotate up from Donbray, full committing to the roam from bottom lane once they have the opportunity. That's the kind of taking advantage of your lane state that separates proactive supports from those that just kind of exist in lane.
And another ramification of that level 1 was how Surdy was playing out his lane. Because keep in mind, Surdy had to let Eclipse crash because Tomio wasn't going to be up top in time. That's another part of the reason that this play was able to happen for TSM, because Eclipse was there first on the play instead of Surdy because of how he had to play out that lane state. So good play coming out from TSM, and this is the fun of micro adaptations in draft, TJ, because if the game plays out similar, you can just change up your gameplay. We've seen TSM make the right changes in this one and net themselves a 1K gold lead early.
The one I can't say. Oh, dive in, flay away. Donbray cancelled out. Skytech still focused down and misses the death sentence. Go, Gorica very nearly finds the kill. The Ignite won't finish it off.
Frost Forest
is in the area though, and Saskio's now all alone behind the turret, so he's going to keep getting poked and prodded at. Tomio on the rotate here. I think his location is known because Frost Forest just checked out the jungle and found that there wasn't any camps left, so they should have an inkling what's up there.
As we take a little bit of a breather, a rare one that we have in this matchup, TJ, as
Some
Dox
good
was
League
trying
Legends.
to pull the wave, get Aspect baited in. Not going to be successful, but I think the big key, once again, for EGP is that we still think that they have a comp that spikes earlier. And I think that stacking up the dragons, that it's never a bad thing to do. It might be the only reprieve they can find in this game, as they are under siege across the map. They are behind early. And that dragon stacking, just like it did last game, could save them in this one.
It did save them in last game. Oh, sorry, Tomio roaming up here. Good smoke bomb. He's found Eclipse. Eclipse does have a flash. Won't spend it. Gets executed by Tomio.
Tomio's Graves is so clean. You can see how he used the Q on that mini wall. And now just helping Surdy shove that wave in to get him a clean reset. As I also really like how Skytech's responding on the map. Because once again, we saw the move from Donbray. The fact that it's Ezreal versus Varus. Both ADs can farm from high range. As Skytech is hovering Aspect, helping him crash in lanes. He doesn't have flash, so having that emergency lantern behind him, even though no play breaks out, I feel like it's the right move from Skytech. And now that the wave is crashing and there could be a dive coming in from TSM, potentially they want to set it up. He rotates back, starts to help Saskio manage this wave as they're trying to trim it and prevent any lethal play from coming in from TSM.
Yeah, very, very good response from EGP on the top side. And it brings things back a little bit. What I was about to say was, last game, of course, EG didn't just get back into the game because of their dragons. They
here we
got
go.
the dragons because they were able to punish some mistakes. What a flash from Meteos. Keeps them alive as Donbray overextends. Cannon Barrage will come across the map,
Nice
but a
death
huge
sentence.
death sentence will find the kill. Aspect claiming credit for that one whilst trying to run away from Frost Forest. The wild growth ends, and so the kill will be passed
Doxa!
over. And Doxa absolutely deletes SkyTech. True shot, cutting off their retreat and ensuring that kill is possible. Very well played by TSM. They walk away 2 for 1. A big advantage in this fight.
An Aspect still not having Flash means that he's not able to escape the chains, the play coming in from TSM. That's why he goes down once again. As Surdy? Okay.
We are
knows his limits.
fine.
He knows his limits.
I mean, last game, that was very specifically the problem, but this time around, we're fine. Oh, Dominus pops. He's on ward, though.
Yeah, he
the-
knows that
they're
as the
just-
minions attack are doing. He's just going to use this to call to make the wave and just get out nice and clean.
Or is he? Taking a turret shot on the push. There we go.
You got to keep it interesting, you know?
Yeah, sure.
The big key here with this play, TJ, is the fact that Lulu and Tomio get split because of Frost Force. And Donbray committing that flash, yes, he goes down early, but by keeping the Lulu split from Tomio on the Graves, they can never utilize the combo. They can never empower the Graves to step up to do the damage necessary to catch up in these fights. As going back to live, Surdy, the fact he was able to crash and threaten TP means that EGP were able to get the Dragon. Oh, when SkyTech tried to flash behind Saskia, wasn't able to clear it. We saw it. We missed that off cam. But a beautiful LeBlanc play from Doxa, known for his LeBlanc and Fed yet again in this one.
Known for his LeBlanc and Fed yet again over the course of the tournament. This is the first time in this series that we've seen Doxa's LeBlanc really thriving. The changes they made around the composition, having that extra tank, having a better early game, adding up here. Certainly denies Eclipse that barrel. EGP, like you say, based on the tempo, didn't manage to get the Drake, so this is going to be, yet again, EGP starting to stack these Drakes in a game they are ostensibly behind in.
Once again, it's only 1.5k gold, but we like TSM's comp more as the game goes on. The saving grace, though, for EGP, just like last game, TJ, it's going to be that one item spike once Lulu gets the Moonstone Stone or the Shirelia's Battle Song as Tomio. Oh, good dodge. Always dead.
Very dead. Cannon
The two
Barrage
chains.
lights him up like a Christmas tree. And Doxa just finds the follow-up. Frost Forest getting the kill yet again alongside the Rift Herald, which he slayed moments earlier.
I feel bad, like, not hyping up the 2 chains and the gas over the wall from Tomio's ult for Doxa, but we're just so used to seeing him do this on the block.
Do you want to just do it now? You can just get all the hype out.
Nah, we'll do it the next time he does it.
Alright. Saskia flashes away.
Oh, this could be
Hit by
turned.
the Solar Flare, but here comes the TP. SkyTech's got the Lantern to reduce the distance, and Donbray's played closer. Very good play from SkyTech. Very good support matchup here on the bottom line.
Win-win for EGP across the map. Aspect uses his TP to pick up that play, and Tomio is able to eat the mid-wave, even pulls it to help out Aspect. Doxa will take the reset. We'll lose more creeps for the fact that Tomio was able to pull it as he goes to secure the crowd, but his bot camps, and EGP still find themselves behind, but are pulling off some plays that are bringing themselves back in this one.
Now you can see that gold lead we highlighted a moment ago just sort of shrinking, which is not what you want if you're a TSM amateur.
And this is the point of the game where any gold lead for TSM is good. The fact they're in this state, they're further ahead than what the gold says. Oh boy. Good night.
Oh dear.
He's got flash up in a sec.
Decent amount of HP and flash, as you say. Stunned. Here comes Tomio underneath the turret. Will die. There is maybe the potential for something more there as you do Saskia roaming in, but it doesn't look like EG are going to go for it. Aspect spends the wild growth defensively, but also kind of baiting the play. Here comes Meteos. Doxa on the run round the side. This is Tomio. Ooh, very long range. He finds the tag. Tomio sets it up, and Aspect knocks it down. Saskia, in the meantime, in huge trouble here as the
Oh, Surdy.
Rift Herald comes in. TP out from Surdy to try and save the day. He's instantly full stun, full comboed. It doesn't matter. Surdy goes in, kicked away. Donbray very low, but he's kept Saskia alive. Finally, Surdy falls, but Donbray and Frostforce are incredibly low, and Surdy has survived.
And the flash from Donbray, if we get a replay, he actually buffered the stun, was still able to flash, and because he was able to get that flash off, he dodged out on the piercing arrow from Saskia. So it saved his life, prevented a reset or a takedown coming in for Surdy with the rune, and that's why he melted early. As an attempted play from EGP goes sour as, alright, we're going to get a whole host of replays. This game has no signs of showing down. Skytech, he doesn't have flash up at this point, but he's waiting for it. He's just trying to dodge out on the next skill shot, using his flash, and just wasn't quite able to dodge out on the Sonic Wave. Then we get the next replay, where Aspect uses his ult to buffer the W of Doxa, negate the damage, as the knockup prevents that from going through, as Doxa gets chased down. And then we have another one, where Surdy, I don't know if we're going to get the Surdy one or not, but it was a really good flash from Don.
Better. Yeah!
All right, here we go.
3 for 3.
More
Let's
replays.
Go, baby.
LPL style, baby. We don't stop any action here. As watch this flash from Donbray. He's going to buffer the stun from Surdy. Right here. And then the arrow, piercing arrow misses because he buffered that stun. As we have more plays, more action already. Donbray going in.
Donbray starting off this fight, but getting pulled into 4 players. It's not a
This is
great
good for EG.
start. Donbray is dead. EGP with the opening kill. Wild Growth is spent on the Surdy to stall out this front line. And Frostforce doesn't have a way in, but Gorka's able to weave his shots through and take down Tomio. A positive trade for TSM off the back of Gorka.
The fact that that's a 1-for-1 for TSM, very good. That was a good setup for EGP and also prevents them from snowballing this into the second dragon. They need to keep on stacking up the dragons to get that soul, try and bridge the scaling gap. But because they lose out Tomio, they lose out the HP battle, they're going to have to cede the tempo, the priority. Eclipse gets that top lane turret, pushes TSM to a 3k gold lead, and now TSM are going to have first say on the map to get this dragon.
Okay, we might have missed the end of this replay, so we'll start with this. And then we're going to go to the second replay that we missed the first half of because we were watching the end of this replay.
Yeah, alright, the flash buffer from Donbray was very clean. As Surdy was going for one more call to Meek, wasn't able to get that cooldown up quite yet. And we go back to live where Frostforce and TSM, they're looking for this dragon, and I don't think EGP have the positioning on the map to contest. Tomio's going to take us full clear instead. Big win for TSM, buying themselves 5 more minutes. Rolling the Ocean Souls, a little bit unlucky for them, but that's okay as, oh boy, Aspect's caught.
Full combo in, Wild Growth will be spent. Aspect in trouble regardless, but stays ahead of the Sonic Wave. And he'll be able to get to safety. Yeah! We got the replay, baby! Here's
LPL
the
replays! They're really testing me to see if I can grab something from all these. As this setup for EGP, it's good. You have Ashrelia's Battle Song Lulu. You have 4 members here. You're able to buff up Tomio, and I thought Frostforce was going down.
Same.
But Doxa forces the flash from Tomio, and then Gorka weaving in that Mystic Shot. Beautiful. As no one body blocks it. No one was expecting that to land, but Gorka, he had it calculated. He did the damage.
Really, really well done by Gorka.
Yeah.
If we missed anything, say that Raptors take, we could get a replay of that just to really keep the high rolling. Flying out some ideas.
We're going full LPL, man. It's just, we don't slow down.
You know, that's always been one of my favorite parts about amateur in North America. Because we get to watch them before they've been beaten down by the pro leagues. Before... Because even Academy actually is faster than the LCS. The LCS, you have to like make so few mistakes in lane. Everyone's punished. It's just very slow play as a result of it.
Also, Academy is like best of 2, which I really just feel like takes the pressure off the players. Like, they just send it. And semi-pro, we get the best of series, and they're not as afraid to, you know, send it either, right? You get more buys.
What you're saying is BO5 every LPL or every LCS game.
Please, God, no.
I want to see
Not every LCS game.
CLG for a best of 5. Anyway, versus 100 Thieves. Rift Herald does go down. That's going to be TSM taking it. You're right there, Cuffy.
Just thinking about casting that matchup. And I'm glad that I'm
We've
casting this
done
one.
it for League Day.
Oh, here comes a rotate.
Solar Flare does land. That's going to be Tomio. Ooh! Chunked by a true shot across the map. Very cleanly done. Chains of Corruption will fly out and slow down the play. Force the cleanse out of Eclipse.
Gork's
but
here.
as Gorico arrives, this gets dangerous. Aspect gets away on a flash. Saskio's gone. Another kill to Gorica. He gets 2 in that exchange. And TSM earn out a pretty massive advantage now.
This game's looking pretty tough for EGP, TJ. The fact that TSM, they were able to have that level 1 plan to turn around a couple of these early skirmishes, now have done a good job of snowballing this one forward. Ezreal, Lee Sin, and LeBlanc are all about to be out of control for EGP. And once again in that skirmish, they just keep on splitting up Aspect from Graves, and that's the big difference in this.
Oh, Doxa takes a shot at the kneecaps of Surdy over there in the top lane, and Surdy, I don't think, can close the distance. He runs around the side there, but doesn't find a way to engage. First result.
Say okay.
Yeah! Replay!
So this is a little bit unlucky, the fact that it's just good timing from Donbray, but immediately Eclipse fires everything, and Aspect doesn't have time to rotate over to help Tomio. And he just melts at the hands of the globals from both GP and Ezreal. And from here, the fight's over, right? Saskio, he's a poke champion. He's not doing enough damage in a DPS fight. And he just ends up going down. EGP lose 2, both go over to Gorica as he continues to snowball with TSM Amateur and continue to play for your money on the table, TJ, of this game going to 3.
I told you it would. That's the kind of fight where the TSM comp just thrives in those narrow jungle hallways, because you always can throw so much over the walls. They have so much AoE between the True Shot, the LeBlanc, just being able to dive in, poke big AoE, and of course, not only the GP's barrels, but the global cannon barrage. There's just the kind of fight that TSM are going to want every time, especially now that they have a Leona to frontline and just kind of be a stopgap while those plays are happening.
And you can see EG, even though we talked about the dragon stacking, they lost that 1 dragon. They are really far behind in this game. They feel like they cannot contest it, so they're just going to try and go for a dive here on Eclipse, who denies the wave. Things are going to get awkward here.
Things are awkward as Skytech just kind of walks through the turret, takes 4 shots, and for whatever reason, Tomio's not on the same page. They don't end up going for a turret dive. It's more of a turret walk than anything. And after stretching their legs, things are going poorly for Aspect on the other side of the map. Wild Growth forced defensively, Aspect will survive the experience.
And while this is going on, Free Ocean Dragon for TSM as they continue to check the right boxes to wrap up this game. The Graves and the Lulu combo was just never able to get off the ground and running, TJ. As I want to give a lot of credit to TSM, they did a great job of splitting up that combo in these fights, really focusing on splitting them up. But also Aspect and Tomio, that was really where EGP needed to link up, where they needed the magic of this composition to happen, and they just weren't able to pull it off.
And we saw big Doxa this game, right? And he's still not hit the Rabadons, the late game power, but we saw early game skirmishing Doxa being sizable, being large, being vast, and that was enough as Doxa's dominance of that early game kept Aspect in lane, kept Aspect scared away from the roam necessary to provide that wild growth to Tomio in the fights.
I feel like we just don't have Dokwa, so you can't say, like, in semi-pro as he's playing for TLA, and you just can't say Big Dokes anymore, so you just want to say Big Doxa. Try and fill the void instead.
I mean, that's part of it. The other part of it is that he is sizable.
Yeah,
he's constructed vastly, you know?
As TSM have started this, I think they got around that ward, but
they were
EGP
sided.
still sniffing it out. Oh boy.
Lost Forest was sided, but
Yeah, okay.
it's fine, you know?
That's a lot of damage coming out. Good use of vision control there from TSM, as they're going to probably secure this Baron for free, continue to snowball this game, and wrap this one up.
Can we get a replay of that kill? Producer Tone? Would that be okay? Baron's gonna get picked up.
Just want to see the graves get melted by the solar flare.
What, I don't feel like I called it appropriately the first time round, so if we could get a... It would make me happy.
Yeah, alright.
Oh.
Well, tower traded for EGP.
Yeah!
You feel like this game's oh, here we go. This is your chance.
Okay, in, stun, solar flare, he's gone! That's what replays are for. This is real American living, you know?
Real replays are for the play-by-play to get a second chance at analyzing what happened. To be fair, that's about all I would say if I actually had to analyze what was going on. As really good vision manipulation from TSM.
The third time!
This TSM, they're up 9K. We're having a little bit of fun here as this game is all but over, and TSM has put together a very clean one to push this to a third game in this best of 3, TJ. As I really don't see any way EGP can come back from this. They have to find some crazy flank, some crazy play, and I feel like Aspect's going for just that.
Crossforest, kick him over the wall towards Doxa. Doxa in trouble, though. Didn't really want to meet Aspect. Has to walk away. Tomio is going to get rooted in the meantime, but nothing much will come of it. EGP were indeed roaming up here to try and make something happen, but all they have done is split their forces as Eclipse now shoves through against an undefended turret down bottom. He is going to shred that turret's HP. It is already down to a quarter. It will barely survive his presence on a single wave. Those inhibitor turrets also being threatened in the top lane where Doxa is currently shoving in.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
TSM using this Baron buff in all 3 lanes accordingly. And at this point, I mean, you picked the comp that scales better. You got really far ahead early. You're up 11k gold at this point. TSM just have to play this one out safe, not make any mistakes, as it's a Chain of Corruption going wide on Doxa. I like the attempt from Saskio, still trying to fish. But EGP need to find a couple death sentences, like 4, and dodge out on Doxa.
Ooh. Cannon Barrage just shreds and flashes
damage
needed by Skytech to stay ahead of the true shot. And this should be the game. EGP scattered behind their turret as TSM on their victory march will be able to tie up this series 1-all in fairly convincing fashion. They had very good team fights during game number 1, but fell apart during a couple of late-game poke battles. Were unable to connect with the very good play of Saskio and Aspect in the backlines. This time, TSM in full control from the word go. And EGP not really able to make a dent in it. That's going to be all 3 inhibitors broken. And EGP given space to think about what went wrong.
Gonna check the boxes. They're gonna go shop, make sure they have all their items. I like the Frozen Heart adaptation coming out from Gorka 3rd, as Lulu does not do a lot of magic damage, and that is the only magic damage on the side of EGP. We're gonna talk about some of the reasonings behind these builds from these talented players. That's about all we have to talk about in this one, TJ.
Professor Cubby.
Yeah, talking about that. Anything else we have, and what might happen in Game 3. As I really want to credit TSM. Like, a lot of times after you lose a game, you're like, oh god, what went wrong? What? Oh my, how did that chain land? Okay.
That's gross.
Holy
Continue,
smokes,
keep
Doxa.
talking about the build.
Okay. TSM Doxa doing his TSM Bjergsen impression there on that LeBlanc. Holy smokes. But like the micro adaptations coming out from TSM, like a lot of times when you lose games, it's like, all right, what do we need to change? Like, is it 3, 4 things? They said, you know what? No, we just need to change 2. We're gonna take away the Nidalee. We're gonna get ourselves a tankier support, and we're just gonna have a better level 1. And from there, TSM were able to take that and snowball this game into a very clean win for Game 2.
Yep, here we go. Putting the finishing touches, waiting for the paint to dry. TSM have built themselves a game number 2. And that means for all of us, we get to enjoy a best of 3 series. As Don Bray takes a bath in the fountain, it's going to be 1-all.
Doing the zooms as TSM zoomed through that game, found that early lead, and I like the fact that, you know, they looked at the gameplay instead of the pick ban, right? They said, you know what, we messed up a couple of these plays. If we can prevent that from EGP this next time, they're playing aggressive, they're playing aggro. Let's just try and salvage a couple plays, get have a better level 1, get them behind early, and take advantage of our scaling. They did just that, put together a beautiful game 2, and now are going to push us to game 3, where a lot is on the line for both of these teams. If you win, top 4, 2 out of 3 shots to make it the Proving Grounds. If you lose, you are done today. So a lot on the line here for this game 3.
The semi-finals are decided by one remaining game of League of Legends. We're going to go to a quick break, then we've got the desk. Then we've got game 3. All that's still ahead after this.
Match point, gamers. We somehow see that TSM Amateur, despite a very similar draft here, Jolly. We were thinking that, oh man, you know, they they might have to go back to the drawing board, you know, but just like in Super Smash Brothers, and if any Melee fans that saw the amazing summit for Grand Finals between Zane and Mango over the weekend, that sometimes salty runbacks that's just the best way to do it. If you already know what went wrong in the first game and you only need to change a couple variables, you can turn things around and net the game in your favor here.
I'm honestly wildly impressed. I mean, you guys couldn't hear us, but during the pick ban phase, I think when that Gangplank, it was the final lock-in, when that was locked in, Rafa, you particularly were like, no, this didn't work last time. The expectation is that it's not going to work this time. But the one change, it's as though they listened to this guy over here, Rebel Fox. Yeah, you. Because he said that he wanted somebody a little bit tankier down on the bottom side. That Rakan just didn't provide the utility was necessary because the Rakan couldn't survive and get the quickness to the backline. So to have that, and then also in the bottom side, very, very early on, they also, once again, listened to this guy and had early aggression, which is something that was really lacking from just the execution of the composition in game number 1. Honestly, to have that confidence, though, to lose that game and say, no, we're not changing sides because they stayed on blue side. We're not changing any picks aside from the Rakan. That is a lot of confidence, but clearly there's a reason behind it.
And the other thing, too, Jolly, is not just the adaptation in draft, but also the adaptation in the level 1. I mean, when you have a composition that is so reliant on getting key members ahead, like the Lee Sin and the LeBlanc, to really just set the game pace up, a beautiful adaptation in this level 1, just understanding that Evil Genius's Prodigies went for the same ward twice.
They did, and it works out really well for TSM Amateur at that point, and really started swaying in their direction. It was Evil Genius's Prodigies the whole game that were trying to recover, trying to get whatever they could, but that level of aggression that TSM brought in to the beginning of that game maintained itself throughout its entirety.
And then we look later on down the road how this Leona support really changed the landscape for TSM Amateur and Dombre as, the change was so dramatic that it froze my camera and as it just capturing me in complete awe as Rebel. I know you were talking a lot about, there's a moment where Dombre made a play, was able to go back in, and then flashing at the very last second, baiting out Evil Genius's members to go in. I think, if I can quote this, Dombre, why didn't you just play Leon instead of Rakan in the first game? What's going on here?
I can neither confirm nor deny whether those exact words came out of my mouth. But I think it was a combination of a number of things. I think Dombre played excruciatingly well in the Leona, and it's something that not only, look in this fight, like he's taken so much damage before he ends up going down and forces like this massive wedge into this fight, which is what cut off aspect. And again, keeping the Lulu away from your primary carry, which they set up Tomio to be in this game, was one big aspect of it. I also really appreciate the way that Dombre was able to get in and about on the map to support this mid-jungle that in the previous game didn't have that same kind of leverage. Despite the fact that Doxa in the previous game had like 4 kills, they weren't able to make the backline dive happen. Part of that's due to composition from EGP, because they had this poke and this immediate instance. That wasn't drafted this time. And so this combination of those two champions supported by Dombre got leads to begin the game, and then those leads were translated immediately into just further and further aggression into the entire map. Every single member on EGP was finding themselves at the end of aggression whatsoever.
And, when we go back to the beginning of this series and talking about some of the primary win conditions and styles for both of these teams, when we looked at the jungle matchup specifically, you mentioned how, Tomio, definitely one of the players that takes up a lot of the resources on this squad between him and Surdy. And, historically, it was Shiro, or now Danny on the LCS squad, but now that they have, changing up their squad, Tomio just taking even more resources than before. And this Graves Lulu setup, I was very excited about in the draft, because oh man, Lulu, old school counter pick to LeBlanc. If you think back to Season 4 when LeBlanc was really reigning in its prime, of course, things were different on the Lulu. You could double stack the Glitter Lance and, deal massive damage, but still, you can nullify and kind of stabilize that laning phase in between the LeBlanc, but it's not going to do that much when the action is not necessarily happening inside the laning phase, but all over the map, as we saw TSM Amateur just completely destabilize the entire roster of Evil Genius's Prodigies. So going into this Game 3, Jolly, I'm looking at whether, as we don't know whether TSM are going to be taking, or Evil Genius's Prodigies are going to remain on red side, or if they're going to now take blue side as
We do know, actually.
we do know, because the voice of God, aka Tone, just came and whispered the sweet answer into my ear saying, Evil Geniuses has selected blue side, Sir Rafa, which I'm very grateful for the formalities. You don't need, thank you. First of all, shout out to our production crew here at EGL. They all have been a fantastic bunch. But now Evil Genius is on the blue side. Jolly, I imagine that Lee Sin is not going to go to Frost Forest again.
No, certainly not again. And that was one of the staples in this composition. So you have to kind of consider, too, gives a little bit more of an opportunity for, for EGP to really destabilize the whole win condition, the whole idea behind the composition that TSM Amateur has now run through twice. And if they were that confident in it, then you could assume that they would have confidence in those same picks going forward. So remove as many as possible, lock in the Lee Sin for your team, and then ban out, honestly, as much as you hated the Gangplank lock-in, and we hated the Gangplank lock-in, that GP, the Global Ultimate, really, really made a difference in that game for the rest of the team to initiate and roam around as much as they were. So just trying to limit the mobility of the champions that are being run there from EGP is probably going to be TSM's best bet.
The other thing to consider, too, is that there's a lot of comfort picks that have been coming through and pretty much uncontested for TSM Amateur. I think one of the bigger picks that we also have to look out, apart from the Lee Sin for Frost Force, is actually the Ezreal for Gorka, because when you think about how TSM Amateur do want to play, being able to allow Dombre to roam on someone like a powerful Vanguard like Leona here, Rebel, you mentioned how that the fact that Gorka is playing, getting the ability to play super safely, thanks to having Ezreal, that might be something that is also left to EGP's devices if they either want to take it away for themselves or just eliminate it as a ban option.
Okay, so I think EGP's draft plan has changed immensely here for a second. They are in really good position to set themselves up on blue side here. The previous two games, there were two bans that were consistent from the side of TSM, which were the Diana and then also the Viego. And we talked about how Viego, I think Jolly talked about how Viego was super good across multiple lanes. Now that they're on blue side, Xin Zhao also has to be added to that list, because if Tomio gets that champion, not only is he beating you in the early game, he's beating you mid game, he's beating you late game, he's beating you next game, he's beating you all day, all week, all night. So your choice now comes to, if you ban that champion and the previous two, Nidalee's available, Renekton's available first pick on blue side, and you know that they're capable of taking that in, and they get that powerful duo a second time in the top lane. So I don't think you can do that. I think you have to give something up. So they're getting Viego, they're getting Diana, or they're getting Xin Zhao. And that immediately gives a bunch of power over. I could talk about which one I think I would prefer. But I really like that EGP just immediately, because of those two picks having to be permabanned, are just going to get their hands on one of those three champions because of the threat that the Nidalee is going to have to bring.
It's one of those things where, just thinking about the thought of Tomio getting his hands on Viego or Diana, or Xin Zhao, you're immediately like, okay, no, those three have to be banned. But then you think back to game one and Tomio bringing out the Nidalee again. It's like, once again, we're at this point in the conversation where it's like there's just not enough bans in the world, and considering how TSM Amateur have been throwing all their bans towards Tomio, I think just speaks in volumes, Jolly, how massive of a factor Tomio is when he is on a good footing for this Evil Geniuses roster.
Yes, not Meteos, unfortunately, people, is Tomio for this player. And I mean, every single time we say Xin Zhao, Rebel smiles, because, and I'm assuming it is because of all the players that you want to see run Xin Zhao. It's going to be Tomio. Absolutely obliterates on this one and perfectly fits the composition style that they've been running with this heavy-hitting backline. It's going to allow Gorka to be able to smack the backline in response, or Saskio there. So, honestly, I think the Xin Zhao should be pretty high priority. I don't know if they're actually going to go with that one. Viego would probably be my ideal pick here, though, because I was mentioning as well during the games, it wasn't just Tomio. I think it was Tomio and also Surdy, I believe.
Yeah.
In their last 10 games that they've played, I mean, 6 or 7 of them are Viego, so both of them really loving this champion. As Rebel mentioned, one of those perma bans. So it's once again going to be a bunch of bans forced onto Tomio, who's still going to get something that he wants.
That's the power of having blue side in this series here against TSM Amateur for Evil Geniuses Prodigies. One of those OP jungle picks for Tomio specifically is about to be left open unless for some reason they throw a curveball at us and ban one of those junglers out. But, you know, I'm very much inclined to be in the same ballpark as you, Jolly, and Rebel Fox. So, Game 3 on the horizon. TJ and Cubby, the lads in plaid, they are going to bring us one last game between these two teams before we get a semifinal list announced. And then we'll have to see how the rest of the bracket plays out here in the EGL Summer Showdown.
Rafa, I'm like trying to be cooler like you, and the only answer I have is to just let it breathe a little bit. Welcome back to the caster desk. It's time for game number 3. TSM and EG have taken us all the way. Play the silver scrapes in your head whilst you're listening to us set this up. As we head towards the draft, Cubby, what needs to change?
Well, EGP thinks that their side needs to change, which is a big shift coming in from them because the changes we saw going from Game 1 to Game 2 was TSM said, we don't need a lot of changes, we just need to have a better setup level 1. We're going to get rid of the Nidalee, take away the magic damage coming out from the jungle. The Lulu doesn't do a lot of magic damage, so they got ahead early. They stacked armor against a comp with no magic damage, and it was a rather easy controlled game from TSM as they did a great job splitting up that Lulu Graves. Now EGP, they said, you know what, we've shown enough of our cards, we're going to shift over to blue side, and that means that there's a few bans that TSM now have to take off the table on blue that Rebel was highlighting. It opens up a few bans for EGP to get rid of as they want to take away Frost Forest, Lee Sin, that's been so good in this series.
It's time to go. Let's talk about these bans, because I think the Frost Forest Lee Sin makes a massive difference in what we can expect from the early game. What's the fallback for Frost Forest?
Frost Forest has a lot of options. There could be a Lulu Kindred coming out. There could be a whole host of options as I'm seeing TJ getting ready for this Game 3. It's getting a little bit sweaty in here as this
Match me,
on
Rafa. All the way down, Rafa. Will we come back to the desk? All the way down. Sorry.
No, it's all good. We've got a lot on the line here, Game 3. As once again, the winner, you make semifinals. That gives you a 2 out of 3 chance to qualify for Proving Grounds, as Wildcard Red have already booked their ticket in the first tournament, as they have 2 tournament wins. And EGP, TSM, they want that opportunity. They want to try and face the winner of Zoo's AoE, which will be played tomorrow. We'll have updates for you on the EGL Twitter. Go follow them if you can. And it looks like the game plan, a magic damage jungler was lacking last game for EGP. The Lulu Graves didn't work out. They're shifting up their bans. They shifted up their sides, and they're bringing out Diana and the Moonfalls from the jungle, TJ.
And I'm excited to see the Moonfall come out here because it provides a little more of that focused team fight damage that it felt like EG didn't have last game. It gives them the synergy built into one character that they were trying to build between the Graves and the Lulu. That's all onto one character now, just in terms of ease of execution. Oh, TSM, we get the Ziggs, presumably AD carry, that has been flavor of the month recently. And that puts their AP out of the mid lane, so instead we can see Doxa pick up a Lucian. And I'm very excited by this. I think Doxa's Lucian is incredible to watch. Saskio, forced away from the Varus, we are going to go ahead and see a Kaisa. This has been the other character that has been played recently. We've seen a fair amount of it in Saskio's solo queue as he's been kind of grinding on his new computer.
Yeah, when it was Spring Proving Grounds with Winthrop, this was Saskio's most played champion, hands down. I think he had over 25 plays in Kaisa with a very positive win rate when he was paired up with Frost Forest and Doxa on that squad. Now finds himself emergency subbing in against them in Game 3. He's performed admirably throughout the 2 games this series, and returning to comfort for him, Kaisa Nautilus is going to be the answer. And I'm curious about this Galio because It seems like that's Donbray's choice of support. There's a small chance that TSM could get real wild and throw a Lucian top, a Galio mid, something like that, but I fully expect it to be Doxa's Lucian and a Ziggs Galio bot lane. So this is their answer into the Kai'Sa Nautilus, and Kai'Sa is a pretty low-range champion, so I want to see TSM see if they can grab some things to combo with that, as curiously enough to actually ban out the Camille from themselves, respecting Surdy's Camille, and also respecting the Yasuo, which is a great pick into Lucian that we've seen crop up quite a bit in the LPL, as they need to look for their jungler and their top laner, whereas EGP is still looking for solo laners.
Your bans, the GP, the Volibear being taken away from TSM's Eclipse are actually very exciting. It'll force the Renekton to come out here. What does Surdy pull with Camille also banned out? Camille, the obvious answer. You can also usually play Volibear and GP into Renekton.
This
Surdy's
could
gonna
be
have
a
to dig
Gnar.
deeper.
Could be a Gnar for Surdy. Jace is an option. Jace actually wins both solo lane matchups against Lucian as time goes on. So EGP are going to feel pretty good about that, as Surdy trying to take a dominant matchup in the top lane.
And this makes up for the fact that they don't have a Varus, because you now do have the poke. You do have the tools to kind of match that Ziggs and the poke state that oftentimes these late game fights work down towards. Ooh, this is set mid.
Yeah, I like this for EGP because set, it enables them to throw Renekton, throw Galio into the team of TSM, set team fights very well, and it also gives Diana a lane to play through. So I think Aspect, we talk about the fact that the big difference in this team, or between these two teams, is the fact that Aspect very much plays to enable Tomio. Frostforce always plays to enable Doxa. We're going to see another game of that just here, as it might be a Nocturne last pick. With the changes, we haven't been seeing as much as Nate Nocturne, but he's still the same champion in the jungle, and that's going to be last pick for Frostforce here, as he's going to be returning to Nocturne and turning off the lights against CGP.
Okay, I like where we've ended up. You have a very solid teamfight composition built by EGP, and you have a very solid carry for Tomio to try and boost Surdy ahead on. The two players we care most about in the EGP teamfight, Surdy and Tomio, have characters that can solo win teamfights, so regardless of which one of them gets rolling, they're set up for success. Aspect has the kind of safe, secure mid laner he likes, and Saskio has one of his comforts as well. This is very well set up.
I like what you, very well set up, you know. I like what you did there, TJ. It's nice as we're diving into Game 3.
You're supposed to notice.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of explosive early games. The first 3 waves for both games have been rather lethal, as I think EGP Game 1, they got like, it was 2-2 after the first 3 waves. TSM, of course, found that level 1 kill, but this jungle matchup, very different in the fact that the race to 6 is so important for Diana versus Nocturne. And what TSM want to do, it's dogpile, right? They want to have the Nocturne, that's how they get the Galio into the fight. They're going to combine that with the Super Mega Inferno Bomb from Ziggs, and they want to blow you up from range, whereas EGP, it's going to be about set retaliating, RKOing someone out of that, and finding a re-engage on the back half with Tomio. So I know that Surdy's a big carry we've been highlighting in a very important piece for EGP, but I actually want to keep our eyes on Aspect to see how he plays these fights, because against a brawler-heavy team, Set can be able to, especially early, to wreck house in team fights and do a lot of damage and have a huge impact.
I mean, we're both support mains, you know how it is. Obviously, the focus goes to the carries, but very often the game is decided by those who are setting the carries up for success. Aspect was a huge part of that during game number 1. I would argue also a huge part of it during game number 2, as he was full focused by TSM, kept from achieving the ideal combination as providing the support for Tomio on the Graves. So here we go into game 3. How much success does Aspect find in lane? Maybe safety is a better word for it. I also want to talk about the TSM side of things, where as we go late, they're going to have that Nocturne to turn out the lights and find opportunities. How useful is that past the laning phase?
It's going to give TSM control over team fights, especially if EGP have to TP to retaliate, because Paranoia denies TPs from coming in. So that's always something that Nocturne can utilize. And just going back to our notes before the series too, TJ, the one that I've still been sitting on is the fact that the additional Frostforce. Keep in mind, this is the member that TSM introduced later in Proving Grounds. He came into the second tournament to replace Infectrix as the old duo with Doxa. And catching up with Gorka, he said Chan or Frost Forest, he's been so important in studying out the early games, because the early games used to be volatile. But because of his synergy with Doxa, his knowledge in the jungle role, just winning a collegiate championship with Winthrop, he's really helped bring more of a game plan and an identity to TSM in the early stages of the game, which brings a lot of weight off of Gorika's shoulders to do that, as he's one of the more experienced members, and has really helped TSM make their first quarterfinal, get out of groups for the first time in the third Tier 2, and now they have a chance to get in the semifinals here if they can take this game versus EGP.
Already their best performance here on the Proving Grounds. Now TSM have a chance to do even better than that. EGP, a roster still living under the shadow of the former roster, one that sent players directly to the LCS. This is the roster from which Danny emerged. The force he has been for EG's main team, LCS roster. And so, it's a big game for both teams, I think. Something to prove on both sides, as EG are also demonstrating, I think, a deeper roster of play than we've seen previously. I will say, one mark against EG, I do think it should be illegal for Tomio to change his name to Medios, because the amount of times that has tripped me up is very high. So just go through it.
He talked about it when we had him on the Proving Grounds pod, the podcast to do with another caster, Smacks. And he said that, yeah, I just wanted people to think I was Medios, because he changed it back when he was Season 4. And he's like, but it was C2, because I was like 1/5 as good as him. Because Medios had C10 Medios in solo queue back then. So that's the story behind that one. And we will have to keep our eyes on Tomio on the Diana, as he does have the option to 3-camp gank Lucian. Set has very good gank setup. And I'm curious to see if Tomio wraps around through mid, and I love that Doxa actually just dropped a ward onto Raptors to check that play and prevent that play from coming through. So good knowledge coming out from Doxa and how this matchup's played.
Just to run through it once for chat, in case I do mess it up during team fights. The player currently going by the tag C2 Medios is Tomio. The player going by the tag Amnesia is Surti. So, you've probably seen those names around before. And I apologize if in the midst of a team fight, I call the wrong name.
It's the issues with being on the live server. Got to deal with a couple extra hoops to jump through for us casters, as we have both junglers pathing towards this crab on the top side. And it's priority for one solo lane each, and we actually have Nautilus roaming up. I think this might be odds for EGP, but Dox is going to get to the play first.
Oh, what a flash from Aspect! He finds Doxa, and he shuts him down! First blood over to Aspect.
That's what I was mentioning when I talked about the gank assist in this matchup. The Set versus Lucian paired up with Diana. Lethal for Lucian if he's caught out. Doxa not even burning flash, understanding that he was in big trouble. He's going to get a replay once again. The flash clap from Aspect is on point. And I love that Tomio also snuck in a ward just barely off camera to scout that Frost Force wasn't going to be there in time, enable them to go for this play. And that kill, I said that it was one lane of priority for each team. Well, just taking out the mid laner, that guarantees the crab, as Tomio going to take that one and take jungle priority, as Frost Force does skip over his Krugs. So Tomio up a little bit, now potentially looking for a dive on the top side, trying to match Frost Force, who will be going for that camp.
Would be warded if he stepped through the tri-bush.
Oh, he's not
Eclipse
spotted.
doing a good job setting up for that. Tomio walking near the Krugs, taking the Krugs currently on that top side of the map. I think he's on ward now.
He just got spotted, I believe, on that ward that Eclipse posted over the wall. But because Eclipse is so low on HP, I don't think he can answer, and Tomio just gets away with a camp advantage. Doxa was even walking up, but Tomio gets away in time. Wins across the board here for EGP, and a much better early game start for them.
Whoa! We are fine in the bottom lane. There is no danger. Skytech, a
maybe not that
millisecond.
case in the top lane.
A millisecond away from finding a hook, as you correctly identify up top. Surti is doing some significant damage to Eclipse, whilst Frost Force kind of roams round the side. Wasn't able to find a kill, so now he goes into the jungle, only to find that it is Baron.
Oh, and Tomio's reading Frost Force so well here. He's going to find him on this camp as Frost Force is skipping over all of his camps to try and deny this one. And Aspect's rotating. Oh, TP.
Called out. TP.
Double
TPs
TP
for both teams. Here comes Doxa Dunbray in from the other side of the river. Eclipse on the TP finishes first. It's man advantage over to TSM. First blood Still picked up by Surdy. Double kill to Surdy. They've won it. 3v5 off the back of an outstanding setup from Aspect.
The set is too strong at this point of the game.
Okay.
Oh, good flash from Doxa. That saves what could have been critical damage dealt to TSM, but SkyTech, he's still sticking around. Aspect can still go for this play. As they're fishing, Doxa has to respect this. He's waiting for Doxa to step up. They have 3 here. Can they find him?
Push in from SkyTech. Hook, he dodges it. All Meteos finds damage. Pulled back in. Goodbye, Doxa. He didn't have the mana. He was just dead.
A brilliant early game from EGP. All credit should go to Tomio, who, to be fair to Frost Force, after he gets his Krugs denied, the only play he has on that side of the map, if he wants to go for the Wolves, he thought that Tomio would be going bot. He thought that he'd be going for the full clear from Krugs back top to try and hit the 2-minute timer to take down the Renekton to the top side. And the 3v4, it's all made by Aspect. You cannot engage on set at this point of the game, TJ. They were trying to one-shot him, but the takedown, the fact that he was able to get the Haymaker off, it's too much damage to deal with. EGP turn the play. They don't lose anyone. They even take down Dox on the back half. And TSM are reeling at this point of the game. They have to try and stall time, get items on Ziggs and Lucian to give themselves a chance to get back in this one.
And Doxa just lingering there. Didn't have the dash. Didn't have a flash. He'd burned it moments before to dodge out SkyTech's hook. So he just dies, and EGP, game number 3, it all on the line. They step up.
A team that took 5th, 6th finish in Proving Grounds against all the Academy teams. It is, oddly enough, despite their lower placements so far, they're the team that's given Wildcard Red the best run for their money. They're one of 2 teams to take them to 5, the other one being C9 Amateur as well, who got knocked out earlier today on stream. But EGP being on this side of the bracket, they want another shot. They lost to Wildcard Red in the quarterfinals of Challengers Uprising. And they want to get back, make that a finals matchup, make that an exciting best of 5. Try and take them down as TSM. Their only answer is to try and help out this Renekton. Jace is shoving out.
Not quite level 6. Amnesia steps up, absolutely demolishes Eclipse's HP, but here's Frost Forest, and the fear goes off just in time. Surdy's dead. Meteos, though, flash! Oh, he's got Frost Forest, 1 for 1. And Dox on the run is here with the culling, shredding Aspect's HP. It's not enough. 2 for 1. EGP trade positive again.
The 3.5k gold lead, it's not going anywhere for EGP as the teleport from Aspect guarantees the fact the fight's going to go their way. And the fact that Surdy was able to do so much chip damage against the Renekton, just how that matchup plays out was really what enabled Tomio to get in there and use the Moonfall Flash to make that play happen. As Tomio and Aspect have been running the Rift in this game, TJ. Full kill participation for Tomio, 1-0-6, and a 4-0-1 set as well. As we're going to get a second look at this. Look at the chunk damage going over on Eclipse, right? When this all-in comes in from Jace, Eclipse can't fully commit because he might go down. And that golf swing back as well just keeps Eclipse on the border for Tomio. He gets up there in a beautiful Moonfall Flash to connect that one. And the culling just tickles Aspect on the set at this point. As Eclipse falls, the lead stays for EGP. And they want to book that ticket into the semifinals. They want to give themselves a 2-on-3 shot to get back into Proving Grounds. If there are 2 spots for 3 teams remaining if they make it to semis. TSM,
what a game for Tomio. Bit of a quiet series so far for Tomio. And to come into game 3 and just say, no, this is why I'm known as the lead of this team. This is why when people talk about EGP, they talk about Tomio. And give us a full-fledged demonstration here in the quarterfinals. Well, that's just perfect.
Oh,
TSM.
boy.
Oh, going for more here in the mid lane. That's Doxer just dead! Aspect again! Because never forget, there are 2 parts to the Tomio legend. One of them Aspect standing slightly further behind, but presumably because he's just landed some great CC. TSM, during all of that, did manage to get a Drake. That's the first objective actually picked up by anyone this game. But it will be swiftly answered as EG. It's their turn to trade Drakes for Rift Herald.
And it's curious because TSM and Draft, they realized that with this early Lucian setup, they can set up kill lanes with the Diana on EGP's side. They banned out the Yasuo, the new kill lane that we've seen emerging in the LPL or the combo. But they didn't respect the set. And Aspect, oh, beautiful play on his part. Once Doxa gets clapped back, he's dead. And oh boy, action top.
Moonfall in, dropped by Tomio, and that stalls up the play. Frost Forest, no HP,
Body
burning
blocking.
from the Ignite. Self-heals on the wave. He lives on maybe 2 HP, and will be able to survive. Walk away to tell the tale. Still, the play TSM initiated up top, cancelled by a good roam. Now down bottom, Saskio. Zoned off of the jungle invade by Donbray. Blown Mega Inferno Bomb, though. Didn't find any value, and that's important.
A little bit of a preemptive bomb there coming out from Gorica. But TSM still trying to find any play. The fact that Frost Force survived that engage top. Rather critical, as EGP were trying to set up a crash with Shelly, because that was secured during one of the replays for Tomio. And he's here to respond to the play from Frost Force. That's a Nocturne ult for naught. And oh boy, 5 HP? Not even close.
Just incredibly low. Frost Forest, no slouch of a jungler himself, as he's demonstrated this series. Does stay ahead of the damage, just barely. Doxa ought to know Skytech's in this bush. That's rather the point of Skytech's current position. Forcing a rotate out from the bottom lane. Saskio more than capable of keeping track of his own wave down bottom.
That is a good part about Ziggs, the fact that you can roam on a Ziggs with your team. You can also roam into a Ziggs, as Skytech has taken advantage of that, now looking for Frost Forest. Just spot out.
Poke. Blocked by the spell shield. The worst feeling as a Nautilus player. We did just get confirmation. I wanna run with this very quickly. We did just get confirmation of how much HP Frost Forest had on the top lane. It was 11 HP. So, incredibly
Double digits.
Yeah.
It wasn't single digits, you know? It was calculated.
You're right. Sorry, Covey. It was easy. I don't know why we were hyping it up.
These
Frankly,
guys
I'm
are trying to go pro,
embarrassed.
you know?
A player as good as you, a player as experienced as you would have known, there was no biggie.
Oh, man. As Skytech continues to hover Aspect. And I do like some of the restraint coming out from Skytech. The fact that he didn't follow up that Nocturne with a depth charge, didn't go too deep, something that the young support hailing out of University of Western Ontario, UWO, a team that Goric is also from. Learning competitive and still getting better as Doxa under siege, but surviving that one as Tomio is still deciding where to drop Shelly. Has about 30 seconds left to decide, as a fourth of the time is left.
Aspect has had just...
Looks like he's going top. Yeah.
Aspect has had just 2 incredible games this series. Currently 5-0-1 on the set. Here we go through the top lane. Meteos finally, Tomio finally dropping that Rift Herald. Little crash here. Frost Forest and Dawnbray are nearby. TP in as well. Heroic entrance is the full combo, but Aspect denies it, pulling Frost Forest out of the combo, and now he steps forward to the front line, pulling Dawnbray away from Meteos. Doxa dives in, denied by the Haymaker. Skytech will fall. Aspect sacrifices his life for the team, but they cancel out what was a deadly combo up top, and Saskio free farms down bottom.
It was a good read from TSM. That was a telegraphed play coming out of EGP. We knew they wanted to drop Shelly, and the most likely candidate would be Jace in this matchup, accelerating him to get to that 2-item spike. And so TSM, Dawnbray, credit to him, right? Him and Frost Force are up here to respond. The big difference, the fact that Gorica, with the Super Mega Inferno Bomb, was able to contribute, and that did significant enough damage to help TSM turn that play around and take 2 for themselves.
Just incredible stuff. Very good team fight out of TSM. They save Dox's cooldowns for the very end. Frost Force and Eclipse take the vast majority of the damage. Dawnbray is still live to kind of soak frontline in the second half of the fight. Well cleaned up, and it puts TSM back in this game. They're still, of course, behind, but now are within striking distance.
The shutdown did get Doxa a Gale Force, and because they denied that play, they were able to get back out onto the map first, as of course EGP had to wait in gray screen jail a little bit. That gives them the second dragon of the game. as it's going to be a Cloud Soul. Not what TSM was hoping to roll. I think an Infernal Soul would have been much more beneficiary for them. But against a melee-heavy team, picking up Cloud Soul, not bad, and oh boy, Doc's in trouble.
No, he's not. He's fine. He's just gonna have to wait 28 seconds to play the game again. Very well played by Saskia, again spotting the opportunity, but it's the jungle presence, it's the map presence from EGP that's been consistently creating these opportunities, and that's why we've been praising Tomio so much.
That play was made by Skytech and Saskio, the two collegiate duo, and Saskio, of course, getting revenge on his old teammate Doxa from Winthrop. As Doxa, yeah, he was just going for the red buff. Skytech sees it. I think he burns Flash, get over the buff. Nope. Yep, there we go.
Oh.
The dredge line.
And
He even steals it
the
with the Riptide. Plus 100.
Wow. Skytech, I apologize. That was all you, Chief. Incredible stuff from the support player there.
So, fun fact about Skytech, actually, is I know that Riot recently did a Masterminds bit where Demonte was talking a lot about AP Recon. Skytech's the one that popularized that in NA solo queue. He hit GM playing AP Recon, and is now a support main. His Recon play is pretty disgusting. UWO is actually running AP Recon with Senna in C-Law, as he is so mechanically gifted, just as a player, but especially on that champion in general, as he has a lot of extra games on it in an awkward role. And it's been fun seeing Skytech in his first split as a competitive support playing semi-pro really start to take the steps up to evolve and get EGP back to that level where they want to compete with those academy teams in Proving Grounds. His development's been a big part of their increased success, much how TSM's increased success has come off the back of Donbray really maturing as a young 17-year-old support prospect as well.
Really, really cool to see. Aspect, this is illegal. He's going to get this. Eclipses, burns the flash. Aspect gets angry, runs him down. Eclipse, with the ulti, is still killed, and by Aspect nonetheless.
Eclipse does go down, but burns a lot of time for Doxa to get some alone time in the top lane, picking up a few free waves for himself, and getting accelerated on the solution that is a win con for TSM to try and come back in this one. Is get Lucian Ziggs far enough ahead where they can really take advantage of a low-range composition coming out from EGP. As Doxa going for the Gale Force, trying to give himself a little bit of increased security in these team fights. And while EGP find a pick in the side lane, this game has slowed down a little bit and gotten to a pace where TSM can at least mitigate the damage being dealt by EGP.
I'm going to say a TJism. Are TSM within striking distance, Cubby?
I like that. Especially when you have like a Nocturne Galio with a Super Mega Inferno Bomb. It feels like, you know...
Are they within striking distance of EGP right now?
They have a lot of range to get in striking distance of them. In terms of the game overall, you know, we'll see. Yeah. But it's, a couple levels there, TJ. Okay. As I think this next dragon is going to be critical for EGP. The two dragons for TSM, it's kind of been their consolation prize for what's been going on in the map. They're down. But stacking up dragons at least gives them a backdoor win con. And with about a minute 15 before this last one, I think EGP have to take this next dragon seriously and commit resources to try and deny this from TSM. As they're trying to get mid lane priority. Should it be sneaking into this bot side river to get vision control as Tomio does just that. But a nice ward snuck by from TSM. But Donbray might not be able to sneak by from Tomio.
Tomio steps back into the taunt. Not the slightest bit concerned about it. Does scare away the TSM members with his raw aggression. That'll be enough.
You can see Aspect and how important this dragon is to EGP. They don't care about that top lane, right? They're going to let Renekton crash that. He has TP to respond, but it's more important for EGP to dedicate extra resources to maintain this vision control. So they're actually going to sack a lot of gold, and TSM, I think, looks like they're going to take that handshake, TJ. They're like, that's fine. We're going to take your top camps. We're going to pressure this turret. We're going to catch up on gold as we are the scaling team. And we're okay with this trade. So they don't care as much about Cloud Soul. They want this, and EG, they see this. They don't want to let them get away with this for free, so they're going to try and contest now.
Yeah, and this results in kind of a split focus. Because all that work done by EGP to gain control of the river is kind of thrown away by their attempt to respond to TSM's pressure on the top side. We now have 3 seconds before this Drake comes out. Who has control of the river? It's split, but TSM have much more than they did a moment ago. So they walk away the beneficiary of their exchange up top. It does still seem that they have no intention of properly contesting this Dragon now. EG will be able to take it. Sasuke making quick work of it alongside Tomio. And they will be able to lock in their first Drake of the game for the EG project. Oh dear, Mega Inferno Bomb. Sasuke barely stays ahead of that one.
Good Gale Force from Sasuke, as he guarantees that he gets out of that. And yeah, I think TSM, I think the things they're waiting on, TJ, are they want Seralda's Grudge for Lucian, and they want Seraph's Embrace for Ziggs. Those are 2 pretty big spikes, especially the Seralda's Grudge, where all of a sudden the culling and all your abilities on Lucian, you slow melees. You are able to control so much more space for the Ziggs and Galio of the team fight. So the fact that TSM have slowed things down at least give them an angle to potentially get back in this one, as that is a preemptive. Kelly's going for a big hike here, TJ. Going downtown.
I love that for her.
Yeah,
getting the exercise in.
Summoner's Rift is nice, you know?
How long do you think it would take you to walk down midline?
Oh, God. I think we have to check Joshi's Twitter for that, because he recently did a poll.
I don't want to know the numbers. I want to know how fast you could run from one side of the map to the other down mid. Quick, there's about to be a team fight.
6 miles, that takes about an hour. Oh, that's what
you think it would take you an hour to run all the way down midline?
I'm saying it's 6 miles, you know?
You're an athlete.
I feel like it's pretty thick.
Chat.
That said,
Tell
returning
me
to the
what
game.
Your mid-lane time is. EGP
Returning
pressing
to the game.
down,
Oh, boy.
and here's the play. TSM go off the back of Frostforce, spotting and isolating
lives.
Sasuke. He dodges the Mega Inferno Bomb.
That was
Great
so
movement
good.
from Sasuke. And here comes Skytech round the side, joined by Tomio. Depth charge, chews through the back line, separating Eclipse from his team. And that's going to be a full follow-through with Aspect chunking away. Skytech goes deeper. There's nothing left for TSM. They swung with the biggest bat they had, and EGP were not dented.
So Sasuke dodges out on everything, but EGP, they don't get any kills. And on the side lane, Doxa soloed out Surdy, who also burned his flash. Doxa did not, so that Seralda's Grudge already coming up big. And now can Aspect re-engage. He has ult.
He has ult, but he's full CC!
Oh no!
That was disgusting! He doesn't get to use any of his abilities. He's just melted. And what was a damn good mid lane hold from EGP has now spiraled a bit as TSM take advantage of the side lane shove. And here on the mid lane, that's going to be a turret knockdown as well.
And TSM, they hit their spike, they go for the fight, and they're bringing this game back, TJ. The shutdowns for them are so important. I mentioned they wanted Seralda's Grudge, they wanted Seraph's Embrace. They get those 2 items, they instantly go for a brawl. And of course, Surdy, he's going to take any fight he can. This long lane versus Doxa, he can't see anything, so he just gets gunned down by the Lucian. And Doxa playing with his ranges so cleanly. Understanding he has the Gale Force, he's going to get the slow here. Yep, he's just dead. Good play from Doxa in the 1v1, showing off his Lucian mechanics. And meanwhile, the fact that EGP didn't find any kills after Sasuke dodged out on every ultimate, Aspect found the cancel on the Galio. I think it shows the importance of Surdy in these team fights. Jace needs to be there pumping out the damage while he gets space bought by the rest of his team. And the exhaust that could have went down onto Tomio wasn't even needed for that fight, TJ, as all of a sudden, a game that's been in full control for EGP for the first 22 minutes is getting close and a little bit hairy as TSM has now made this a 2k gold deficit for themselves, and they have the scaling.
Briefly, though it doesn't overlap with the current game state, Sasuke was played incredibly as a substitute. This has been if you view sub games here as kind of a job application, this is an incredible job application. Any team looking for an AD carry has to be eyeing Sasuke right now. As the mid pressure comes through, and oh, what a dive deep in. I'm not sure about this, frankly, but Tomio makes it work. Gorka goes down. That's 1 kill over, nothing in response. Trying to work away at it, Doxa chews away at Skytech's HP. Wow! The very edge of his range, he finds the kill.
Dox can do
and
this.
Now he's back in. Tomio in trouble. Eclipse goes for the
Oh,
dive
wait a
stun.
minion!
Oh, flash over
Here
the
goes
top from
Aspect!
Aspect, and he throws it back in. Haymaker, Aspect, that was incredible. And there's the follow-up. Tomio round the side. 3
Does he
kills to EGP. Frost Forest nailed by the Void Seeker. Blind from Saskio. It's 4 kills in a row. 5 kills for a complete ace. EGP are going to take the Baron.
Exactly what EGP needed to break the game back open in their favor, TJ, and it's off the back of Aspect, who never used his ultimate in the initial fight, and the re-engage from TSM just when Doxa feels like he's strong enough to make the space, just when Doxa feels like they're ahead enough to actually go in for the fight. Eclipse goes in, doesn't find a member of EGP, and Aspect turns all their hopes and dreams on them instantly. After he started off the party with his flank, look at how deep he goes with the rest of his squad as they just target down Gorka, who doesn't have flash from the last skirmish. He doesn't need to use his ultimate as he sneaks on out of here. And then when the turn comes in, because Dox is piloting the solution beautifully. I mean, he's just dancing in and out, using all of his cooldowns so well. Once Eclipse gets here, they feel like they might be able to turn it, they might be able to push, they might be able to go in. But the stun doesn't connect. Aspect, the flash clap, and the RKO. It's beautiful. It's perfect. It's just what EGP need to take this game.
That is one of the sickest team fights all round I have ever seen. Very cool stuff from this game. Semi-Pro delivering. As Baron gets taken by EGP, Drake gets taken by EGP, but TSM aren't done yet. They'll full commit. Frost Forest diving deep to try and shut down Saskio, backed up by the Mega Inferno Bomb and the heroic entrance. They don't find the kill, but they do force a back.
And they get a flash from Surdy, which they can punish later with Doxa. As TSM, I like that. They're trying to set up and do that before the siege comes in, as they know that a J siege would be difficult for them to deal with. But once again, the low-range composition of EGP, they kind of need to use these objectives to get fights out, as they're not going to have an easy time sieging with a Kaisa going into a Ziggs. Jace will help bridge that, but it's a low-range composition that wants to brawl. TSM still have that mid-outer up. They can still buy time. It should fall with this first Baron. EGP are going to get that gold injection and that gold lead back from this first Baron. But it's not all gloom and doom for TSM. Time is still their friend.
Oh, what is that? Tomio in. Gorka will survive thanks to the shielding. Flashing away to stay safe. Bailed
and that's
out.
The big one.
Very
That's
narrowly
the big
by
one.
a staff.
They got Ziggs' flash, so they can punish that. Again, the last fight went the way of EGP because they found Ziggs without his flash. Now Doxa might be found. Uh-oh. Good night.
He's deleted. This time, Sarty wins the trade. He had Tomio around the side if necessary. Yeah. Tomio was just there as his hype man, though. He got the kill. Here's the play down the top lane as EGP are trying to bring this Baron to Baron. The fact that they have shut down Frost Forest in onto the side, as you say, but Frost Forest very far ahead here. And Saskio just walks away. The rest of EGP are there before TSM are. And as I was about to say, the fact that they have killed Doxa means that there's a player disadvantage just in terms of covering all this distance. So, indeed, pressure comes through down bottom. And what was that? A slam dunk from Surdy eradicates half of Eclipse's HP. And the player advantage keeps rolling as the Baron buff fades. Another turret falls in the top lane, down to the inhibitor turrets in all 3 lanes. The bottom inhibitor is incredibly low. That bottom inhibitor turret down to about half its HP, if not lower currently.
And as we have the Baron buff expire, EGP got everything they wanted. It's a 10k gold lead for them now, as it's going to be so difficult for TSM to overcome this. EGP doing critical damage. They didn't break an inhibitor turret, they didn't break an inhibitor, but they broke everything else on the map, TJ. As they can return and set up. Both objectives are spawning here in 2 minutes. They can see the dragon. The big objective is going to be that Baron. And if they get into the top side jungle of TSM first, I still think it's really difficult for TSM to deal with this, but uh-oh. Surdy's in trouble. No flash.
They know. Heroic entrance over the top. Surdy is dead. Very well played. He very nearly found Frost Forest. Honorable mention. There was just a ward over the top there, just outside of that Krug pit. That paid off there for TSM. They find the kill. And that is very important because the death timers at this point are quite long. So for the next 35, 40 seconds, it's going to be rather difficult for EG to start setting up map control. They're going to have to play very carefully as they are at a player disadvantage. And TSM can get some vision around these objectives. I do want to talk the flip side of what you're talking about because yes, there will be another Baron shortly. Yes, that will matter, but TSM are kind of coming online here. They're 2 Drakes away from Seoul. And if perchance they survive this next Baron, trading it for a Dragon, then they're 1 away from the Soul and very likely scaled back into this game.
Infinity Edge for Doxa is the next big item on them. I think they need to try and get to that point. But these team fights are going to be so difficult as this set build. Fun fact, has been being called the mathematically correct set build. The only thing that's missing is ability haste boots. But it's pretty much made to just get you a big haymaker and try and get 2 haymakers off in a fight. As the Gore Drink of the Sterix keep you alive, health stacking benefits the rest of your abilities. Now EGP, they're done with Ziggs. He doesn't have flash. They're hunting him. Here we go.
Gorka forced into stasis, but he does have it. Will it survive? No, he's just gone. And that's going to be the mid inhibitor broken. Can EGP add now? They cannot let this game keep going. If they break the inhibitor, it'll be all but impossible for TSM to contest the objective, but they're not going to be content with that. EGP keep pushing. Hook will be found. Paranoia underneath the turret. The Moonfall still lands. EGP have the fight. An Aspect separates Eclipse. That's going to be the Nexus turret. Shredded as well. As EGP are doing it, they're going to have this game. They're going to have this series with a massive advantage. They've now opened up the mid lane. They've opened up the Nexus.
They got to keep it alive. If they can keep that cannon alive, I think that's enough time they need to try and end the game. As Surdy, they're trying to keep the cannon, 200 HP. That's all they need. They're going to tank it. That's game. EGP have done it. What a dredge line coming in from Skytech, the youngest member of EGP. Finds the hook they need to wrap up this game and send EGP into the semifinals.
What a game. What a series. In the quarterfinals of the Summer Showdown, it comes down to the very end of game number 3. And I could not be more pleased.
And EGP, they were reeling after that game 2 early game. TSM took the scaling comp, beat them early. EGP said, you know what? The micro adaptation you guys made when we were on the same side, we're going to swap sides. We're going to take that Diana. We're going to set up this combo between Telmio and Aspect, which we talked about how they can enable each other on the map, and they did just that. And what a performance from Aspect in that game 3.
And I do feel like I end up saying this every single time I cast a semi-pro event here in North America, but every single time there is so much talent here. The individual play coming out from that game, regardless of, yes, especially during game 1, there were some mistakes made around vision, control, that sort of thing. It doesn't matter, because that stuff is what you can learn. The talent, that's already here.
And it's
we're gonna throw.
Great to see,
Sorry?
Yeah, great to see that demonstrated, and great to see. I know that TSM dropped. I'm sure the desk will talk about them, but great to see their improvement as well. As TSM went from just founding their amateur team this split, taking in some new names, especially in Donbray, and I know they fell out here, but making it to quarters as far as they have. Good to see improvement on their part, and I'm excited to see them in the Tier 1 as well, as they'll have to earn their ticket to Proving Grounds there, as EGP continue their track to try and earn their ticket to Proving Grounds in the semis, and earn a win at EGL, as they look like the team that could challenge Wildcard Red.
Yeah, we've got all that ahead. Of course, we are going to throw back to the desk. Before then, I do want to shout out that the broadcast is continuing next week with all those incredible games. You will not want to miss them. For now, thank you so much for watching us. Let's throw things over to Rafa and the analysts.
A goodbye to the lads in plaid and TJ and Cubby. Thank you so much for your awesome work in commentating that last series of the day. And congratulations to Evil Genius's Prodigies for closing out successfully against TSM Amateur. I'm not gonna lie, you know, we had our predictions that Evil Genius's Prodigies were the favorite team. After the game 2, TSM Amateur potentially inspiring some hope, but then in this game, there's so many people to credit. We cannot thank all of them enough. But let's start with the numero uno here, Jolly, because I'm pretty sure you were shouting their name multiple times with Tomio leading the charge on this Diana. As One of the big blunders for TSM Amateur, understandably, came from early on when they forced a 4-on-3 and not respecting aspect set either here.
Oh my gosh, and hopefully we've got a replay of this stuff because, yes, excellent, we do. All right, production's the best here. You're absolutely right. I was just yelling Tomio, and it was just, Tomio, who are you? How are you this good? How are you this incredible? And there was a lot of this kind of movement, really, really aggressive movement from Frost Force that happened 1 or 2 times. And Meteos makes a move on this one aspect with the communication coming around, and you've got Doxa, but just a little too far behind as these TPs come through. And Dombre, also a good one to highlight throughout all of these games. Eclipse is the first one to be jumped on, and my goodness, the amount of damage here that we end up getting from Tomio. And then, you know, the later fights, you've got the one up towards the top side, where you end up, well, I think we end up seeing the ultimate come down through here. The Moonfall that pulls multiple people in, and it happens so many times in this matchup. There we go. We see an attempt at leaving here. Dox gets face breakered in. And it was just the combination, the immaculate crowd control and roaming and communication from this team. Like I said, communication is so key in this game. The more cohesion a team has with the individual players, the more they're going to communicate. You can tell that was one of their highest priorities in this game.
And the lead that they garnered for Aspect in the mid lane was almost unrecoverable for TSM Amateur, to be speaking here. Now, there was a decent play from TSM around the 12-minute mark when they sent 5 members to collapse over on the Evil Geniuses Prodigies. To be fair, Saskio was not there for the fight, so he couldn't fight a full 5-on-5 full strength, but still, TSM identified that they didn't want the Jace from Surdy to snowball completely out of control to make sure that either Doxa or Eclipse would be able to handle them in the side lane here, Rebel.
When we first walked into this game, when we saw the draft coming out from the side of TSMA, we were like, okay, Nocturne combined with a Galio, combined with like a Ziggs, is a bunch of blind potential AoE CC that can set up a team fight. We didn't get a bunch of instances of those kind of being connected properly. This was the one instance where I think all of that came together in one really meaningful fashion, where all of a sudden, like, everybody gets to come together and use these abilities in one continuous tandem. As it wasn't perfectly played from EGP. I'm not going to say that this was entirely on the side of TSMA, but this was the one time in the game where it felt like they were on the front foot. They were making an attacking move with this Nocturne Galio, and it did end up converting to an advantage and getting Doxa some gold back off the shutdown right there that you saw at the end against Aspect, as perhaps the one really like convincing play that came through from TSM's comp.
And to be fair, there was a moment where TSM did find a decently good fight in the mid lane when Doxa was also splitting on the bottom side of the map. He solo-boloed Surdy in the bottom half of the map as well, so that things are like decently potentially going for a comeback special for TSM Amateur. Cubby and TJ were also kind of spelling and hinting at Slays like, hey, you know what? If TSM Amateur are taking the game slow, they're starting to scale up, they're getting items into their main carries to get back into this game. You look at the other side of Evil Geniuses Prodigies, you know, at some point that composition is not going to fare well if TSM Amateur are able to make up for the gold deficit that they had been suffering for so long. But then Jolly, there's the disastrous fight that Evil Geniuses Prodigies finally found and punished, all off the back of Aspect, as he was just a huge monster on this set, in this entire series as well.
Beautiful. I think this was about 26 minutes into the game, and this is really, I think this is the one where TJ said that's one of the most beautiful plays or fights. I guess that was the later fight, but this one coming through, Aspect goes in, and the Paranoia comes up. The Paranoia has not stalled out EG at all in this game. The communication again is just so dang strong. Doxa tries to take down Saskio there, ends up getting Skytech, but then you just instantly have the re-engage here from the backside. Meteos takes too much, has to get away, and then as soon as Eclipse goes in, they're like, all right, we're going back. So you've got Tomio, who goes in a beautiful Moonfall, and they just play this one out so dang well. And yes, this was the fight. The Void Seeker comes to finish this one off to get the ace off of Frost Force here. But you can just tell that everything, it's like this team has one singular mind, and they are just working together so well. They know exactly when to follow up these reinitiations, re-engages. Whoever is shot calling for this team, or whoever, you know, the individual or multiple players, there is so much confidence from the rest of the teammates behind them to carry out those plays, and that is amazing to see.
Yeah, the Tomio and Aspect, I think, really came through for in this series. When we go looking back at their Game 1 win, it was the Nidalee for Tomio and the Zoe for Aspect. And, Aspect has always been this player that doesn't get a lot of limelight, and usually it's been Tomio, or when you think of the spring split, it was Danny before moving up to LCS, or even the fall beforehand when they were still transitioning from Zenith Esports into Evil Genius's Prodigy. Surdy was a big name, known for the Camille and the Kennen gameplay, for anyone remembering, Risen Champions Fall 2020. But Aspect, really just coming up huge, getting a lot of the resources in games 1 and 3 respectively, and it really coming out huge. So honestly, massive props to this player for not only always being the role player and the team player that Evil Genius's Prodigies need, but also stepping up and being clutch when they need it. Now, as we begin to close out this series, there's also one other player that we have to, if you're an Evil Genius's fan, you have to thank. And, I'm gonna have to reach into my back pocket here, as, well, not necessarily back pocket, but behind me. But there is a player that came in to sub in for the side of Evil Genius's Prodigies, and it's this man right here, Mr. Tony Saskio Chow, who Evil Geniuses weren't running with Shoryu, but it's okay. They came in and just, just admire this man, as not only he was able to come in clutch and do his responsibilities and justice for Evil Geniuses, but he also had some sick plays. He followed up, and I feel like there's a little bit of fun, not necessarily grudge, but, a little fun banter between the Winthrop boys, as he was finding multiple solo kills on Doxa, isolated out with the Killer Instinct, even a couple times being able to get the Void Seeker down on Frost Force as well. So, if you're Evil Geniuses, just want to give a big shout out once again.
Mr. Mark.
Retired?
What's
Hopefully
up?
not.
Hey, really quick, you forgot the most important aspect of Mr. Saskio here. He is still single, still looking, if you're interested.
There you go. And maybe not retired?
Maybe not retired. I mean, the last time we talked to Winthrop, I mean, when we were going back into that Gateway Collegiate Legends Invitational, Winthrop told us that, Saskio wasn't originally supposed to come, but they pulled him in for one last showdown, and then we even had a talk with him over one of the dinner nights after one of the days of the Invitational, and saying, hey, so what's next for you? Or, now that you graduated, and what are you going to do afterwards? And it's like, oh, well, I look into content creation and streaming, probably not playing professionally anymore. And it's like, you sure? You sure you want to leave?
I don't know if you have a choice anymore. I think teams are just going to start throwing money at you at this point.
Yeah, this is honestly really, really clutch for Evil Geniuses to find someone so great in such a short amount of time. Hopefully, Evil Geniuses going into their semifinals next week will be able to operate on full strength for sure. But still, I mean, if you have someone like Saskio being able to come in and the team still playing just as well as they can, then I don't think anyone has any concerns for Evil Genius's Prodigies. And I do want to direct our attention to the fact that AoE and Zeus still have to play out their series. It will not be played out today, as they needed to reschedule. That will be occurring, I believe, on Thursday off stream at the moment. But we have the finished results for our semifinals. Wildcard Red will be taking on 100 Thieves next, and Evil Genius's Prodigies will be awaiting the victor of Zeus and AoE. Now, Wildcard Red and 100 Thieves next. I'm going to throw the ball over to you first, Rebel, because you are someone who is already super gassed up. Even though many people are, looking at Wildcard Red as the favorites, you especially just want to see how the semifinal plays out.
I'm really excited because, again, I think 100 Thieves have finally turned the corner that we've been waiting for ever since they started with this what is third iteration of this roster. And there's a lot of reasons that I'm excited about that. If I recall, Cubby had given us the information that it's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles plus Splinter because of the top laner Gamsu who had the experience, which is a fantastic nickname for this young squad.
Shout out to 100 Talk Pod.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for that little nugget of fantastic memery. But the biggest thing also that I'm waiting for is, like, Young Mid is super good. He was in the rotation in the previous split when you had, like, Jojo Pune got picked up, and then also Yunbi got picked up, and Young Mid was right there with those two in terms of talent, at least in my back mind. And now that Aurelia's around, he is perhaps the best Aurelia I have seen play in competitive whatsoever from the brief glimpses of moments I got to see from that other series. And that gives me nothing but joy to think about the fact that Aurelia might actually have to be permabanned for a specific reason because this player is so talented. And getting to see that up against a squad is good, especially against Bradley in the mid lane. That's just bubbling me up the way that Aspect does, apparently.
The Young Mid and Bradley mid lane showdown actually might be super exciting to watch, as when we were first watching this 100 Thieves Next roster from the spring, we had a lot of hopes for Young coming into this roster because we had seen him, if you remember his former IGN KT impressions on the rosters like Radiance in 2020, and then going into XT Esports during the fall 2020, he was also having massive performances over there as well. It didn't really show the same resilience in going into spring, and so it was really more about Instinct and Busio, who is another bot lane that, it's Instinct and Busio have been super good, Jolly, but, I mean, they're going up against Arrow Daption, so they are really going to be meeting the biggest challenge they've had so far.
It's true, especially with another young player, and Arrow has been in the scene for quite a while here. Honestly, though, when it gets down to the nitty-gritty with these tournaments, I mean, we've been, doing these, like, amateur collegiate tournaments for quite a while now, but now there are so many more organizations involved, so many more players and teams involved, that when it gets to the Final Four, I mean, you're looking at real nitty-gritty. You're looking at the top, like the best of the best. And I know that's how it's supposed to go, but in the past, there's generally tended to be some sort of sway, like a heavy sway in one direction for a team, a heavy team predicted to win. That is absolutely not the case coming into this because of the incredible new players, young players, like Instinct. I mean, you've got Gorka as well as Eclipse. I mean, you've got a ton of young players just coming out here. But Instinct, I think, is another one that we're going to have a lot of eyes on in the bottom lane for 100 Thieves Next. An incredible player. Another one that is, I think, 17 years old. So very, very young. Hasn't had a lot of time on many other organizations. But these players know exactly what they're going for, which is teamwork, communication, and camaraderie. They're figuring that out a lot earlier than a lot of pro players did. And it's looking really, really good for the scene.
Yeah, I mean, the last org that Instinct came from was back when he was a Cillian as on the Mirage Esports roster for 2020. So, and I think he joined that org super young as well. So the fact that he's still kicking butt at the age of 16, I mean, there's a lot of things that you want to be hoping to see for the 100 Thieves Next matchup, and we'll be sure to, if that is the matchup that we stream next Monday, as if I'm correct here, we should be covering both semifinals on next Monday, and you'll be seeing us three in a different venue, in a different city, as well as we'll be all joining forces live, coming to Boston in Massachusetts. We'll be coming to you from a super awesome studio, thanks to EGL and Helix Esports we'll be putting together, and I'm looking forward to seeing these awesome two gamers on my side at a desk once again. I couldn't get enough of them at the Gateway Legends Collegiate Invitational when we went to St. Louis, so I'm happy to be reunited with them again. But on behalf of the entire broadcast staff and crew, and also the fellow commentators that did a beautiful job of covering our series earlier today in Kangas and Joshi and TJ and Cubby, thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. Have a great rest of your week, gamers, and we'll see you next week.